We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamotto.
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball Yuan Shouyi. Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! Qiguan My fist is unrivaled!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Squirrel stampede!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Oh! Ha ha! For something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz Endgame.
Off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean enough for the rest. Rude's used that off at very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury looks to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's a reset. It cost an extra ultimate. It forced him out.
that Eternal Bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Crack and Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Ramsey with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and you know, they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Ramsey cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, take him down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both spells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping!
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax is going crazy.
For both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Through my favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo. Look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. It's day 2. I'm Got Moxie. I have the wonderful pleasure of being joined by Kenobi, and hopefully we're going to get to see a couple of closer than yesterday's matches, because we did get one free mapper, Kenobi, which you actually had the pleasure of being in the driving seat and casting for, and that was definitely a surprise. The fact that Fnatic, one of the sort of favorites coming into the competition, got immediately swept by Luminosity Gaming was something that not a lot of us saw coming.
Yeah, I think a pretty big upset to start things off here, but I mean, we talked about it yesterday with Ryan. If you're a Fnatic fan, just relax, you know, take a deep breath. It's still fine. You've got a couple of days of Swiss stage left to play. They will be playing today in one of our matches. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting day, kind of the second day of Swiss stage that we see between all these teams, because of the fact that we had yesterday. We have this ability to kind of see just a little bit of an appetizer of what these teams are going to be playing as the meta solidifies slightly, and we see these teams really bring their own personality to what their team compositions are going to be run.
Yeah, Virtus Pro definitely still looking head and shoulders above the rest of these teams, but if you want to be looking head and shoulders above the rest of the players in the lobby, you want to make sure to get your hands on our new cosmetics. Punk Revolution begins. Unleash the chaos with Hulk's Punk Rage and Magic's Punk Child costumes. Whether you're smashing through the battlefield or bending reality to your will, these punk-inspired looks will make you stand out. Available from February 27th at 6 p.m. PST. Join the rebellion, fight loud, fight boldly, and fight in incredible costumes. I can tell you right now, Kenobi, I'm not a Magic main, I'm a Strategist main. But the second that Magic skin became available, you better believe I instantly grabbed it out, and I was in the practice range practicing all of the animation cancels, being like, okay, left click, melee, left click, melee.
I do not have the hands to play Magic, so I will like that skin from afar. The Hulk one's probably a little bit more my angle right there. I love the kind of designs of those Punk skins, and I think that the interesting thing kind of as we go in today and like kind of talk about what we're going to be seeing from a lot of these teams is going to be how pick ban evolves, because I think that's one of the things that we saw make a really big impact in our matches yesterday. As you can look at the schedule and how we've gotten to this point right here in the Invitationals. We had OCE, then Asia, now starting things off for 2 weeks of great EMEA action here. Already had the day yesterday and now coming into today, this beautiful Saturday. I don't know what it's like where you are. In America, where I am, it's at least sunny today. It's a little bit cold.
It's the UK.
Is it raining?
You have a 95% chance.
I'm already an American
raining
here, and I don't want to like throw any stones. You know, if it's raining in the UK, that's what it's like. But it's also raining a little bit of cash, Moxie, with this prize pool that we have here. $100,000 total reward in this EMEA tournament.
Yeah, 40,000 going to the champion, 20,000 going to the runners-up, 12,000 being split for the third place, fourth gets 8,000, and then fifth and sixth both receiving the sixth, with seventh and eighth also getting 4,000. So a lot of money on the line, and also a lot of pride on the line too, but sort of returning to the way that we've seen all of the Marvel Rival Invitationals. The fact that we actually had Asia, like you said a little bit ago, they were very, very quick to have to adapt to the new patch that we're on, the Season 1.5 patch, but we're already starting to see a couple of these teams following the example that was set in this region, right? We got to see the Adam Warlock revive strategy coming on through. That was so problematic for the teams in the Asia region when they went up against Euphoria, because Happy on that Adam Warlock was an absolute machine.
Yeah, and I think the thing about the schedule that we have so far is that this is going to be a great litmus test, I think, for the second day and even that third day. There are some stakes in this particular matchup today, especially for like a team like Fnatic, where you lost yesterday, and it feels like you really need to set the tone here. I think you and I were talking about it before. We'd love to see Fnatic take a 2-0 here to really stamp themselves going into that third day.
Yeah, because I mean, Fnatic, they have to follow that example, right? They picked up a team that placed in the Season 0 Marvel Rivals Championship, and then they got beaten by a team that didn't make a podium. Ecstatic, or rather, Luminosity coming on through and picking up Team 1. But speaking about picking up, we're going to be picking up a third person, as we have the absolute wonderful opportunity to be joined by Hades, who's actually going to be able to give us a really good insight into not just this region, but how it could measure up and compare to Asia's.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hey.
Great to be here.
Hello, Hades. It is wonderful to be able to speak to you, and immediately we can actually get your opinion on a statement that was given not by one of us, but by Leg Day, by Harry, over on the desk yesterday, where he had a pretty big statement saying that he thought that Virtus Pro were the best team in the world. And since you have a really good view of the outer world, not just the EMEA region, would you say that that statement is correct? Do you think that Virtus Pro are currently the number one, not just in this region, but in all of them?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting, isn't it? We really don't know until we get to a LAN, we get a huge World Finals event happening, and we get to see them go head-to-head. Because, I mean, from my point of view, we verse the Korean teams all the time, and they look extremely strong like they do in other esports titles. So you never want to bet against the Koreans, do you? And there's tons of good OCE teams, tons of good teams all throughout Asia. So they're getting tons of good practice. Lots of Chinese teams as well. So it's kind of like, do you really want to bet against that? I definitely wouldn't be betting against it until I've seen some real live at LAN experience where their team's going head to head.
So kind of, I want to pick your brain a little bit of what the meta is like in the current state, because we do see regions have like a little bit of their different flavors. Like you talked about Korea having, in this Asian tournament, having their own style. And what do you think right now of the EMEA style that we've been seeing? Because we've been seeing some teams, still playing that group brawl, very EMEA style of compositions, but we're seeing that hybrid dive with the Venom coming into the fray. What are your thoughts right now on what the meta's looking like?
Yeah, I think it's very similar, except there's different ways of doing the same thing. So in Asia, like the Luna will get banned a lot to take out the Namor, whereas I see Namor being banned a fair bit in the games yesterday. And similar things with like the Bucky and Loki. To take out the Bucky, people are banning Loki because then Bucky's not as effective. So it's kind of the same result, but different ways of getting there, and it's just kind of depending who you're versing, I guess.
Yeah, and also to sort of pick your brains continued about that meta, where do you personally rank the Thing in terms of Vanguard power? Because we saw a lot of him in Asia. He was either always banned out or always on the board being played for that pseudo sort of half style dive, half anchor composition. But it's been a little bit slow in coming through to regions like NA and EMEA, who still really want to either try to brawl, or if they do go to that dive, like picking up the Venom instead.
Yep. Yeah, I think that is probably one of the other changes is Venom isn't as prolific in the Asia region at the moment, but I think that's because a lot of the dive gets countered, whereas it's a lot safer just to run double shield. Like, people have been practicing Strange Mag since the start of time. You can just run that and be good, and if for whatever reason one of them's banned or not working out for you, then you've got the Groot, which is great against comps like the triple support or things that can't kill walls quick enough. And then, of course, if you want to dive, you've always got Venom. And I guess that also plays a lot into the Wolverine. You might have noticed there was not as much Wolverine in the Asia MRI. And when there's not as much Wolverine, that makes Venom less valuable, because obviously Venom's a lot better against the Wolverine because he can get out of there. He's got the bigger shield. So it kind of depends what your opponent's playing, whether you're going to be valuing that highly or not.
And one hero that I think has gotten really a lot of value, especially yesterday that we saw, is Storm. Now, Storm just feels like, ever since that buff that she got a while ago, incredibly strong hero, especially with the ability to give a lot of people, you know, some value with speed or with damage with the Goddess boost. Why do you think that we've seen Storm kind of been played so much and not like permaban? Because it feels like it's such a strong pick, and if you have an advantage in that, you have an advantage just throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, well, actually, in the Australian or the OCE MRI, Storm was first ban, first pick every single game. It's just so OP. Other teams might not realize, because it doesn't feel like you're getting that impact because you may not be getting as many kills. But Storm's ult baits out the enemy support ults, and Storm's damage boost is just absolutely broken. Anytime you get a damage boost in a game, it's extremely OP, and that's exactly why Luna's so broken. She's also got a really good sustain ult, just trank the whole map, basically, but you swap to the damage, 40%, you can kill anyone with any ult at any time. Even the Venom ult now can just dive in with a Luna ult and insta-kill everyone. So anything with a damage amplification, people are heavily undervaluing, and I think you'll see that pop up a lot more throughout this series as people start to realize.
Yeah, speaking about popping up, I do believe we're also going to be getting the team rosters popping up. So hey, it's going to be picking your brain a little bit more when it comes to some of these players. And we're going to be starting off with a very fitting team, Luminosity Gaming, who is the team that has started playing towards that Asian playstyle, having that dive composition. Is there anyone on this roster who's really sort of stood out to you as one of these players to watch for?
Yeah, it's hard because we don't play against them, so I can't comment too much on the exact players, but I know as a team, they were definitely not the favourites going into that match yesterday against OG, but I think they can, today they're doing that one, but I believe they can pull it out. That's why I put them as 2-1, just because of their drafts alone, basically. So we'll see how that plays out, but that's probably the one I'm looking forward to the most, is their match against OG today.
So that's interesting that, you know, talking about how you decided, you know, based on drafting, how some of these matchups would go. Ryan asked me a question yesterday, how, you know, can matches be won and lost in draft? And you as a coach, like, do you think that the draft has like an insane amount of value like that, where it's like, if we draft correctly, we can just basically do whatever we want and we can have the win before the match even starts? Like, how do you kind of go through that thought process of how pick van is valued?
Yeah, I think you can definitely just win and lose based on draft, and your knowledge through draft also comes by how much you practice and how much you know what the other team likes. Because if you ban something OP, you got to remember you're also banning it for you. Like, you can't play it either. So you really have to know the other teams to be able to target ban them and make sure you get a roster and you get a pick ban that suits the draft that you've been practicing, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah. We're going to be moving on to the next team, which is OG Esports. Definitely one of these other teams that you have to be watching out for. Was previously under the name of Yoinkanda, came second in the Marvel Rivals Championship of Season 0, and have since been absolutely breezing through a lot of the European tournaments that they've been entering. They picked up Tanuki as well, an acquisition from Euphoria's European team that has been standing out, and he's definitely going to be one of those players that I have my eye on in particular. But the tank lineup as well, those Vanguards doing a very good job as well.
Yeah, I think Etsu also was kind of the start of, like, when I was watching Storm versus Storm, and I was like, Etsu's just kind of winning the Storm battle very significantly. We need to start banning this hero because it is OP, like Hades was saying, and I think that this is a team that is definitely, especially after their performance yesterday, looking like they could make it very far in this tournament, Moxie.
Yeah, especially because like they've started sort of being very flexible in terms of the heroes that they can pick up. So as Hades was saying, like being able to ban out a lot of their favorite heroes, still having options available to them that could potentially be even stronger, which is what a lot of these other teams have started doing in that region to get around the picks and bans and really make it quite awkward for these teams to have to try and figure out what exactly they want to leave on the table. But Dusty are definitely going to be hoping to leave one Vanguard on the table because Milk Boy was popping off on Magneto yesterday. I don't think I've ever seen as many successful Meteor M connections. Every single ultimate, it feels like, was taking either one person down or potentially multiple.
Yeah, Frankie Boxing as well, I think, was someone who I was really impressed with on the secondary Vanguard there. And I think this team, the interesting thing about them is that they are all Icelandic, so they do have that very good communication in their back pocket, which I think is going to be something that is going to be a boon for them going forward.
Yeah, but they did lose Finzi, however, and Hades, as a coach, how important would you say it is having that sort of moral backbone? Because from my understanding, he was actually something of a team captain for this team. So in those really crucial moments, missing that kind of person on your team, is that going to have a significant impact on their performance?
Yeah, I mean, it really falls down to, do they have someone to replace him? Do they have a confident shot caller, in-game leader that can step up and fill the gap? If you don't, they're going to perform significantly worse, to be honest. But hopefully, I don't know these players, but I'm hoping that a lot of them can stand up, fill the gap. As long as someone fills that gap, you should still be able to perform very nicely.
Yeah, they've still got their coordination for sure. We got to see some really good Eye of Agamotto's into Kraken Impact follow-ups. Twisted Minds now is a very interesting roster to run up against because these heroes, they sort of steer away from the meta and like to play their own games, playing things like the Squirrel Goal for the side of Kaiser. Hades, would you rather, as a team, want to go up against a team that plays close to what you play in terms of like meta and go for the mirror matchup? Or is it actually easier if you go for some of these teams that have particular picks that they want to leave out in the open because it makes them so easy to target ban?
I think it normally makes them more flexible if you can just play those random characters that no one else is playing in the meta, because normally they're fine on the meta characters, but they just prefer some of those unique picks. Like Squirrel Girl is actually fairly popular in Asia at the moment. Just if you get the right conditions, if all the stars align, it's the most OP pick ever. Like if everyone's just grouped on point and you can just bomb them from the high ground, then it's an insta win. But getting those stars to align is the hard part, and teams just haven't quite worked it out of when you can pull it off, essentially. And a lot of teams are trying to pull it off when it's the wrong situation and they end up just kind of throwing the game. And I'm sure you see Twitch chat just going, oh, look at them throwing this draft.
I won't rest until we see the Squirrel Girl protect at some point. That's really what I'm going to be looking out for, Moxie, is we can look at Static, another team that we had seen yesterday, started things off. And I mean, this team had some decent moments, but they did play against OG, and that was, you know, I think OG were really setting the tone for the entirety of the tournament. So now they can come back into this secondary day that we have here and really, I think, have a much better, I would say, performance after they had, you know, a little bit of a rough time in that first matchup against such a tough team in OG.
Yeah, Ecstatic very much like Twisted Minds, pulling the short straw when it comes to teams that they matched up, both having to go up against Virtus Pro and then, as you pointed out, OG, who are probably the second strongest team in this region. How do you think, as a team, going up into those strong matchups for the first match that they had to play, is that going to affect this team mentally, or are they going to be able to sort of set aside that and just concentrate on being able to play into these games that are maybe a little bit closer to victory?
I assume that's a Hades question because
that is indeed a Hades question.
Yeah, I assume that is a Hades question because I definitely don't. I know in my ranked games I'm throwing if I lose like a 2-0 that, you know, that early. You know,
yeah, I was just going to say the games were pretty close. So this game has a lot more snowballing effect because of the ultimates. So even if you get just one ultimate cycle ahead of your opponent, you can really punish them, keep them in spawn, not let them cap a point. Basically have to reset, and they have to build up their ults and die 2 or 3 times, but you only get 2 or 3 attempts at each push before the timer runs out. So it's actually a very snowbally type of game. So I wouldn't feel too bad if they were them. Like, they put up a decent performance. They showed they could win some team fights. And they were just one team fight away from snowballing and putting it in their favor, if you look at it like that.
I like it. Glass half full. Glass half full. See. That's why you're a good coach. Probably. That's probably why you're a good coach right there.
Keeping the mentals correct. Now we're going to be moving on to Fnatic, another one of our very strong teams who picked up a roster that were already together with the likes of Monkmother and Melio. Very, very strong duelists in their own right. Melio actually able to take over the Wolverine mantle from Monkmother so that we can see them play things like that Storm, like that Wolverine, still in this current season, and also really starting to employ the use of that Groot. What do you think, Hades, is the sort of idea for why a lot of these European teams have turned to the Groot? Because it's something that we haven't really seen in the other regions.
Yeah, it's basically because it just beats some comps. Like right off the bat, it's just a hard counter because they don't have the DPS and the sustain to just take down those walls. And when you're not shooting those walls, then you just take so much extra damage as a team. You get your line of sight cut off from healers. Your tanks can be picked. It's just an absolute nightmare. So unless you know exactly what you're doing, Groot's just a super safe pick to go, look, this will counter half the characters you normally pick. If you don't know how to play around it, it puts you in a big advantage.
I like that. And then Team PEPS, I mean, this falls to me as, the local French person, even though I don't sound it, but this is a team that I am very, very much a fan of here. And I think that this was a close matchup that they were in, Moxie. You were casting it, and if Hardest doesn't have that Kraken Impact reset at the very end of that map that they were in, the second one, that could have gone either way, and Dusty could have had a way back into that series, but they clutched it out. And I think that this team, again, the communication with all of them being French and they common French, I think it is something that, that's how you can make plays like that. If they're able to, continuously in those very chaotic end of team fight situations, keep that communication going, that's how you win matchups like that.
Yeah, Hardest having some absolute hero moments, like you said, on Spider Islands in overtime. If we had not seen that Kraken Impact, 100% Dusty would have been able to take that map and we would have gone on to a third. But something else to point out as well is that Teemo, shown here with the Mr. Fantastic signature, that is false news. He is actually a prolific Groot player, and that was actually something that Dusty had a lot of problems with. They took us to a map where it had a lot more verticality, but even then, they still burned one of those ban slots, taking the Groot off of the table. So again, it really does go to show that being able to be flexible in terms of your hero pools and force the other team into an uncomfortable position because of just getting the better of the ban phase is a very big advantage to be able to have. But speaking about advantages, it is very fitting that we flip over now to look at Virtus Pro, who are currently entirely undefeated. They have not dropped a singular map in every single iteration of Marvel Rivals Esports, whether it was the Marvel Rivals Championship or their current roster here for the Marvel Rivals Invitational. They are yet to be felled a singular time. What a statement to be able to make.
Yeah, and I'd wonder, kind of how Hayes would go about, matching up against a team like this that is such a Goliath in the terms of this tournament, because it feels like everyone kind of knows that this is the favorite. They are so good. They haven't lost a map, like Moxie said. How would you kind of manage your team in the expectations going up against a team that's this good?
Yeah, I guess you've just got to take into account that they seem like they're practicing the most. I think they were scrimming only NA teams. I might have heard that. So they're putting in the effort. They're kind of scrim blocking their competitors so they don't leak strategies. And that just gives you an advantage. So if I was one of the other teams competing against them, I would also start scrimming teams from other region. If they're trying to learn about NA, they need to also scrim the NA team so they don't fall behind. If you're not putting in the effort, you can't beat them, basically. So you just got to put in more effort. I'll just tell the team to be grinding. We got to book double the scrims, scrim twice as much, and give it the best shot,
Yeah, very good mentality to have. A lot of hard work does indeed pay off. But let's see if maybe our predictions are going to be paying off. we're going to be looking at what we think is going to be happening in this current day. And I can see that there's a little bit of discrepancy coming on through here. So let's talk through what exactly we wanted to see in terms of these results. I'll start off. I believe that it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Dusty. I believe they're probably going to drop the first map, because when you play against Twisted Minds, you sort of have to get used to the tempo that team likes to play to, because they don't do traditional, so it does take a little bit of time to adjust. But with the sort of hero plays that we saw from Dusty previously, as well as, like we pointed out, Milk Boy on that Magneto, I think they're going to be able to win it out in the end.
Yeah, I think for me, when I was looking at this matchup, I think it's just going to be very much a slobber knocker, because you do have to match that tempo of Twisted Minds. But I think Dusty, with what they showed yesterday, even though they lost to Team PEPS, they have enough in their back pocket, I think, to make this a little bit of a scrappy game. But it could go either way for me.
Yeah, and I just really liked their performance against VP. Like, I thought they showed potential, so I thought, why not chuck them a 2-0 there?
Okay, looking then at match number 2, which is going to be Fnatic versus Ecstatic. One that Fnatic absolutely needs to be able to take this 2-0 against. Like, losing to Luminosity, a team that didn't even place in the previous tournament. You need a statement. You need a 2-0 just to inspire confidence again, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. I think that they need this 2-0, and I think all the predictions that we see right now between all of us, it definitely shows that that's what they need and what we think is going to be happening.
Yeah, definitely the favorites there. I think that's an easy one.
Something that was probably going to be an easy one was that third matchup, VP versus PEPS. But Kenobi, you want to explain your workings? Do you think PEPS is going to be the first team to take a map from VP?
Look, I got the French in me. I got my French passport. I'm here in EMEA. I gotta rep the French, you know, a little bit. I predicted them yesterday. I was the only one to predict them yesterday, by the way, and I was right. So I just, you know, I want to see Team PEPS do well. I want to see them get a map. You know, be the first ones to beat Virtus Pro, and then I'll be happy. I don't think they'll win, because Virtus Pro, I think, is gonna probably win this entire tournament pretty handedly. But you know, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful in my French heart that they will do well.
Hayes, do you think that's realistic, or do you think it's going to be a 2-0?
Well, I think he's dreaming, as they'd say down here in Australia.
Yeah, that French dream might become a nightmare, but let's turn our attention on over to match number 4, which I believe, and I'm sure I'm not alone on this task, is probably going to be the most important of the day. That's going to be OG versus Luminosity Gaming. And we have actually, Hayes, do you think it's going to be a free map? Do you think it's going to be a 1-2?
Yeah, well, by the sounds of it, OG is definitely the favourite, but like I said, I just liked what they did yesterday. I liked their drafts. I thought this would be the one to watch if there was a match today. This is the one I would be looking forward to, because it's kind of comparing drafting styles going up against each other. But yeah, they're definitely the underdog, but for my predictions, I went 2-1.
Yeah, I think Hayes is completely right.
Mm-hmm. I personally think it might be a 2-0, just because I know that Tanuki has been a little bit more flexible in terms of the duelist roles that he's been picking up. He used to be very melee focused, but he started picking up things like the Winter Soldier. And as we've seen from the likes of VP, right, where you look at Spark and you're like, okay, Sarlacc needs to go off of the table. We have to get her away from him. But now he can go for that Winter Soldier, and that might be even stronger. Tanuki might be in a similar situation.
Yeah, and I think as well, kind of like that's the matchup that to look forward to today is going to be those two, you know, very important, you know, big orgs in esports in general, but just two teams that I think are going to be kind of vying for that spot to compete against Virtus Pro, because I think that's kind of what a lot of teams are going to be doing in this Swiss stage. It's going to see like who's going to be the ones that are going to be able to compete against Virtus Pro the most, and I think that those two teams at the back end of today are going to be the ones that really show that.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for all of your opinions, Hayes. It has been an absolute joy to be able to talk to you and pick your brain both against the other regions and also getting to see what you think about EMEA. Do you have any final words before we let you on your merry way?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. As always, it's always great, and yeah, enjoy the matches. Just make sure to check out Kanga Esports, obviously repping the OCE region, and yeah, have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Hades.
It's always a joy. Yeah, when you get to talk to coaches as well, so you don't just get the player POV, you get the coaching aspect for things as well, so you can talk about like macro and the decision making that goes into those picks and bans and those protections, because it really is a very important aspect of the game that a lot of these teams are having to get to grips with.
Yeah, I think also like hearing the mentality about like, you know, how to go up against a team like Virtus Pro and things like that, like it's really something that I'm interested for. But we also have some watch parties, Moxie. Venta, Japanese Curry, and Davi are all there if you want to go and get in some other streams with some other cool people. Make sure to check out all of these Twitch channels for those watch parties. It's going to be a great time. But Moxie, eventually we got to start getting into these teams that we're going to be seeing today and starting things off with these matchups that we have. Again, I think that last matchup that we between OG and LG is going to be the one to look out for, but we have some good appetizers to start things off before we get to that main course.
Yes, we're gonna get a really good indicator of how exactly this region is going to pan out for those power rankings of teams individually, starting things off with Team Twisted Minds versus Team Dusty. Can Team Dusty find the win, find the map win that they were robbed of when they matched up previously against PEPS? I'm really interested to see whether or not they will be able to see through everything that Twisted Minds is going to throw at them, because it's sort of an initiation process, right? Going up against a team that plays a little bit non-traditional, a little bit off the cuff. It's a very good test of your mettle, and especially as your experience as a team as a whole, because they're going to have to get through this as a team if they want to be able to see that win.
Yeah, I feel like that's what this Oh Yeah core, you know, before they were Twisted Minds, the Oh Yeah core, that's what it were in like other esports as well, where it's like it's almost a sanity check to an extent, where it's like, okay, like we got to get through a lot of what's happening here with these picks that aren't necessarily what the meta is bringing to the table. So it'll be interesting to see what we get in terms of this pick ban to start things off. It's going to be the Storm that's going to be protected. We talked a little bit about this with Hades, is that this is one of the best heroes right now, and taking away that Hela, probably the biggest counter, I would say, to something like a Storm with that hit scan potential makes sense a lot to me. But the Groot again getting banned, I think that this makes sense, especially when it's Kaya on the other side.
Royal Palace. It's Royal Palace too. You don't want to run into Groot on Throne Room if you ever have to play into retake. There's just so many things that you have to get past before you can see that fight. But with the Storm protection, are we going to see either a Luna or a Namor target ban coming through from the side of Twisted Minds now that that protection slot has been burned for the Strange? Venom is going to be taken away from Dusty, so yet again minimizing that Vanguard pool, propping up Milk Boy to have the potential to pick up that Magneto, though it might potentially get banned out by Twisted Minds because they could still play the Hulk alongside that Strange, but instead it is going to be the Star-Lord, another flyer, removed from the equation, and crucially, something that made it through both teams' protection and bans was the Luna Snow. We're going to potentially have the Luna into that Loki as well, so even if a dive attempt does come through, you're going to have plenty of tools to be able to deny it actually picking up value.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to me to see if we do see anything in terms of like the thing crop up. I think it would be like a lot harder to pick, especially into Namor, because I feel like if you're playing Namor Luna, especially with that team up, it's so hard to play the thing into. It's just not fun. You're not having a good time. And I mean, the other interesting thing would be Kaya on this Thor specifically, because you can give that charged Gale over to the Storm, and that definitely makes things a lot different in how that hero operates. So we'll see if that continues. But it feels like you kind of are playing almost a different version of the thing into something like a Namor that is possible on the other side with that Luna.
True, but Thor has a lot of movement to his name, right? With his shifts, with that Mjolnir dash. So he should be able to get around, especially if he does get grappled out by Orion, who is going to be playing alongside that Bucky. But like you said, having that team up, that synergy with the Storm is going to allow Vale to try and supercharge up past Crizzy. CMD is actually going to be picking up the Scarlet Witch just temporarily for Milk Boy to have access to that synergy in the first fight before swapping on over to that Luna. Having that POV to go through the portal and join his team means that he's not going to be missing for long, but what is going to be missing is the Doctor Strange entirely. Vale picks the Vanguard out immediately, and suddenly a lot of damage is going to be getting past Dusty.
Yeah, that's a huge pick. I mean, just to start things off here, and now it's all the positioning is going to be in favor right now of Twisted Minds with Crizzy going down. That's just going to be that. And what I think that was just a lack of respect there to the incoming damage that was coming through Twisted Minds. Frankie going down so early means you're also behind in terms of getting that Eye of Agamotto charge, and that percentage is going to start ticking up right now for TM, who have all of the positioning to work with, which is going to be great for Vale, who's already almost towards that Omega Hurricane. And what you really look out for with Omega Hurricane is baiting out those support, those strategist ultimates, like we said, coming in from Hayes.
Vale getting a little bit low, but will get healed back up. And like you said, supercharging up to the first Omega Hurricane. Exo finds the first pick against Milkboy, though, so Magneto Shield and Bubble now removed. Loki's going to utilize the God of Mischief to go for an aggressive fade of both worlds for the team to be able to push into that Invis boundary set up by ILO, and that is going to be more picks coming into the mountains of Twisted. Now it's going to be Omega Hurricane from Vale to make sure that in the second stage of this fight, when CMD has their own fate of both worlds, no damage and follow-up can be found, as the actual Lunar Snow now gets to utilize their own ultimate. So much sustainability planned out absolutely perfectly from Twisted Minds, absolutely bankrupting the ultimate economy available from the side of Dusty. Kraken Impact is going to be up, and I mean, Exo on the Loki does mean a lot of resets have that potential, but Deppy's Eye of Agamotto can just shut it down if they so choose.
Yeah, and I think even with these fights happening, if you have that Thor ultimate from Kaya going into the backline, any fight that's going to end up happening where you're trading these kills, Thor is very adept at getting into the backline, especially with no strategist ultimates available, to just take out one of those strategists and make it a lot harder to maneuver through a lot of these team fights, as we see the engagement coming through, as we're poking and prodding, seeing where this next engagement is going to come from. Eye of Agamotto available for both of these strangers, and they're looking for it. Deppy.
Deppy goes in with the dive! Eye of Agamotto stuns up, fall into the Maelstrom follow through, and that is a team wipe, and in fact that is probably round done. It was a full-on ace. No one from Dusty is going to be alive to try and contest that. Silver lining, they'll carry their ultimate charges through. It being domination, they do get to retain those charges, so they are going to have a Kraken Impact to kick things off within the first fight. The question is, are they going to be given the space to be able to use it? Because it feels like Twisted Minds is just in full control of the tempo currently.
Yeah, all of the sightlines as well. I love the way that they're playing as well in terms of the positioning, right? They're playing so effectively in the sightlines of a lot of these supports. Vale is playing incredibly respectful, which I love when we see these Storm players kind of don't ego and get away from that geometry, use it to your advantage to be able to negate some of that incoming damage on you. And you can already see just how valuable the Storm has been blanketing the rest of the team with this damage. And I think that one of the things that I'm going to be looking out for, Moxie, as well, is do we see a swap up a little bit in terms of those strategists or those DPS coming in from Dusty's side because of the fact that the Storm is getting so much value? Do you want to continue to even match up in that battle, because I think it's been going so in favor of Twisted Minds right now?
Yeah, it's not in the role as well for the Storm to try and target the other Storm, because you want to be getting the majority of your damage on the team core to build up to that Omega Hurricane as quickly as possible instead of the individual 1 versus 1. And unfortunately for Crizzy is having to contest with all of those monster spawns coming on out from the Namor. Hawks now is going to go for that Scarlet Witch to prop up Kaya on that Magneto, and it finds so much more value. Might not be a Loki ultimate, but they copied the strategy from Dusty and made it twice as effective.
And that's another fight where it's just an immediate portal start, and it's a complete win from TM in 2 seconds. The way that they're playing around these starting fights, if the Kraken Impact actually comes through from Dusty, manages to find one, and this is where you love to see these Kraken Impacts happen, Moxie, in these mid-fights where you can just make things so chaotic. Still has the reset available. Now we have the invisible boundary on the other side, waiting
patiently. It's early, though.
To go out. Can you find the reset? Oh, so close! Got it!
Yeah, reset does come through, and that's going to lead to another pick up against Pox, which was needed considering the fact that that Invis boundary was very, very early. Vale might have been able to swing the fight back to Twisted Mind's favor, coming through with an Omega Hurricane late into the mix, but Orion will be able to shut it and the team down. And now the Storm, a lot of that space, a lot of that free reign that Twisted Minds has is going to be denied just because they have to get through the geometry of this choke.
Oh, look where Dusty is, though. Dusty is hiding right at the start there, trying to pump down some damage. Doesn't manage to find anything, but it's actually Dusty off the back end of the damage boost, the Goddess boost. Dusty is unleashed right now, Moxie. 4 eliminations in that fight, and just off the back of no ultimates in the neutral fight, winning it like that's so good for their ultimate economy and macro, Moxie.
Yeah, it looks like it took a round, but Dusty have been able to settle and adjust to the tempo that Twisted Minds do like to play, giving them a lot more respect as well. are still providing a lot of pressure coming on through. Are we going to see Twisted Minds have to commit an ultimate? It is going to be an Omega Hurricane coming on through from Vale just to allow Twisted Minds to walk through unimpeded that first choke, but it's still Dusty that finds the elimination. The Storm was not able to find the kill for Fate of both worlds, but Kaya is able to find the shutdown. Meteor M picks his target wisely, and now Twisted Minds dancing on that point with the Namor ready to go with Horn of Proteus.
Yeah, the Omega Hurricane from Dusty, just a desperation. I think ultimate right there could have held it for this next fight, especially because that would have been a great way to force out something like this God of Mischief into another Stratus ultimate that ends up going down. With the big thing that I'm going to have to be looking out for here, Moxie, is Pox on this Namor. Because you have that God of Mischief, you can copy the fate of both worlds, and then you can get that damage boosted Horn of Proteus that just completely wrecks team fights, and you can just throw it into the invisible boundary and get KOs.
They're looking for it. Idle Aura is on the Namor too, so 35% of healing done by Isaac is going to trickle down to the Duelist. Still providing that off angle, just putting the pressure in, keeping Dusty just locked up in that choke. Is allowing Twisted Minds to actually start recouping some of those ultimates that they had to burn in the previous fight. Grapple does come on out, forcing out the Namor shift defensive! And it's an Eye of Agamotto into Horn of Proteus, like you said, with that God of Mischief, copying the fate of both worlds for the 40% damage amplification. And that is going to lead to a team fight decisively won from Twisted Minds. But that was a lot of ultimates invested, but not a lot of ultimate point percentage.
Yeah, and I mean, now one of the things you're going to be looking out for is going to be that Kraken impact, especially because in these mid-fights when it gets so chaotic, getting those resets is incredibly important. Regen domain, the cooldown to be looking out for to kind of buy that time to make sure that the Winter Soldier just can't get reset after reset after reset.
They're backing up, they're giving the space, they know that Dusty are in control of the tempo of this fight. If they decide to open up with some of the ultimates and Twisted Minds, gonna make sure that they have the geometry in their favor to just back away without trading, and also let Vale come through with an Omega Hurricane. Absolute perfect forecast comes on out, and that is going to be Twisted Minds yet again showcasing that to win these team fights, you don't have to go quickly. They can get aggressive, but they know when to pick their moments.
There is going to be Portal potentially to try and stall right now, but look at how aggressive TM are being. They want to try and freeze it. I think there was a body block in time, so the Portal comes through, get back onto that point. Kaya waiting for that Meteor M, potentially could ruin what CMD wants to do with this Fate of Both Worlds.
The drop has to be clean. It's going to start with the regeneration domains that Isaac gets to hold on the Fate of Both Worlds, and Plox gets to hold on to the high ground. Fate of Both Worlds comes through defensively from the side of Dusty. Crazy now is going to come on out with the Omega Hurricane, but Isaac was waiting for his moment, and now he's got it. He's going to be able to dance away all of the incoming damage, and it's Kaya. You have to fear. Respect the Magneto with that damage boost accompaniment. And Twisted Minds are going to be able to take the first map a little bit closer in the second round. We could definitely see that Dusty was starting to make adaptations. I would not count them out of this matchup quite yet, especially because now they get the silver lining of deciding which map they want to take us to next. And that was where they looked the strongest when we looked at their heads up against PEPS.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things, Moxie, that happened in this map in particular was that twice we saw TM go out that portal and instantly win the fight. Just instantly win the fight. It felt like those are two fights that probably, if you like have that momentum back, you can fix relatively easily going into those second ones. But those are mistakes that it feels like if you make against Twisted Minds, they are extremely adept at holding the tempo after something like that. They did it through the entirety of our first Royal Palace, and then going into Odin's Garden, they kind of lost it a little bit because of the Kraken impact and the way that ultimate can shift momentum. But the way that TM holds this spacing, the way that they're respectful, I think, of the enemy output is the biggest thing for me. Like that fight you were talking about where they know that Kraken impact is going to be available if they're all enclosed in this area. It's just reset city, so they back up, spread out, use an Omega Hurricane of their own, and they're the ones that set the tempo. I think it was just a great job from Twisted Minds and how they wanted to really maneuver around a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, they knew as well, like with the compositions that both of those teams were running, Storm is incredibly oppressive to any team that has to play into that retake, right? We saw how many ultimates had to be forced from both sides when they were having to play into the retake. So winning that first fight is a dramatic advantage in terms of the overall percentage that you're going to be able to pick up. Not just because you can just take so much damage against the enemy team when they are having to play into the retake, but also because you have so much stall potential. The Magneto, the Strange, all having things like the mag bubble, the shields that you can can just buffet away a lot of the damage from, but not just that, the Namor as well. A lot of the time we see that shift, the Blessing of the Deep being used to body block some of those ultimate connections, but 3 seconds of stall on point is absolutely huge when it comes to overall percentage you can pick up.
It is quite a bit, and I think the other thing about this matchup that was so interesting to me is the ability to combo those ultimates, right? Maybe there was a little bit of overcommitments, I think, sometimes from Twisted Minds, but Hayes talked about it. The game is very snowballing, and it felt like when Twisted Minds were able to get control of that of like the reins of the game and set the tempo, they really never let it go, Moxie.
Yeah, speaking about that tempo, we're going to have a look back and see how exactly Twisted Minds were able to set such a pace. We'll be back with map number 2 right after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your
I'm hulking arrows, gamma shield, power smash.
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back, everybody. It's Moxie, it's Kenobi here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA, and we are getting into some extra action here. Second map between Dusty and between... Oh my god, I just brain farted the other team.
Twisted Minds.
Twisted Mind. There we go. See, that's why you're my co-caster, Moxie. You got my back when I needed the most. But we are going to be going to Spider Island as our next map here, Moxie. And you were talking to me a little bit in the break about how this is a comfort map. So I want to kind of pick your brain a little bit in that regard.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a comfort map coming on through from Dusty. This is where they took us, right, when they were previously matching up against PEPS and they lost that first map. And it was a decisive first map for PEPS. It really was a one and done. But then we went to Spider Islands, and while the defense looked a little bit shaky, they gave up a lot of ground without actually having eliminations against them. Their attack was astounding. Yes, PEPS were able to full push, but Dusty did it and then better. They full pushed with 1 minute 57 seconds left on the bank. And if you've ever played this map, you know how oppressive Point C can be for the defenders, just being able to eternally trickle out of spawn and stall on the point. They've got literally their respawns right there about 8 meters away, but there's also a health pack. There's high ground that they immediately get given as well, because you can just walk up the ramp and instantly you have an off angle. So it really is a statement that a team is able to full push with time.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this one as well is it felt like it was very much a momentum map for Dusty, because if Hardest doesn't make that miracle play at the back end with the Kraken impact, Dusty caps this. They have the momentum in their back pocket with such a convincing, I would say, win against Team PEPS, who was a very good team at that point. And they, you know, who knows what happens in that map 3. So now going over back to this map, which is Comfort, like you mentioned, I think definitely understandable. So start things off with that pick ban, Twisted Minds taking off Hella. And Moxie, I'm suspecting we might not see Hella ever. It's perma pick ban, it looks like.
Well, we're not going to see the storm either. So no more shenanigans coming through with the Mega Hurricane being able to force a lot of those strategists to have to part with their hard-earned ultimates, especially on the Season 1.5 patch. Those do take a little bit longer to get into the mix. We're going to get to see now, though, which hero Dusty is going to protect. Historically, they have chosen, to protect one of those vanguards, be it the Venom. This time around, it's going to be that Magneto, so we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of double shield come through from them. Frankie is a very, very good Strange, especially alongside that Eye of Agamotto into Kraken impact follow through. Twisted Minds, though, they took note of the fact that Dusty struggled against the Groot in that matchup against PEPS. In fact, that was one of the reasons they took us to this map, and even then they banned the Groot out immediately before PEPS could protect it. So now we're going to have to see. Dusty were able to adapt to the tempo that Twisted Minds were able to throw out against them on the second round of domination. They have to get around, though, the problem and puzzleization of this Groot pick without a Loki or a Star-Lord to help them out.
Okay, now walk with me here a little bit, Moxie. Okay, you were talking in the break. We were talking about Squirrel Girl. We were talking about how Squirrel Girl doesn't do well into flyers. The biggest flyer's not there right now, so is it a possibility? Maybe we might see it. I mean, definitely with the Namor and the Luna, I think still being in this matchup, probably where we're going to be going. But do you think there's any value to the Squirrel Girl right here, especially with how on this map in particular, I think it gets so much value, especially in this first couple of points.
It would be good, especially for being able to just destroy the Groot walls, right? Because she has just so much burst damage available to her, and with the bounces, you don't have to worry about actually having to be visibly seeing the Groot walls, which is a huge boon given the placement that a lot of these Groots go for those walls over, where like it's around a choke, literally above the doorframe of a choke, so you have to go all the way through in full commit before you can take that wall down. And Squirrel Girl can mitigate some of that pressure, especially if she decides to take an off angle and get some of those primaries just bouncing off against some of those strategists in the backline, but we're not going to be seeing her quite yet. It is going to be a defense commitment for Dusty with the Namor and the Winter Soldier Bucky instead, and there's going to be a lot of damage and CC potential coming through here because Luna made it through the ban phase yet again. So those Namors are going to have access to the extra turret on C.
Yeah, Namors are eating good tonight. Looks like TM's going to try and make some aggressive plays here, Twisted Minds. What you're really going to be looking out for are going to be those bionic hooks from the Winter Soldier, seeing if you can pull some of these tanks who are a little bit more vulnerable. You do have the Magneto with those Iron Bullets to be able to keep themselves alive if that comes through, but also a very aggressive flank here from Pucks trying to put some pressure down, but not securing any KOs. Actually gets one onto Milk Boy, and with those walls being gone right now, it's going to be Twisted Minds pushing very aggressively right now, and Pox is just left alone, putting down so much pressure, Moxie. It's a 1v6, it feels like right now.
Yeah, a huge monster placement comes on through from Pox onto the strategist. CMD actually got body blocked by those squids, so was not able to back away to the health pack right next to that cliffside, had to take the jump pad instead. And when you're on that jump pack, it is very predictable for where exactly your hitbox is going to be, and the Namor is just very quickly able to take that strategist out of the mix, and without one of those really precious lifelines, the defense just did not have a leg to stand on. Dusty now gonna have to make sure that they don't lose one of their players early yet again to one of those bionic hooks coming on through from Vale, who's just poking, slowly taking down these Groot walls bit by bit. They are respecting Twisted Minds. Its ultimate economy is Dusty at the moment, but that is resulting in a lot of free space for that payload to move through. Strangling Prison comes on out. Kaya holds court and catches onto the Groot. Invis Barter's gonna come through, try and blanket cover everybody through the Kraken impact. Now coming on out from Orion. Potentially we're gonna see Frankie come through with a meteor connection this time around, and he will be able to shut the Winter Soldier down.
Oh, the Hornet Proteus doesn't manage to find anything from either of these teams right now. Milkboy soon coming back into this team fight will have the Strangling Prison, and there's no Strategist Ultimates to deal with it. It's just going to have to be about them maneuvering around, but with Orion down, I think this is going to have to be Dusty pulling back a little bit at the current moment, but Kaya maybe a little bit too over-aggressive there, Mox.
Yeah, Kaya a little bit far forward, gets isolated and split from his team. Milkboy sees his opportunity, goes in with the Strangling Prison wall behind them to make sure that everyone can't disengage all of that follow-up damage. Now here comes Orion, takes down the monster spawn, and then takes down the Namor that spawned them. This is Dusty answering back decisively. Twisted Mind's gonna have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Feels like Twisted Minds right now are just playing, you know, they finally have stopped the bleeding a little bit. The momentum is now in their favor. A lot of ultimates to talk about in this next team fight just yet. It's going to have to really be, again, those bionic arms in the neutral, seeing if you can find something like a hook to get one of these vulnerable vanguards in your back pocket. As there it comes, but actually the wall was really well placed there to negate what that bionic hook was trying to get done. But Milkboy is this time the one who gets hooked in, surviving. Great peel, but not long. Ilo ends up going down. It's so much healing lost.
Pox got through unchecked. No one plays detective, and the Namor gets free access into the back line, and suddenly Dusty find themselves sandwiched, boxed in between the damage coming through from all possible angles. And unfortunately, by trying to win the frontline fight, they allow the Namor far too much control in the secondary. Twisted Minds will also be able to pick Crizzy late as well. So this recontest, if Dusty do decide to attempt it, is going to be at a numbers disadvantage.
Oh, here comes the Meteor M looking for the back line. Manages to find two. Vale's going to secure one, but that was all off of the Magneto. And I think that this contest Moxie is not going to end up working out at all for what Dusty wanted to do, and Twisted Minds looking so poised right now. Pox is just a menace. They gotta start spy checking or something, because Pox is just in their backline continuously, and looking for it again, but this time, you know, Crizzy's like, okay, stop flanking. I've had enough of it so far. We need to make sure that this Namor is checked, and that's exactly what they're starting to do.
Yeah, they're passing the perception check now. Crizzy keeping him just locked up where his team are, as opposed to taking that off angle. Now the Namor himself gets access to that high ground. Strangling Prison is a good one. Doesn't go for the wall behind, because that would have blocked LOS for the follow-up from the Namor's primary. And now Twisted Minds trying to just back off and disengage. Hindered by the walls that got saved as the cooldown previously. That is precious time that Dusty needed to be able to recoup. Orion bulldozing up to the next Kraken impact. He's going to have a potential opportunity as well, because Isaac is the only strategist who has access to their ultimate. And if Crizzy can force it with a Horn of Proteus first, Orion has a free Kraken impact with no way of nullifying.
You're gonna have the damage boost on the Horn of Proteus as well. Comes through, doesn't manage to find anything though, so it was just used to try and put down that pressure. Actually, Crizzy will end up losing themselves for it, so now the advantage is fully in favor of Twisted Minds, who take the momentum. Give them an inch, they will take the entire mile right now, and that's exactly what Dusty is learning. Twisted Minds still holding. Fate of both worlds committed from CMD. Dusty wants to continue fighting this.
Yeah, if they continue holding this fight where it is, you can actually see the monster spawns coming on through from the off angle. Crizzy is up on that high ground. Hawks now indeed wrapping around from that right side. Gonna be providing another bit of space for Twisted Minds estate. And off of the back of that one, they will be able to break through the defensive hold on that corner. Cranky does have Meteor M to shut down either of the strategist ultimates coming through from either Isaac or Exo. But the eye is going to be on Orion and Vale, whose Kraken impact is going to find more value.
Maybe seeing what it looks like in the mid-fed. There comes the Strangling Prison to start things up. Doesn't manage to find anything. Meteor M takes down Vale, so that's no Kraken impact for Twisted Minds, but it doesn't manage to find anything off the back end. Fate of both worlds blanketing Twisted Minds as they start moving forward here, pushing the entirety of Dusty back into their spawn. And Moxie, I'm not good at math, but usually when you have 6 ultimates in your back pocket against 3, 6 is bigger than 3, and that feels like exactly what happened right here. Twisted Minds smacking Dusty with their wallets, and they're going to take a convincing attack here on Spider Island, the map that Dusty, you said, that was their comfort map. But this is what we saw yesterday a little bit with Team PEPS. You know, there is a potential for this attack to go really well for Dusty.
Yeah, Dusty, like we talked about, struggled a little bit on the defense, but entirely different team when we got to see them on that attack. They absolutely blitzed through this map previously. Might have a little bit more problems with it this time around, though, with the Groot still being on the table. And you can tell that having that Groot get through the pick and bans, like, it was a really, really good strategy coming through from Twisted Minds the second that they saw the Groot available for that protection slot. They were obviously watching the matchup between Dusty and PEPS. They knew that Groot was going to be a weakness of this team, and they wanted to take full advantage off of it. As we're going to be seeing Crizzy potentially go for the Wolverine. Wolverine is doing very, very good traditionally into that Groot, especially with the amount of flank routes that would be available to that duelist if you want to go for that kind of play.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that the Wolverine might do here is give a little bit more room to Milkboy, because Milkboy, when Milkboy's getting some space and being able to throw down those walls, Milkboy's cranking 90s. It looks really good. The times when Dusty has really had their own pace and set in the game has been when it has been this route from Milkboy really starting to pop off. So we'll see if the Wolverine is going to help alleviate this group matchup a little bit more, as on the offensive end, still sticking with the Namor and the Luna. Very powerful pick in its own right, and still going to be looking out for on the defensive end. Vale with these bionic arms. Didn't have a lot of them at the start in that last previous round, but here...
That's the Wolverine. Yeah, Feral Leap attempted, doesn't find the target that it's looking for. Groot Walls are going to be able to interrupt that one, and something else that Crizzy's going to have to keep Cap live for is that Namor, and you can actually see the duel going through. Namor shift gets burnt out. 3 seconds of bait. Crizzy still got all of the pick potential, full rage generated as well, but he has to just back off and get to the rest of his team. Now he gets to put the claws to the chopper. And that is Deppy brought down. Wolverine may as well be a lumberjack with all of the damage that he can just absolutely implode upon that Vanguard.
And I'm so glad we saw the POV of Crizzy right there, because you can see just how many resources are being committed to keep people standing when you have that feral leap that goes in to try and kidnap those members. Is Crizzy looking for another one? Sneaky. Oh, got found out.
Yeah, got found out by the Namel, but now turns his attention to the Strange instead, and all of the rest of the team was still up on the high ground. There was no one to help out the Vanguard when he showed up to the mix. Invis Boundary is going to come on through. CMD, though, does get caught out by that Meteor M. It's going to be traded now by the reverse strangling prison as well, launched upon the backline of Twisted Minds, as they're able to find the pick onto ILO, which counters that Invis Boundary and actually drops it immediately. And Twisted Minds dig their heels into the dirt and will hold strong.
It is a little bit of an expensive fight for them. They will relatively soon, Isaac, get back to this Fate of Both Worlds to match the one on the other side. No Meteor M's for either team, which means that these ultimates will get value. The big thing, though, Moxie, that I'm going to be looking out for is Crizzy with this last stand, pushing people outside of that Fate of Both Worlds and securing some picks could potentially change how a team fight ends up going.
Yeah, you can see as well the Namos trying to take those off angles, but Deppy with an absolutely huge Maelstrom will be able to remove the threat. Both you and I were looking at the Wolverine, so too was the Doctor Strange. And with that surgical precision, Twisted Minds don't have to worry about facing off against the ultimate and can get as aggressive as they want.
Yeah, we got to start rolling better on these perception checks, like you mentioned, Moxie. I mean, it feels like Pox is just playing completely free in a lot of these team fights and just making the strategist's lives a living nightmare in the back. Every time we see Pox on these flanks, it's either CMD or ILO just having such a hard time staying alive because of all the squid damage that's coming through. And now these team fights, the Feral Leap doesn't manage to find anything, so we're back at that neutral. Ayabagamoto waiting for Deppy right now, waiting for it. Gotta be seeing about those cooldowns on the other side, the Iron Bulwark and the shield. Can you find a way to get any value?
He's looking for that eye. We're looking at Pox, though, who yet again is making sure those Vanguards are split from the Strategist. Corner Proteus comes on through. The damage boost picks out ILO with that 40% increase to the damage ring. And this is falling apart for Dusty. They need to have this Wolverine ultimate come through and pick up all of the value, but it's Eye of Agamotto that hits them first. There's the last stand. It picks up the Vanguards. Both Deppy and Kai are stunned on out, but there's just no follow-through damage because Pox is just dueling anybody who could have tried to find the follow-through. And that was Dusty's best bet at making sure this was not a full hold.
Yeah, now it feels like it has to be a miracle fight right now from Dusty. With 20 seconds left, they get this one last chance. Luckily, they're going to have that ILO Invisible Boundary in their back pocket, but Kai has got a Meteor M, so that can get taken out very early in this fight. It's going to be such a difficult one for Dusty to win right here, Moxie. No Ayabagamoto or anything right now. Here comes the Meteor M, looking for the backline. Frankie manages to find Isaac. That's huge. That's the Luna Snow, not in this fight anymore. Invisible Boundary pops out to kind of blanket the rest of the team. But Crizzy takes down Kaya throughout all of that, but it's Pox on the flank. Miracle flank here needed to win this team fight, but I don't even know if it's going to be enough. It's just dwindling health bars for Twisted Minds, and Dusty are going to find a way to hold themselves forward in this overtime.
Absolute Zero connects onto Pox just before he could come through with the Horn of Proteus's last bit of percentage charge necessary. Absolute hero play comes out from Frankie, being able to, with that Meteor M, identify that Deppy with the Strange Shield was anchoring on the convoy itself, was not there to interrupt the ultimate between him and the Strategist, and they take out the Luna, forcing so much more pressure on Exo to have to keep the team up alone and position himself away from all of that incoming damage. And Dusty still hold on. It's not the time bank that they had previously, but it is a second chance of life. Good force physics connects onto the Strange, again pulling Twisted Minds into uncomfortable positions, but they do manage to back on up and get everybody healed back up, potentially finding a pick of their own. And there it is, Orion, who had the trump card. The team Dusty with that Horn of Proteus gets taken down, and suddenly Dusty are going to have to scramble to try and figure out how they're going to turn this fight around. Potentially comes on through with the elimination onto a Doctor Strange, but the peel and heal is good, and Deppy remains standing.
Fox doesn't manage to find anything with that Horn of Proteus as both of the Fate of Both Worlds are going on right now. Eye of Agamotto still waiting patiently from Deppy for the Strategist Ultimus to end up going down. Horn of Proteus comes in, manages to find Exo, but it's a great Eye of Agamotto, but the Last Stand gets 3 Moxie, and somehow, some way, Vale stays alive, and it's not going to start resetting after reset with these Kraken impacts.
Yeah, Trooper's fist came through from Vale to make sure that he was able to get away from any of the follow-up damage once that stun had been burned out. Kaya goes into that backline again, forcing the Strategist heads to turn. Oh no, disaster! CMD's off the map!
Kaya gonna join off the back end, but those, hey, the respawn's a little bit closer here for Twisted Minds. Not gonna be too upset at the end of that one, as now this time bank 2.5 minutes that they had from Dusty, and that's now been dwindled down to only 30 seconds again. We're in that last fight territory. They were able to clutch up last time, Moxie. Can they do it again? They have some key ultimates to work with, but it still seems like a Herculean task.
Yeah, at the moment, Exact's ultimate mirror coming through. Both teams sitting on Invis Boundary and Meteor M. However, Twisted Mind's a lot closer to having a more rejuvenated ultimate economy than their opponents. Once again, Kaya goes into that backline on the off angle, forcing them to have to turn their attention. The Bucky tried to peel for the Luna. CMD denied the opportunity to build up Fate of Both Worlds inside of this overtime, and that might seal the fate of Team Dusty on this attack. As Pox, entirely uncontested on the high ground. It's a Hail Mary of the Strangling Prison that comes on through, but there is no other follow-up damage. And yet again, Dusty's attention just pulled in so many different directions. We said it was an initiation process going up against Twisted Minds, that they were going to make it as uncomfortable as possible and just try and overwhelm you. And unfortunately, Dusty were not able to hold their cool. It is going to be a 2-0 for the side of Twisted Minds.
And I do want to give massive credit to how Twisted Minds played that map in particular, specifically from Pox, but we even saw Kaya in that last fight. The flank control was fantastic from Twisted Minds. The way that they were able to just make it messy like you were talking about, lose those perception checks, and a lot of those fights were won off the back of very early starts on the flanks, getting those picks that they needed to really turn the tides. It felt like it was really difficult for C&D and ILO to ever get their footing because they're always under so much pressure, whether it's from the Magneto, whether it's from the Namor. It was just so difficult for them. And then on the other side, you've got Isaac and Exo, who are just like, you know, sitting in a cabana drinking out of a coconut, and they're feeling totally fine. Like, it was a complete difference of how the support players or the strategist players were playing.
I mean, you can see the timeline split, right? CMD and ILO, 13 and 12 times they got taken down. In comparison, Isaac and Exo, like you said, pretty much just on the beach on vacation. 2 and 5 comes on for the opposing Sue and Luna. And you can also see as well, poor Orion, like the damage that Bucky was able to do was significantly departed to what Vale was able to set up, because it was actually upon Orion, it was his duty to have to turn his head away from being sort of that potential, that burster, that person that picks these players out of position and allows his team to set up. He was having to turn and play Peel and bodyguard babysit his backline because they were just being absolutely flanked by either the Namor or the Magneto, who, like you said, in those last couple of 2 fights, Kaya just goes for full self-reliance. He gets to bubble himself, he gets to use his curtain and make sure that he just entirely blankets out any form of communication or coordination between the strategists and their vanguard. So every single time it felt, unfortunately, like Dusty just never had a clear win condition.
Yeah, if my Winter Soldier is peeling for me, you know, God bless, but it's not really the way that I want to be having those fights end up. So something that's interesting to me, Moxie, that I want to ask you about is you talked about the Groot, and I think it was really smart. It felt like really incredibly good scouting, where it was, you know, Twisted Minds, they saw what happened on this map the last time against Team PEPS and how Teemo was playing so well with that Groot, now bringing and protecting that Groot. That felt like it was really the defining thing of this matchup. When we talked with Hades, you know, maps can be won and lost in pick ban. This one feels like it was very much won with that Groot protect.
Yeah, 100%. You can see that Dusty were trying to go for comfort, and unfortunately, that comfort very quickly turned into insane levels of stress. There were probably more than a couple of forehead veins popping when it came to looking at what exactly they were matching up against, and that's just the way that Twisted Minds works. When you don't have as much experience in those settings, very, very quickly things can crumble. It really, truly is the test of the team's full metal to see whether or not you can bypass what exactly Twisted Minds have set out to do, and they've been able to fell many a great opponent with that similar strategy, and it is wonderful to see them as well really starting to pick up on things like that macro and identifying those opportunities, because we haven't really got to see the group pick coming through from this team previously, so potentially Dusty thought that they didn't have to worry about it and therefore didn't instantly ban it the way that they did against Teemos.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that was really good about this Twisted Minds team was that ability to combo those ultimates. A lot of the time when we saw those Horn of Proteuses comboed along with the Fate of Both Worlds, like that tells me that the team is thinking incredibly when it comes to that macro. Even going back to what we saw in our first map, like the way that Twisted Minds were using those ultimate effectively. Even like when you see Meteor M's, I love it when there's just those Meteor M's that just get those, you know, singular kills. If you're in, you know, solo queue, you're like, oh, I want to hit the biggest Meteor M possible, but just getting a strategist out of the fight early or getting a very important, you know, duelist out of the fight early, those picks do matter. And I think kind of having that understanding of just setting that tempo early with a very aggressive ultimate from that Meteor M, I think that's definitely one of the things that made the difference in how good Twisted Minds were.
Yeah, and they were also very quickly able to identify that the thing that might cause their group particular struggle would be the Wolverine. And unfortunately for Crizzy, we never really got to see the Wolverine do much of anything because Twisted Minds just set out to make sure that that could not possibly happen. The amount of angles that they took so that the Wolverine would always be spotted every single flank attempt coming on through. The buildings were being just permanently destroyed, the doorways being carved a little bit wider so you could potentially see a peek of that yellow spandex suit if the Wolverine was trying to get up to a little bit of shenanigans on the side lanes. They were always able to spot him out, and Crizzy was just never able to find that in that he was looking for.
Yeah, and I think it as well, like with the Wolverine, especially when Magneto is still available, and it's like, okay, you're getting hit with the Pharaoh Leap. Here's a bulwark, you're fine. Like, you're fine. And the peel, I think, was another thing that was really good as well. We talked a lot about, you know, the duelists, and we talked a lot about the Vanguards as well, but the strategist play, I think, was also, even though I said that they were on, you know, on a cabana on the beach sipping out of a coconut, you still got to play. You still got to play the game, and it felt like the strategist did a fantastic job of that, being able to keep the rest of the team alive, peel very effectively, and hit some nice absolute zeros as well. I think that kind of made some of the difference in a lot of those team fights.
Yeah, it was like a sort of trickle impact as well, coming on through with that domino impact of being able to shut down the Bucky, which meant that the strategists didn't have as much pressure upon their shoulders with the Fate of Both Worlds. But we're going to be able to talk to one of the players coming through from Twisted Minds and pick their brain properly about what exactly was going on within that match. Hello, EXO! Congratulations on the win!
Thank you so much, and hello, guys.
So, first of all, kicking things off immediately, we have to talk and ask about that group protection, because we haven't really seen the team burrowed into that group. Was that something that you guys specifically did against this team? Was that a scouted decision-making where you knew that they were going to be weak against that particular Vanguard?
I think it's mainly due to the fact that we have our own really good group player. Like, Deppy is insanely good at Groots, and we just figured that against this team, I think Groot might work as well, because on the opposite side, the Groot is not too strong, and our just whole comp around the Groot is built very strong. Yeah, even though they had like Wolf, which made it a bit scuffed sometimes, but it still worked out and was nice. Yeah.
I gotta ask about that last map, and you know, in particular, the name war. Is that being calmed at all, or are you just Pox just like, I'm gonna go flank, guys, don't worry about it. Their strategists aren't gonna be able to play the game. Like, how does that work in the team environment? Because it feels like Pox is just like playing PvE a little bit over there in the back line, and the rest of you are trying to fight in the core. How does that kind of work in how you were setting up those flanks as a team?
Yeah, I think it's just like mainly if our front line just has a lot of pressure on them, so the whole team basically has to like look at front line. Our Namor has like more space to do stuff, and obviously Pox is also like a great Namor, so he knows like timing. It's all about timing, and when he can drop in backline with the squids and just cause chaos there. And yeah, that's mainly about it. Like, just timing and knowing like when we have pressure on front line. And yeah,
So,
it works very
knowing-
well for us.
Does Pox tell you? Does Pox tell you I'm going, or is it just like you just see in the kill feed that the strategists are dead, and you're like,
No, I mean, Pox has it. Like we know when it's like kind of happening, you know. Then he gets like snowflaked a lot of times, and then yeah, like he just screams if he basically needs healing, because like eventually they will start looking at him. I think, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So knowing a little about the comm structure in the team and how everyone sort of just comms for their own plays, how is that having to juggle so many different voices all at the same time? Is it like very chaotic? Did it take a lot of time to be able to adjust to that particular structure?
Sometimes it does get very chaotic, yeah. That's obviously to the fact that we don't have like a dedicated IGL, like calling everything and every plan and shit. But at the same time, I think it's also good if we have like the people calling for their own plays, because they know their heroes the best and they know like what plays they want to do with it, and like when they want to go for it, like what plays and stuff. Yeah. So I think for us it works fine, but it is sometimes chaotic. Yeah.
So kind of talk to me about the chaoticness in this current meta, because it feels like the meta hasn't really solidified just yet with the patch that we had, and you know, Twisted Minds likes to play a lot of different things at the same time. Like, do you think that versatility is something that you have that's a little bit of an advantage over the other teams, where you know you do have this little bit of a chaotic style, but you can play a lot of different things as a team? And do you think that gives you a little bit of a one-up compared to some of these other teams that we're seeing?
Like yes and no. I think on the patch before we had like better cards, because we have like a big hero pool, we really do, but what we don't really have is like basically insane hit scans on like Hela or like Starla, which are like one of the better DPS at the moment. So it makes it kind of rough sometimes that we have to like look for Hela ban and these kind of things. But it's good to have like completely other heroes in our hero pool, you know, like the Kaiser just whipping out the Squirrel Girl, and like Isaac just being like a very good Jeff, for example. Like overall we have like a very, very big hero pool, but the patch doesn't really benefit it that much so far from what we see here.
Well, thank you so much for coming and joining us, EXO. Again, congratulations on the team's first win in the tournament. Best of luck in all of your matches afterwards. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, guys, and I hope today was a better showing from us, yeah, and you had fun.
Absolutely. We always have fun when we get to... Well, like, Kenobi and I have had the luck of being able to cast many of those players in previous rosters, and it always does put a genuine smile on our face, because you know, like, EXO gave you a little bit of an idea about how chaotic those comms are. It truly is a chaotic environment. But talking about environment, Kenobi and I are gonna freshen up before we head into the next one. We'll be back with match number 2 after this short interval.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do turning on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, revenge your rise.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest. Rude's used that ult, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now with Yuri looking to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's
Beautiful.
a reset. It costs an extra ultimate. It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Revsy with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Revsy cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shrews in midair.
Shrews was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax is going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shrews again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA. I'm Kenobi here with Moxie, and we just had a great matchup between Dusty and Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds taking that 2-0. If you weren't here, well, where were you? First off, I want to know, there's some great Marvel Rivals action happening right now. Got to be here, but now, you're here now. And that's the most important thing. We can go into our next series here between two teams that are going to be interesting to look at, Moxie, because it's Fnatic versus Ecstatic. We're going to have to say that a couple of times fast in these matchups. And this is one where we talked about it at the start of the broadcast, is that it feels like Fnatic really needs to 2-0 this series.
Yeah, they need the redemption arc. Having lost to 1-2 against Luminosity Gaming, which is an upset not a lot of people saw coming at all. So this is going to be a necessary, like you said, 2-0 just to re-inspire confidence back through. I am really interested, though, to see how the picks and bans phase is going to go through between these two teams, because Ecstatic, they have one Vanguard player who we haven't really got to see all that much of because of target bans. Everybody knows Ducky1, previously a globally ranked group, but we know that Fnatic also like rolling the grid. So I'm wondering if we're going to actually get to see Ducky1 get played and put into the roster so that they understand that if Fnatic want to play the grid, it lets Ducky1 actually get to play his signature hero. And you can actually see right now, the first ban went through from both teams and Groot is still available. So it does seem like we're going to actually get to see both of those teams try and match into that brawl-heavy composition style.
Now there is a thing I wasn't really expecting. It's going to be the Invisible Woman Protect, which is not something we see. It's usually, something like that Luna or even a Loki, but it looks like Fnatic really are liking Line Pro specifically on this pick. And on the other side, if it is going to be Groot Central, Moxie, keeping a Wolverine makes it very difficult for the other side of Fnatic to really play into that matchup, and it feels like that's more of a gauntlet throwdown, saying, okay, let's go this matchup. We're gonna go group versus group, but we have a Wolverine that we think can evaluate, and that's already just an insta-ban. So now, Moxie, you were telling me that the Ducky was being in here, and you were a little bit worried because of the pinch that could happen to the Vanguard pool.
Yeah, because Ducky1 is known for his Groot, so he's potentially been practicing other Vanguards. You have to be flexible in Marvel Rivals if you want to be able to compete at these levels, right? But it is going to be some pretty impactful bans. Namor is out of the mix, which means that the Wolverine is going to have a much easier job not being scouted out from when he pops up. It also means that if the Luna gets picked for the strategist lineup, you're not immediately bulking up one of those duelists to insane amounts of damage coming on through before the fight can pick up. You're also freeing up that space for the Storm on the second duelist slot, right? Because Hela was banned out, Namor was banned out. Those are two of your very typical counters to come on through. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not we're potentially going to get something like the Winter Soldier, because both of these two teams love having the Loki as their second strategist spot. And as, you know, Hades was talking about, having that Loki in the lobby means that Bucky's value rises exponentially.
Definitely. And one of the things as well, Moxie, that I'm going to look out for is going to be that second Vanguard, because the fact that we do have Wolverine still on the table, and it looks like Network's going to be bringing out the Thing, while on the other side it's going to be the Magneto, so has a little bit more of that ability to deal with someone else being hit by that Feral Leap. But already a Feral Leap comes through, and Ducky is eliminated at the start, but on the other end, there's another Feral Leap that's also taken on the Blausu. Health bars being taken down a little bit low right here, but still holding as best as they can among just waiting patiently by this geometry as Network tries to dive in and create some of that space.
Yeah, Network's diving in solo though, as Melio was not around to aid him, so that's not going to result in any eliminations. Both of these teams now, for the most part, off of the high ground. Going to be consolidating forces on point. Regeneration already going to be utilized from the side of Fnatic. One of those precious cooldowns going to be burned. They have to now answer moving forward with the fate of both worlds, pushing them all off of that point. Invis boundary is going to come through late now so that they can try and win in the overall sustain fight, as both of the Storms committing the Omega Hurricane. Still no eliminations coming on for these teams. All of these teams doing a very good job of keeping everybody up and standing, but Blazhao able to move on forward, getting a massive maelstrom into the back line. Meteor M was committed from Gainer, but it's the last stand that stands as the last hit in that fight. Massive Wolvie ultimate comes on through, and that should be this point still in possession of Fnatic, because even though that fight went on as long as it did, Kenobi, unfortunately for Static, it's even worse for them having lost it, because Fnatic bundled up so much point percentage as it all went down.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about this Fnatic composition is that in the mid-fight, it works so well, especially with Networks being able to be a complete nuisance. It offers a lot more disruption than something like the Magneto, as Sylvie takes down Gainer already, so that's just a pick in the neutral that's going to be so valuable. One of the Vanguards taken out, and now we'll see how Ecstatic wants to try and aggress forward here into this push. They do have an Omega Hurricane, and it's going to be used to try and force out one of those Strategist ultimates, but they don't have any, so this should be free.
Yeah, it's going to be a regeneration domain though, and then the Storm burnt down. Unfortunately, Omega Hurricane was not able to find the footing that Ecstatic side were looking for. Fnatic now getting to answer back with an Omega Hurricane of their own, frees up all of the spacing for that Strange to just move forward and take everybody down, and that is potentially going to be a very decisive 100-0, because Ecstatic are going to be stuck in this choke just a little bit longer. Maybe they go for a portal recontest, but no, it looks like Ducky1 is going to be trying to keep that one on board to have access to in this opening fight on Eldritch Monument instead.
That's crazy, though, that it felt like it was just it might not even felt like it. It was just 2 fights that they won, and then they just capped the point, which is crazy with how much you talked about, how much percentage they got at the start, just being able to push away the enemy team and cap that point, continuously accruing that percentage. And I think a lot of it has to do with how well this thing is working right now from Networks, because just pushing away the enemy team, yes, you have, you know, the Magneto that can stand and be a little bit of a bulwark, but when this thing is in the backline, just continuously putting that pressure down, creating that space, it's so hard to maneuver around if you aren't putting down that pressure. And if, you know, it's very hard as like a Wolverine to even deal with it, because Wolverine doesn't work as well into something like
you can't grab him. He's entirely
He's made of rocks. You
immune.
can't grab him. Can't grab him. He's made of rocks. What are you gonna do?
And I mean, like, Fnatic's problems, they would have run into them if they'd ever have to play into retake, right? Because that's where the thing sort of crumbles a little bit in terms of his viability. But because they won that first fight and they were always having Ecstatic on the back foot, like you said, they could be as disruptive as possible, not even really needing to find an elimination, just looking to take away some of the momentum that Ecstatic were looking to set on up as both of these teams going to be looking for the portal. We've seen both of them finding really good value from that first Pharaoh leap of the Wolverine players. Oh, Ecstatic portaling into the back line! They go to Fnatic's spawn and then jump through the portal left behind by Blazhao. But Fnatic immediately able to actually turn around and just drop to a point without losing a player.
Oh, Fnatic, Milio does end up going down, so Lugia has the advantage right now in that Wolverine battle. You're seeing there are some still key ultimates available. Eye of Agamotto comes through, only finds one, but it's blanketed by the invisible boundary. Monkmata finds another Eye of Agamotto, and that's going to be Fnatic. At the start of that fight, the two Vanguard ults that they used right there from Blauser and from Networks completely turned it around because Winey was not there, Moxie, throughout all of that, and that was a big, big difference maker in how Fnatic were able to convert that first fight win into point capture. And now what you talked about, Moxie, re-engaging with the thing so difficult.
And already Ecstatic are down the Loki, so no sustain, no regeneration domain. Fnatic are just gonna keep pushing and pushing and pushing. Networks getting the pressure onto this Magneto. Doesn't matter if he shields, melee damage goes directly through it. Omega Hurricane as well. The charge is gonna make sure that all of the Statics players are just stunned on up and just deer in the headlights right now. They're trying to go for something like the Psylocke to just bypass, but a huge last stand finally opens the way for Ecstatic to move forward. And this time around, maybe Ecstatic can find more value with this brawl-heavy composition now that they're the ones punishing Fnatic playing into the retake instead.
Yeah, and this is where you talked about the thing kind of struggles a little bit more. You have a harder time trying to move forward, and it's going to really be about how Ecstatic are going to be able to punish these side angles. You see also the Psylocke coming up towards that ultimate. No defensive ultimates for Fnatic, so this Dance to the Butterfly should be free from Among in this next fight if they play it correctly.
Not into the Loki. If Sylvie can still have the copies available, then that will be able to kite the Dance of the Butterflies partner over to them instead. There's the Dance of the Butterflies. Is it going to find a singular pick? Against Blazhao. But for the most part, it was mitigated by the Loki and the regeneration domains. However, forcing those precious cooldowns now frees Ecstatic up to get aggressive when Fnatic are down those defensive reserves. And this is them pushing a little bit further forward to make sure that that percentage equals and then surpasses their opponents.
Yeah, they're setting the pace, Moxie. I like that they, it might be considered a little bit overconvinced to use the Fate of both worlds, but the damage boost alongside the Dance of the Butterfly really is what turned that fight. And 5 ultimates available here for Fnatic coming into this one. They have a lot to play with in terms of that ultimate economy. For them, I think it's about just holding those very key ones, not having to throw all of it into a singular fight like this just to accrue some percentage. You need to be very patient with how that ultimate is going to be working. And on the other side, you've got Ducky has a clobbering time as the invisible boundary comes through just to blanket that point. Ducky already dead, and if you can just hold ultimates right now if you're Fnatic, this is a fantastic, fantastic situation for their macro.
Yeah, baiting Ecstatic to take the fight on point, as everyone from Ecstatic knew that Fnatic were in the driving seat in terms of that ultimate economy. They backed all the way up to take the high ground, so they had more space to disengage when Fnatic tried to actually call in that advantage. And unfortunately for them, because they gave Fnatic all of that space, because the fight was taken to the point, Ecstatic had no choice but to throw themselves in directly to that fight. And like you pointed out, not a lot of ultimates expended, so now Fnatic get to burn all of them. Clobbering time into Eye of Agamotto. Everyone stunned up. No one able to mitigate that follow through CC. And off of the back of those 2 Vanguard ultimates in tandem, Fnatic's duelists got to hold on to their trump cards too.
Yeah, it's the second time that they've had this combination between the Thing and between the Doctor Strange, and it's working so wonderfully in these team fights, being able to set the pace, and I love the aggression. Omega Hurricane from Monkmata. I love this positioning from Fnatic. They're making Ecstatic work for every inch. Terror goes down, and that's a lot of healing that's lost. Everything is starting to feel lost right now for Ecstatic, is 88% up and ticking right now. It's going to have to be a portal to get back onto this point to stall, and Moxie, even if they get there, do they have enough to win the fight?
Psylocke is there with down to the butterflies, but if you invest it, you're intangible and not contesting. And unfortunately, Among gets picked before the ultimate can even come on through. Portal is not going to be able to find its placement. Instead, it's going to be again coming back in on that Spider-Man just to try and set everybody up. But Fnatic's Monk's Mother just stays blanketed in safety behind the Guardian Shield coming on through from there. So Rate of both worlds is going to stall like this fight a little bit longer. That Luna buying the time available for the Psylocke coming out of the ultimate. But the Luna got picked. And like we talked about, Fate, Dance of the Butterflies makes you intangible. So even though that Psylocke is technically still on point, they're not considered contesting. It has the same rules as a Hulk Exile. And off of the back of that one, the point slips through Ecstatic's fingers, and Fnatic will walk away. Not a decisive victory in comparison to that win on Super Soldier Factory, but a victory nevertheless.
Yeah, and I think the combinations of the ultimates, I think, were really the thing that made the difference for Fnatic, especially between the Dr. Strangelove and the Thing. That last map that we saw, or the last sub-map that we saw, was really won a lot of those team fights with those ultimates being used in tandem. And I think also the ultimate economy, just understanding when they came into that second to last fight where they just had an advantage with 4 ultimates to 1, just use that singular ultimate, and then you just continue to accrue and accrue and accrue and a snowball, like Hades was saying earlier. And that's how they ended up winning that one. And we talked about how Fnatic needed a good performance. This is definitely a way to start that off.
Yeah, and I wonder as well how differently that map would have gone if Ecstatic had protected the Groot. Because they had the opportunity, and that's probably what hurts the most. Groot was not the first ban that came through from Fnatic. Ecstatic could have been able to just take him away and bubble him up, allowing Ducky One access to his signature hero. But Fnatic with the mind games go to show yet again how important it is when it comes to the particular macro of those ban phases. And it just looked a lot cleaner, right? We did see Ducky One try to go for things like the Thing, but the synergy between Fnatic's Vanguards was just a world of difference in comparison. You can tell that that is something that this team has practiced in scrims to get that timing perfectly down.
And not even, I think the other thing about kind of how they played around this thing was the way that they were able to maneuver in the mid fight, right? When they ever did have those fights that were really long and really arduous, they did a great job of being able to make sure that in those team fights, the Thing was still getting a lot of value, just creating a lot of disruption, and kind of went against what Ecstatic wanted to. But Moxie, it's a win for Fnatic to start things off, and we have some replays that are going to be shown here during the break as we're going to take a little bit of a powwow before we get into this next one. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to match number 2 for day number 2 of the Marvel Rivals Invitational for the EMEA region. I'm Got Moxie, I'm joined by Kenobi, and we're potentially halfway through the matchup of Fnatic versus Ecstatic, with Fnatic pulling out some block ban shenanigans to be able to tip the scales in their favor as we headed over to Hell's Heaven.
Yeah, and one of the things, Moxie, that we were talking about a little bit between the break was the Vanguard combination between the Thing and between the Doctor Strange, specifically that ultimate. And you've got some, you're a bigger brain than me, I think, in this regard. So, because you are a coach, so there's a little bit of tech involved in how you can possibly deal with the combo, because it felt like it was just super strong from Fnatic's side.
Yeah, there's a little thing that you can do with Strange. It's a little bit hard to pull off in terms of the timing, because normally clobbering time goes through shields, right, if the Strange is standing. But if you didn't know this, if you're actually mid-levitate on Strange and you shield, it blocks it. It doesn't body block it for the rest of your team. You can be standing behind a levitating Strange with his shield up, and it still pushes everybody else up from behind him. But the Strange is able to remain non-CC'd, so you would actually still have access to that shield to block the follow-up Eye of Agamotto. There you go. Fun little tech for you to take into your own games.
The more you know, as we are going to be going into the ban phase. And it feels like hella, again, kind of the standard right here. Protect is going to be the big thing for me, because we were talking a lot about how Ducky is going to be that, signature group player for this Ecstatic team. And right now, it's Protect time, where it's going to be the Wolverine again. So now, I'm expecting this is just going to be Fnatic banning that Groot.
Banning, yeah, Groot on the last possible moment once more, and forcing Ducky 1 to have to go for that flexibility yet again. And there it is. I mean, Ducky1, I know he has been practicing a couple of the other Vanguards, but you really can tell that the comfort pick is still going to be that Groot. Unfortunately, it's not going to be on the board. Neither is the Loki going to be on the board, so we're not going to have any God of Mischief shenanigans, nor the regeneration domain that you have to worry about, which is just a cooldown, which is honestly like pushed Loki up significantly in terms of where he ranks with the strategists, since it's a cooldown and not an ultimate. So all of the nerfs that came through with the rage charges being buoyed up for those strategists, Loki gets to surpass a fair chunk of it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about this as well is that it does lower a little bit kind of the value that Bucky brings to the table, the Winter Soldier, because of the fact that you don't have those Loki clones to reset on. But I would be super interested because I feel like this hero, Magic, that Mukmata is hovering right now, I can't see it on broadcast, is super OP. I think that character is so good. It has the punk skin as well, so that's going to be great for us and being able to do those ad reads. But I think that this hero is incredibly strong in the right moments. But
no,
you know,
it was just a cosmetic flex. It was a cosmetic flex. Unfortunately, it was a cosmetic flex for myself and nobody else.
Chat did not get to see that at all, unfortunately. They're like, what are these guys talking about right here? What, Magic, anything like that? But it's going to be the Storm, and kind of makes sense again with the Hela bans that we've been seeing, how much Hela just does not get played is the biggest counter right now to that Storm. Monk Mata is going to be piloting it again, but there isn't going to be one on the other side. It's going to be a Monk playing that Psylocke, so offering a little bit more of that side angle flanking damage to this team.
Yeah, Fnatic already taking access through the portal as well to set Monk Mata up into that angle to just start cleaving for these players of Ecstatic, having to come through on that side approach. Point as well is going to be to the backs of Fnatic, so if they get pushed further back, they're going to be able to regroup around that particular spacing. Walls are going to start to come on through as the spacecraft starts to take on off. And now they're forcing Ecstatic to have to walk into them, and the absolute gauntlet that Monk Mata is putting down already over halfway. The grab is good from the Wolverine. Gainer gets deposited behind enemy lines and gets taken down with the aid of that strange maelstrom. And this is all coming up Fnatic currently.
Yeah, the Pharaoh lead works well, and Ducky unfortunately does not have the ability to stay alive throughout all of the incoming damage from that Wolverine, and it's just kind of how these fights are sometimes going to go with the Wolverine in play. When you have that Pharaoh leap, being able to put, especially with the jump pad that you got from the Rocket as well, just being able to bring all the way back into the enemy team. Yes, Magneto survives significantly longer than a lot of the other Vanguards, but still really good focus fire coming in for Fnatic, who are rewarded with an Omega Hurricane already, and I expect them to use it aggressively.
It's going to be so close. Does the Su manage to get it off in time? Yes. Whiny at the last possible second to the millisecond gets the Invis Boundary online, but unfortunately, the damage that Fnatic are able to output with the aid of Good Ass Boost once that Omega Hurricane ends is just too much. Invis Boundary is only 165 heals per second, and it is very easy for Fnatic to just absolutely overwhelm it. We've got Dance of the Butterflies that's going to be available for Among Us. You can see Sylvie trying to just figure out whether or not the Psylocke is going to be flanking from below, getting ready to utilize that Strategist ultimate and keep everyone topped up when the Psylocke says hello.
So they're actually managing to find the fate of both worlds. Out from Terror after that clobbering time. Aya Bagamoto still available, but it's a 3-man clobbering time from Ducky right there. Doesn't need the group to get all of those stuns, but a 4-man last stand blanketed perfectly by Sylvie with the fate of both worlds.
Fate of both worlds is now used though, which frees up the Dance of the Butterflies. So damage is starting to come through and stick on the end of Ecstatic. Sylvie trying to make sure that everyone is healed back up, has the positioning just to keep the Vanguards up and alive. And it is going to be the Wolverine attempting to swing things into the favor. Last Stand is going to be invested, but unfortunately does not find the damage that it was looking for. Ice Arts is also going to be able to slow down Fnatic's disengagement. And it is going to be Ecstatic coming on through with a couple of stagger kills to start building back to some really needed point percentage, because Fnatic are last fight territory right now. And with Fleischer on the Strange, if you're Ecstatic, you have to make sure that you don't get back up by a portal play.
Oh, and what I'm looking at right now is Monk Mata with that Omega Hurricane, and Terror and Whiny just not close enough to those strategic ultimates. Yes, they're going to be able to deal with it, and there's no Loki to be able to blanket that damage with the regen domain. So with how well and how aggressive Fnatic have been playing, here comes the Omega Hurricane. Let's see what it can find value-wise. Good split. Nice Iron Bulwark. Keeps some of the members alive, but I don't know if it's enough. Moxie, just too much pressure. Fnatic start rolling over Ecstatic right now, and that last percentage should be in their back pocket. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, and they're going to be able to take this first sub-map.
Yeah, and surely if you're Ecstatic, even if you can get someone potentially close enough to tap onto the point, you hold on to those ultimates. I personally would really have loved seeing Ecstatic just getting a little bit more aggressive into Fnatic spawn. Not just one, to make sure that the Strange isn't setting up the portal, but also so that you could act and use your thing as a battery to get your Luna to the point of having Fate of both worlds. Because the only way that Ecstatic would have been able to walk away with that fight win was if they had a strategist ultimate up to just offset the damage that the Storm would put out. Because even though the Omega Hurricane didn't find the eliminations it was looking for, it still forced Ecstatic out of position, and you could actually see from Sylvie's POV, they were just capitalizing. Invis Boundary went out onto the point, not to stop an ultimate from the team of Ecstatic, but to make sure that they weren't able to hide behind the bollards of the point, so that Sylvie and Lime Pro just got an absolute shooting gallery.
Didn't manage to find the invisible boundary being pushed out by Line Pro, so that means that Ducky and Among are going to come here, specifically with these ultimates that could get a ton of value. Sylvie, 18%. Moxie, I believe, unless it's a very aggressive tempo play from Ecstatic, that should be enough time for Sylvie to find this Fate of Both Worlds to negate the damage coming in from that Dance of the Butterfly. But, I mean, you still have the potential to play really aggressively if you'd like.
Yeah, Portal is going to come out. Ecstatic are going to go directly to the high ground above point. Fnatic being a little bit more conservative. Clobbering time comes on through. Fate of Both Worlds is not up, so this Dance of the Butterflies is finding that damage through the players of Fnatic before Sylvie could hit the ultimate. And again, Fnatic just going a little bit too aggressive when the ultimate wasn't on the board, falling afoul of the same mistake that Ecstatic made earlier.
Yeah, I think Fnatic really like to play a little bit of that aggressive tempo, try and catch Ecstatic off guard, but Ecstatic did a great job of soaking all of that damage and incoming ultimates that were on them, and then we're able to kind of turn it back around as we're going to be seeing them now start holding this positioning for them. About to have both of the strategic ultimates in their back pocket here. The big thing also is that Luigi is going to have this last stand to push people out of that Fate of Both Worlds if needed.
Yeah, hopefully it does push them out, because the last time we saw the last one invested, it actually pushed them in. Ducky finds the pick onto their mirror, and now Ecstatic can try and anchor onto this point. Fate of Both Worlds is going to get forced out from the side of Fnatic as they try and recoup their losses. Terra's going to go in with a later one of their own, and Melio, unfortunately, with that last stand, doesn't find any damage through all of that healing that the Luna is able to output. Aya of Agamotto comes on through from Gainer, stuns up both Melio and Lime Pro, but Invis Boundary is still managed to be found. And as a result, Fnatic double down on the fight with the Meteor M.
And I love the decision-making of bringing the Psylocke into this Fnatic team, because I think one of the things, the flank control was really what was making it look so much better for Ecstatic in a lot of these fights, and they were having that availability to control the side angles and be a little bit more brawly. Now that you have one to match, Monk Mata is going to be able to check Among a little bit easier here, not necessarily because you don't have the CC, but just having that other Psylocke to kind of match mano-y-mano is a big deal. So you can see Monk Mata was looking potentially for this Dance of the Butterfly. No surprise on the other side.
No strategic ultimates, but the Strange does have the shield, so it's absorbing a fat chunk of it. However, that frees Networks up to just press forward aggressively, and that's exactly what the Thing absolutely loves to be able to do. Get aggressively in your face and start brawling away. And you can see that Fnatic are already starting to flood those lanes and make sure that if Ecstatic want to get past them, there's going to be a toll to pay, and that's going to be percentage.
Yeah, also going to have to pay ultimate charge if Ecstatic wants to get through here with how positioned up Fnatic are at the current moment, holding that space. You can see just trying to dance a little bit with that Wolverine, seeing if there's a way to find a kidnap. As Clobbering Time comes through, manages to find two, but it's blanketed very well by actually layered support ultimates here, Moxie. That might be something that we talk about for before, but Terror ends up going down 7% before a Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive pick coming on through, and that should solidify Fnatic's hold. Monk Mother also incredibly close to another Dance of the Butterflies. Might be able to pick their mirror as well. Yep. Predicts the dash distance before a Monk can get out of that door frame. And Fnatic are just looking for the pinch. There's going to be the Dance of the Butterflies. Has to wait 12 seconds for Terra's ultimate to be done. But the second that it is, you know that Monk Mother's about to press that Q button. And everyone from ECSTA could potentially disappear into the Invis boundary, which is going to bail them out.
Oh, the Clobbering Time manages to find those two, though. Networks and Blausu are down, so that means there are no Vanguards right now. And ECSTA, somehow, some way, able to find a miracle team fight to keep themselves alive throughout all of this. And ECSTA will not say die, Moxie. Incredible clutch up from them, but it was so expensive having to use basically everything in their back pocket. Sylvie's going to have a fate of both worlds. No strategic ultimates from ECSTA, and this fight looks like it's going to be so difficult to win, but it's the last fight for both of these teams.
Malio is going to have the last stand too, which might be the last ingredient for Fnatic to win this round and this match. Among gets pushed back by the force physics. Is going to survive though, off of that idle aura healing coming on through. But unfortunately, that's not going to be able to save them. Sylvie comes on out with an aggressive fate of both worlds for that damage boost, and Malio starts building up the rage. We're going to see the last stand, and it's huge. Kenobi says it hurts. It hurts 4 out of 6 members of ECSTA. And that is checkmate into check. Fnatic, round done. Match done. We said it needed to be a dominant 2-0, and that's exactly what we got.
That's how you bounce back if you're Fnatic after what they saw yesterday against OG. A convincing win, a very well-played win, extremely well-coordinated, and it felt like Moxie, they never really lost any of the momentum. It felt like every single time we saw them taking these fights, it was at their tempo. There were a couple of team fights, that were, ultimate differentials that really made the difference, but this looked like a crisp, clean, well-oiled Fnatic team, and you can see just based off of the stats right here that we're looking at, I mean, just fantastic. Again, I think the Mata switch over to the Psylocke really changed a lot of things, being able to control the side lanes a little bit easier and not let Among get so much value, which is really where we saw ECSTA start to kind of have that way back into the game, but it was shut down immediately by the door of Monk Mata's Psylocke.
Yeah, and again, you can see in terms of the eliminations that were put against Monk Mata in comparison to the deaths that Among picked up, that really goes to show the coordination that Fnatic had, right? Because it's not just a matter of one of your duelists swaps to the Psylocke and instantly you have full lane control and you can just take the space and win. You have to time the pop-up of that Psylocke with the rest of your team core perfectly. Yeah. Otherwise, the team just spot out the Psylocke and the Psylocke is gone, and suddenly you're taking a fight numbers down. But it does go to show like the amount of coordination that Fnatic were able to do. Plus, if you look at the survivability coming out from both Sylvie and LinePro, 2 deaths on the Luna, 1 on the Sue. I was talking to you in between the break a little bit about how I thought that Sue, out of probably all of the strategists outside of CD with the AoE heal, right, on the Light Force daggers, probably has the highest amount of self-sustain available, given the fact that you can heal yourself off of shield. You've got the double jump to get you out of particular spots of bother, things like the Eye of Agamotto, you can distance yourself from it, same with the Wolverine's Last Stand. So even if you don't have a strategist ultimate to get the rest of your team through it, you're still going to be able to keep yourself alive, and that's before we even go in to talk about the rest of the abilities that Sue is equipped with. Having that force physics, being able to just buffet the Wolverine back when they're trying to go for that original grab onto one of your vanguards is absolutely massive in terms of a base cooldown to be able to have as well. So it's a really, really strong toolkit and a really, really strong hero for your players to have in their back pocket. And LinePro has been sticking with the strategist for every single game so far and is incredibly adept at it. In fact, I would say it's probably one of the strongest Invis women players in the region.
100%. Yeah, I think 100%. I mean, it's kind of showing why they're protecting it so much for LinePro and how well LinePro has been piloting that hero. Like you mentioned, incredibly strong kid, if used effectively, can really get a lot of value done. As we do have an interview with one of the Fnatic members here, we're going to stop talking your ear off and get Networks in here to chat a little bit about that 2-0 win. Networks, is Networks there?
Hello.
Networks?
Hello.
Hello, Networks. How's it going?
Hello.
Back in the saddle with that 2-0 win.
Yeah, we had to do what we had to do, right? Yesterday wasn't the best day. Today we show up.
So talk us through a little bit in terms of the picks and ban phases, because we got to see Ducky1 come into that roster, and was that immediately just like green light, Groot has to go?
Well, we had also a really good Groot, but we thought that Blackso is more flexible than him. So we thought instead of matching the Groot, we just ban him out and we play other things that we can match. We also knew that they could play double shield, so we wanted to play the thing into that, and it worked pretty good. So yeah, I think we did decent bounce and pick.
So tell me a little bit about you and Blaster, because it feels like you're like this. You're tight, like with the coordination with your ultimates and everything. Now it feels like you guys are really, really, valuable in terms of having that communication to use those ultimates effectively, use cooldowns effectively. Do you guys communicate a lot between each other, being able to, make those calls? Is there someone who's shot calling for you and kind of how you want to make those aggressive plays? Because we saw a lot of those fights were won by using that thing ultimate and then using the Doctor Strange ultimate combo along with that.
Yeah, so basically we always try to rotate everyone ult, right? And at some point, if you only have tanks ult, you kind of want to make the best scenario to make them worth, right? So holding chokes, looking for the cloverings, looking for the strange ult after that, forcing the super ult, still a win-win. And for the shot calls, usually it's Line Pro the one that calls like general stuff, but for looking like to lead the frontal and everything, it's usually me. And I really like to hold chokes really close. So I usually, with especially the thing, I like to ult in the choke aggressive, so I force enemy super ult or we look for a pick early, and then we can like get another ult and get the cycle in,
So sort of diving into what you just said a little bit more in detail, you said Line Pro is normally the one to actually short call, which is not something we would typically see as strategists take up the mantle of, because obviously they're normally tending to be things like the ult tracker. Is there a specific reason why Line Pro is IGLing for the team instead of one of the Vanguards?
Not really. I think he's been doing that for his entire life. I've been knowing Line Pro and playing with him for so long, so I have a lot of trust on him. For me, it's the GOAT. And when someone trusts on you, you can lead them easier, when people trust you. So we let Line Pro lead. It's not like he makes every single call. Like I said, in terms of front lane, he cannot do everything, right? So it's kind of me that leads on the target call, on where I want to hold, where I want to go, because at the end you follow tanks, right? But yeah, Line Pro, in terms of what we use, what the enemy is about to use and everything, is the one that made the calls.
I want to zero in a little bit on the thing, and like you were talking about using it against double shield. This hero is relatively new, came out last week. We saw a lot in Asia is being played with Venom, being able to get those dives in. But where do you think the thing really fits into this meta? Because it feels like we didn't see it previously yesterday that much, or even in our match prior. Where does it fit, do you think, as the best place for the thing right now when you're looking at the Vanguards?
Currently, I guess, like I said, against double shield is pretty good. Against the only issue that really the thing has is verticality. So when the enemy is super split and there are not many chokes and stuff, it's kind of harder to play that. But I think people are not playing that much because, like you said, the hero just released. So you need to put a lot of hours to grind that. So sometimes people decide to not take that risks and play what you've been playing for months, right? But some other people like me kind of gamble and grind the game like crazy when it releases and just try, It kind of happened the same on beta, that Thor release, and I grind the hell of it. And I had good games in the tournament on beta because of that. So it's two kind of play, right? The ones that grind what is new and the people that stick to what they are good at,
Well, thank you so much for joining us, Networks. Congratulations on the well-deserved victory and best of luck in all of your future matches.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the cast, and I hope people keep voting for us. The Spanish community and everyone is cheering for us, so we really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Kenobi, Fnatic did what they had to do, in the words of Networks, and they really needed to go for that 2-0 to sort of like offset a lot of the discontent that was starting to set in over that upset on day number 1. I mean, looking though at the next matchup, there's potentially going to be an upset because someone has to put his money where his mouth is. Mr. Prediction of it. PEPS taking a map of Virtus Pro.
Listen, okay, listen. It's because I'm French, you know. I gotta rep. I don't get to cast EMEA that often because I live in the US, so I gotta rep the French boys there. But Moxie, I mean, this has been such a great matchup that we've seen so far with these two teams. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to be substituted by some very handsome casters. Ryan Central and Leg Day will be leading you out throughout the rest of the day, so don't go anywhere. We've got some replays about what happened in this matchup, but make sure to stay tuned at the end of this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's
Beautiful.
your reset. It costs an extra ultimate, it forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Pixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson both Lunar Snows in that moment taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. guy's a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both spells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping!
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Iron Locomotive hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there. Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking arrows! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova! Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's going
Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
The Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA returning directly to your screens. I'm Lugday, joined by the ever-talented Ryan Central, and we have ourselves a bunch of talented players ready to show off as well. Virtus Pro are going to be going up against Team PEPS, and the question on my mind, and has been on my mind for approximately 6 months now, is when a Virtus Pro going to drop a map? Because in official competition, the answer's been never.
Yeah, so we get onto the series now of the teams that won yesterday. We're in a Swiss stage, so now we get onto the real like meat and bones of teams. And I always keep coming back to what Line Pro was talking about with Team PEPS, where it's like this is a team that is like working hard, improving very quickly, but we haven't quite seen exactly what they're capable of. I think if they're playing up against any other team that was 1-0, they might have a good chance of maybe providing an upset. But like you said, Virtus Pro, they haven't really gone wrong so far. It'd be very difficult for Team PEPS to do that damage now, I think, but you never know.
Yeah, we can hop into our bans phase very shortly, and Virtus Pro are not the easiest team to ban against. They do have a fairly wide hero pool. One of the things that people often try and take away from Virtus Pro is Sparker's Psylocke being a very effective flanker player, but yesterday we saw plenty of Sparker popping off on the Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes has been one of the terrors currently of the meta, just with so much available in terms of both damage and controlling utility using that bionic hook.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I want to keep an eye on for Virtus Pro when it comes to bans is we didn't get to see that much when it comes to like the maps yesterday, right? It was a very swift 2-0, but their picks and first bans at least were the same. They took out the Venom almost instantly every single time. It's obviously something that they can play themselves if they want, but with some of the series that we did see yesterday, we saw Enzo, for example, and OG, who we're going to see a little bit later, performs exceptionally on him. But actually, VP decided to go away from the Venom ban this time, going towards taking out Storm.
Okay, and no surprises there. Might well have watched the PEPS VODs from yesterday. Leaf was performing particularly well on the Storm, and a protect here from PEPS of their Wolverine. This is often piloted by Leaf as well, just making sure that Leaf has one of those signature heroes to give access to. VP with their own protect, they want Groot in, which is a bit of a rare pick against Wolverine, who many people would consider a hard counter to the Groot, but the surrounding context for VP often allows for easy peel, whether it's something like a Psionic Force coming through from the Invisible Woman to try and peel off those leaps, or just everyone else kind of screening away for Wolverine from those woody innards.
Yeah, and it's, I guess, also interesting because of the map as well, Symbiotic Surface. Like, if this was more of a domination map, it'd make more sense to have the Brawly Groot involved, but I'm curious to see how they're going to position it. I guess there's a lot of tight chokes, a lot of walls that you can put on, side walls, I guess it would be, to just be annoying to deal with, to do that damage or provide some support in areas. But I guess the other thing that lines up here, I think, for Team PEPS is, like, they were banning out Hela, and that was the main pick for Virtus Pro yesterday, right? But you would assume that teams like Virtus Pro are going to be used to teams trying to take out Hela, especially with how well and how strong they looked on it yesterday. That, yeah, you can just move over to the name, or if they realistically want to. And because Lunar Snow is still allowed in the server, you do have the potential for that team up, which is phenomenally frustrating. The chilling charisma and just making those squids actually slow people down, as well as doing a ton of damage and just being more stuff that you need to destroy in the process.
It's just so much more homework, especially on your engagements when you're playing on the attack as well and trying to capture that mission area. Having to turn around in many of these cases to deal with squids sticking to walls behind you, those Monstro spawn can really displace your crosshair in a meaningful way. It is going to be PEPS who are starting off here on the defense first. And they're actually going to be neglecting to bring out the name, or instead going for the additional control. There's a lot of tank threatening here between both the Bionic Arm and the Feral Leap. So Nevix is going to generally be the primary target to try and exploit from Virtus Pro.
You're also running it themselves, so I guess there's a lot of pressure that goes on to Leaf to just find some really good timings on these leaps to catch people out, burn them down quickly. You do have a lot of burst damage potential, especially with Hardists over on that Winter Soldier. And so far, we've seen a lot of teams not go for a teleport play just to try and keep things nice and straightforward, a bit more route one in their approach for Virtus Pro. Considering how quickly they took some of these points yesterday, looking to try and do the same here.
Going to try and take it down main. Nice quick draw there on a wall from Nevix to actually blocking out an incoming bionic hook from Hardest. Of course, you can hear that being charged up, so it can be a little bit more telegraphed. Going low at the moment. Oh, that's a big leap. Using that jump pack from the Rocket Raccoon to grab Finty all the way into the back line. With a follow-up coming through from additional CC. Dredro, though, manages to trade with Teemo, evening up the Vanguard lines here.
All these walls providing some barricades to fight with. No projection on the point as of yet, but the Strange saving the portal at the beginning means that there is a very quick reset for these attackers to actually start bullying these positions. The defenders stuck in an awkward spot, but Fate of Both Worlds is going to create a little bit of space just to keep people alive.
An attempt at a mid-air feral leap does go a little bit awry over here, as it is going to be a strangling prison in towards the middle. Plenty of damage being delivered, dragged up by the walls away from a healing that was being delivered by the lunar snow. It's Switch who's doing it in reality now, and again, these are going to be once again reset again and again by the Loki clones if they are going to be hit out, but for now it seems like Virtus Pro have been held in place. Team PEPS are doing a good job of the last stand, grabbing 3 players away from their strategist, and no strategy can sustain you through such a powerful ultimate. Great job from Leaf.
I think it's the main win condition for these defenders is just finding these burst damages. Good work from Leaf, but also shout out to the supports as well, because you do get a pretty early like God of Mischief that copies onto a Fate of Both Worlds. Then also Switch using Fate of Both Worlds. 16 seconds in total of just that kind of sustain to keep people alive. VP actually put under a lot of pressure here to get stuff done. No progression made on the objective at all in this position, but it's yet again getting very brawly.
Half a time bank gone, and that's going to be the Winter Soldier ultimate once again available. Entangling Prison is actually answered by the regeneration domain of the Loki, and Logan just forced to flee over into greener pastures. Here comes Sparker. Oh, the counter off from Hardest, who's actually lapped him now when it comes to these. Excellent play from the French hit scan. That's going to be more reinforcement coming through from Switch with a Fate of Both Worlds. Plenty of healing available for all the members of PEPS, and suddenly down to a singular minute is VP. That's a counter Strangling Prison. Good peel for themselves, bringing up their Ironwood wall. A little bit of CC from a Bionic Hook as well. PEPS are standing strong in the face of the VP onslaught.
Just trying to stay on this progression, stay on the point. Again, VP, they've been able to keep going in these fights. Fast resets if somebody gets eliminated. They're very quickly back into this engagement. Me or M could be the major thing that allows Finzy some chance, some kill, some opening, but not if Hardest is going to isolate people like that. He's taken out, and the ultimate was used, didn't find anything.
Fincy pushed out of position and finished off thereafter. Yes, Cypher's able to get one. Comes in with the God of Mischief. Will be able to take away an extra ultimate. Might well have actually copied the Winter Soldier here to have access to that again. Being able to move up onto Fire. The Kraken impact still waiting in the wings, but Hardest already earned yet another one. Bro is doing so much damage right now. You can see that Leaf managed to pull off a big feral leap, grabbed in a player, still has the last stand, by the way. PEPS have 5 ultimates to try and take this last fight. They're going to open up with the Fate of Both Worlds, with damage boost coming through as well from Switch, pressing the Q to swap around the motor just the right time. Sparker shut down the second he attempts his own Kraken impact. A quick reset coming through off of those hit Loki clones. It seems like the Horn of Proteus gathered very little as Giganto did manage to hit the deck, and finally it's just going to be the raw Trident gameplay which starts to find the eliminations here. Sparker looks to all who dare present themselves, and VP took their time with it, but this should be a successful capture of the mission area.
Better late than never. Really good ultimate from Sparker towards the end. But I think for PEPS, you're going to be happy with the progression that you made here. Now, one of the things the teams went wrong with yesterday was getting staggered between, like, throughout the second area of the map. So really, it is a question now. You've got an Eye of Agamotto for PEPS. You've got some ultimates way away from being built up on this defense. So you don't want to engage too hard. You don't want to make this second part a lot faster for VP if you can help it.
Yeah, these dueling high grounds here can be a great staging location for those long-range poke DPS like the Winter Soldier that Hardest is currently showing off. Oh, an attempt at a massacre here. An absolute mugging of the Lunar Snow, courtesy of the Monstro spawn. There was an Eye of Agamotto in towards the back. Sure, I don't think connected with too many there. Forced out a response from Juju, at least in the form of the Fate of Both Worlds, and that's going to be plenty of healing. Teemo's just going to play for some ultimate charge and gets rather close to that Tangling Prison.
I think that's one of the things that could work out really well here for VP, though, that Fee on the Namor has a bit more room to actually go for some of these flanks, catching people of Peps out of position. They used the Eye of Agamotto, but at that point, they'd already lost 2 of these defenders. Now there's a really good fight here, some good ults on this defense. But yet again, you don't want to give up too much space to allow Fee that space, and especially with the Horn of Proteus available, you don't want to get burst down before the fights even happen.
Coming in as a group does mean plenty of damage coming off the back of those V explosive bullets. Stern actually drags out of the Tangling Prison of a colleague. Not great comms there between Sparkit and Nevix, and that's going to mean a mostly wasted ultimate. Hardest is going to fall still. Attempts at resets here. 2 Vanguards falling very low, but they're going to be reinforced once again via that Fate of Both Worlds, dragging in everyone with the Strangling Prison team. It managed to grab many, but the healing is going to be strong. Somehow there was a misplacement of players through the last stand, so no final blows are going to be delivered, and Peps have expended most of their ultimate bank here in order to try and hold the mission vehicle at this point.
Right now, it feels for Peps, the main thing that sets these fights apart is making sure that Leaf gets an elimination early, because VP it's just noise. They're able to throw out so much healing, so much damage, so much for Peps to deal with. It becomes fairly easy for the likes of Nevix and Sparker to find.
Oh, that's huge.
Another Kraken's impact. This should be the second part of the checkpoint taken very easily from First Pro.
Guys, I got the Groot. What do you mean he's ulting? Just delivering Nevix the ideal angle for that Strangling Prison. It made it super easy for Sparker to just bring down the Kraken impact on top of them. Get reset after reset, but only one was even needed. We're going over to a third point with 1 minute 16 in the time bank.
Still one good fight, but it feels that since Peps lost the point, they haven't really been able to take control of the objective as it's moved along at all. Maybe a couple of picks here or there, but now it's opened up some space. If Spark can keep pulling people out of position with these bionic arms, it has been enough focus and enough chance for VP to make it a 6v5. Now there's a great opportunity for Hardest to do some damage here, dodging the Meteor M at the same time, but it's whether they can get a clean team fight and get everybody reset.
All 5 trying to shut down the resets here from Hardest, the Eye of Agamotto. Yeah, it doesn't hit 5, but there is CC elsewhere, given over by the Absolute Zero with the Lunar Snow. For now, it's just a show put on by Natlox, who copied out the Lunar Snow ultimate, the Fate of Both Worlds, and that will soon be expiring.
Now, when it comes to support ultimates, not really too much to work with. You've got a Kraken's impact on this attacking side. The Spark has always been good for one. Might not even be necessary at this point, especially with Leaf being taken out, wanting to, again, just isolate the DPS, take them out of these engagements, put them back into the spawn room for the time being. But you have big ultimates, especially the Fate of Both Worlds on this attacking side. They might be able to complete the map despite almost losing the first point in overtime.
Oh, those walls could have been absolutely critical. Luckily, Shu got there just in time to block the incoming hook. Fi looking for an early pick, and there it is, grabbing Teemo. Ideal. There's going to be no group to deal with this. Dragging everyone away from the mission vehicle using the last stand. It's going to be a last chance saloon here from the side of Hardest, who's able to find a reset off the back of the Kraken impact. But Cypher's just able to put in so much healing and so much damage from far away. A stealing of the other Wolverine coming on through. Natbox, yes, has been able to put on a show, a stolen show, in fact, via the God of Mischief. But dragged in is Teemo by the Strangling Prisoner. There's no chance to touch the cart. A full completion from VP.
I think we would have maybe assumed that VP were going to finish the map. They had some really good timings of stuff like that yesterday. But especially with how that first point went, it was a lot more grueling than we might have anticipated. I think Peps had a really good defense on that first objective. But after that, it did feel like kind of like pound for pound strength. The reason why people think the Virtus Pro are the favorites in this tournament, that's where that belief really started to shine in the second and third parts of the map. Everybody played well. You can obviously highlight the DPS and how much damage they were doing, how many eliminations they were getting, but it was the supports keeping everybody up. It felt the Peps just couldn't find a way in. Even if they got a pick, they just couldn't turn it into a one-team fight.
Yeah, we should be able to see our stats rather soon. Check out how those healers are doing in terms of the raw output. Look at what Nalox and Switch are putting out as well. Admittedly, they've got a lot more healing to get through. And quick shout out to PEPS on their point A defense here. That's probably the most I've seen VP struggle in an official match since the game went into alpha. Really giving them a run for their money.
Pedro hasn't died yet. Like, that's how good it has been.
Yeah.
Like, one, like, death on Sparker, Cypher. It just really goes to show that the problem has been Leaf is the only one that's got kills. He might actually be deadlifting his team. He's got 11 kills, eliminations, and I think there's like maybe 1 or 2 for everybody else.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Knockouts wished for, knockouts found. Leaf has been getting bits done on the Wolverine, but it felt like after Phi decided to match on that Wolverine instead of playing on the Namor, there was a lot more lateral room to try and trade Teemo for Nevix in these fights.
By starting with the Wolverine this time instead. Wanted to maybe just copy some of the stuff that Leaf was doing with the well-timed engagements. It's not only just being able to CC somebody bursting down, but pull them out of position away from the team, with both teams trying to go for more of a death ball approach. Makes it very uncomfortable in these fights. The bionic arm is more of the same. It's a perfect example, the shift from the Loki and the clones having to be used pretty early on in this fight, but yet again nobody's gone down first just yet.
Between a pair of brutes, a forest of difficulties erected on the point. Yet another grab coming through straight into the claws of Phi, and that's an easy pickup on the knockout there for the Wolverine. Already you can see Nalox had access to that ultimate. Is going to copy over onto the Lunar Snow. God of Mischief brings over a short order ultimate, and here we go. Going to be the same thing here for Cypher, just able to do so much into these tightly grouped teams with the 3 clones. What is this? Oh my goodness, from downtown, it's all group with a 3-pointer.
It's that synergy between the players. Big ultimates. You hold them down with a strangling prison. Wait, it's you set them up, I'll knock them down. Hold them down, knock them up, I guess sort of works. The inverse of it.
Drag them up, knock them down.
Exactly. Or just a lot of down, and it might be PEPS being down and out if they're not careful. Especially, again, the ultimate rotation on this Cypher vs Pro has been nothing short of stellar. They've always got something in the back pocket if they need it. And with 2 minutes on the clock, PEPS wanted to try and build up some of these ultimates. Big ones available soon, but it's whether they can actually confirm it onto this point.
Always an extra surprise in the back pocket. For now, Vince is just going to tax the approach of PEPS as they try to move on to the mission area. Fire's going to come back for a quick couple of heals. And you can see right now that Leaf is hunting, trying to grab some of these players. Getting that last stand could be everything. That's going to be many fates of both worlds popped. Everyone's feeling plenty of healing and staying power. And guess what? That means even more chance for Sparker to yet again get access to the Kraken Impact. It feels like it's always 6 ticks available. Copies coming through. Gods of Mischief, one and all, and feeling rather mischievous in the back. Devious licks from Fire as he steals away a backline.
It's just been a war of attrition. I think that's the main thing that's worked so well for Virtus Pro this game. Is just there's so much for PEPS to deal with. The fella they were going for the team fight weren't able to get like too much, but they still have those big ultimates. A minute on the clock. I think one of the differentiating factors as well has been the Spark has been getting eliminations. Like, Leaf would have to do, like, jump through all of these rings in order to get an elimination to provide PEPS an opportunity. Sparker is just shooting them and they're getting eliminated. It's not off of team plays or ultimates. It is just that they're getting burst down in these chokes because of the amount of damage he's able to do.
Just gonna shoot them with his gun. It's simple in the end. Out comes the Meteor M. That's gonna be picking up a bunch of protectionary measures. And finally, Nevix falls down. Just a little bit shy of... Oh, look away, children. Sparker with 5. Oh, that's nasty to behold. Only 23 seconds remain. It might well be a mad dash to the point we could even see a swap over onto the Doctor Strange. Indeed, there it is from Shu for the portal.
Has to throw themselves in. Doesn't really seem the Virtus Pro too worried about it. They're going to see it. They're going to try and make sure that no progression's made. But it's not only that PEPS have to take the point here. They're going to have to touch it pretty soon to activate overtime. And they don't. I was so worried that that was going to happen.
Oh, just a little bit of mistiming. Maybe there was a right click coming through from Fincy to get a quick knockback from that Magneto alternate fire. Maybe a wall was put in front of them by Nevix. from our angle we didn't quite see, but in the end, the reality is there wasn't a touch there, and it felt like VP had all that they needed to try and bring that one to the end. It's going to be an MVP here for Sparker. Those are mostly denied by Fincy yesterday. 21 final hits.
It's just how often these plays were eliminated on Verse Pro, not the damage that I'm looking at. Just, yeah, between them, it really was just... I don't even think the Peps were able to get many eliminations on their attacking side full stop. I think Leaf was able to get one because he was at 11 when we got into the half. But yeah, like I said, it did feel it was just attrition of Virtus Pro, especially when you're like starting off with playing in the Maw, you got Fire just putting out the squids, you got all of the Loki clones, you've got all of this just stuff, brute walls that has to be broken down and destroyed. Peps had a really good effort in defending that first objective, but past that, it really did feel like it was just all Virtus Pro and business as usual for a team that is expected to be the top dogs this event.
Yeah, worth noting here that many of the Fallen from beside of VP were very Vanguard-centric. Fincy and Nevix together combining for 9 of the Fallen, whereas everyone else together had 4. Yeah. So for those of you who are studying this VOD, figuring out how do we beat VP, it seems like the closest someone's come thus far is going for that front-to-back approach and really trying to bully out Nevix and Fincy. But of course, if you really are having trouble with things like the Wolverine kidnaps at the Feral Elite, maybe move over to the Thing, and his immovable passive does make him fairly immune to Wolverine's shenanigans and machinations.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like peeling for people that are being dove on and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm excited to see more Virtus Pro, but I'm also excited to see the Peps have their moments to be able to fight back in this one, I think. Like they...
I'm excited to see these highlights. We'll check you out after a break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Supernova! Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time! Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Virtus Pro given a run for their money early on the symbiotic surfaces of Clintar. However, now it will be down to PEPS to choose where we go, and Spider Island seems to be the elected map here. This is a little bit more vertical, Ryan. It's friendly for things like the dive. I've heard rumors across the scene of something like a Leaf Spider-Man, but I don't think that's going to be coming out as a particularly priority pick. I would expect to see the Namor band out, though, to try and allow a little bit more room for these flanking routes.
Yeah, and I guess for PEPS, you're not going to be too worried about playing this map. We played it yesterday. The only downside is that they didn't necessarily have the best attacking side. That they managed to push it all the way to the end. They managed to finish on the point the second time around, like in that first main choke. But they held it for, I mean, you were casting like it was like 3 minutes or something ridiculous like that. So they're going to feel comfortable. It hasn't necessarily looked the cleanest. But for Virtus Pro, yeah, it's just... You had a bit of a blip at the start, but since then you haven't really set a foot wrong. You do have that freedom to go for some of these more like eccentric picks, I suppose, if you want to call it that. But at the same time, I think it really depends on the bans. Considering no supports were taken out full stop, it's not looking too much different with some of these main DPS characters being removed from the game, at least for this time.
Yeah, Hela taken away here by PEPS. Almost a legacy ban set here during our first or season 0 of Marvel Rivals. Hela was essentially an insta-ban alongside Hawkeye, both of them incredibly powerful characters, with Hawkeye falling a little bit more out of favor recently. Protect here on the Winter Soldier essentially guarantees that Hardest and Spark are going to be exchanging bionic hooks and Kraken impacts once again. The last ban to come through here will be from VP, and we'll see how PEPS respond.
I mean, what was it that they took out last time? It might have actually been the Star-Lord either way, but
Yeah,
Yet
it was
again,
the Star-Lord.
It's just all DPS characters taken out. No Vanguards, no supports, actually, no strategists. So it really does feel that they want to make this as cookie cutter as possible. Yet again, Lunar Snow, Loki available. You imagine that combination is going to run riot. There is maybe an argument again to sort of put that Namor in. We saw some good stuff from Fire in the last map. But then again, you've safely got Wolverine and Winter Soldier. You're expected to probably run those two again, right?
Yeah, I'd expect at least for Leaf to be picking up that Wolverine. It feels like the Storm, as well as just being a generalized ban because of the power of Omega Hurricane, especially in concert with the new Johnny Storm team up, can be really difficult to deal with and essentially demand a strategist ultimate for your team's survival. With that gone, they try and get the protect for Leaf to make sure that one of his preferred characters remains in the Wolverine. It's going to be PEPS starting off on the defense first here, and this is where they thrived the most against Virtus Pro, being able to set up Leaf to grab tanks as they come in. These Vanguards are under huge pressure as they came into point A of Symbiotic Surface.
It worked well, but you did have just one point in the map that you were holding on to. This one's going to obviously move backwards and forwards, and that was pretty much in that point of Symbiote Surface. I forgot the word surface again, but regardless, they're able to sort of go, like, you have to be able to bounce back and forwards, and that didn't necessarily look too good from PEPS. The wall's nice, but it seems like the big problem is going to continue to be getting these actual eliminations across the board from PEPS.
Yeah, trying to find those knockouts. Already a player grabbed on in. Spark are actually punished as they are taken in, I believe, by the Biotic Hook. These lashing walls are actually so much of a pain to stand near if you are Natlox. They need to be continually paid attention to, because if you catch any poke, they will start doing some major damage to you. And building up, you can see Nevix's ultimate almost already good to go. Might well be the first ultimate available over here, as Nevix is going to be able to bring it out as a surprise. No, falls 2% short of it, as it is Natlox using that God of Mischief to get the initial pushing power. However, Sparker, even through that additional Fate of Both Worlds, manages to grab two. Fi now on the off angle with the Monstro, which is going to be able to do so much damage, and I don't think we're going to see PEPS invest further in this one.
Here's one of the reasons I think Fnatic were like permabanning Namor first yesterday. You started to see why, just if you have to look in the wrong direction. But it's also like, you don't tend to see teams, if you're looking like historically in games like this, to play that close, to play that far forward. And it felt that once those first kills actually did go Peps' way, that there wasn't really much room for them to take more space. They were pretty much at the spawn doors. That's only going to suit VP, and especially now, they've got all 6 ultimates, and they've just used 3.
Many of them used at once. Overwhelming force. Going to be a raid here. Hardest manages to avoid the incoming horde of Proteus. Gigantha not able to do too much there. Many players afflicted now with the Kraken impact. That's going to give a reset over to Hardest, but Fincy has actually vetoed that ultimate by force with the Meteor. And look at this. The vehicle has barely moved at all this entire time. Teemo is grabbed out, yes. And that's going to be quite the landing from Shu. Multiple players stunned up by the Eye of Agamotto, and the Dark Maelstrom is enough to bring them to the grave. However, when the dust clears, Virtus Pro, they are actually so close to their spawn that they had players just coming back.
And using so many, like all of the ultimates within that team fight, but 3 of them instantly means stuff like the Strangling Prison for Nevix is available pretty early on. This is an area that I think Peps need to go careful on this. Some of the little corners that Winter Soldier and Fi might be able to find gaps in. Everybody grouped up together, front to back is the approach that worked so well for them in places in the last map, having to do more of the same, but the high ground, low ground means that there's some opportunity for Sparkers to be able to chip damage. Kraken's impact available multiple times again and again. It's literally in the namesake at this point, but the objective right at this checkpoint, it's the first kill. You imagine that's the opening.
Strangling Prison, waiting for the teammates to take out that regeneration domain. However, Natlox has copied over using the God of Mischief to take the Lunar Snow. That is going to allow for some additional healing here, waiting the entire time of a Kraken impact to get reset after reset, hoping to wait out the healing of the strategists. That's going to be Magneto taking to the sky with the Meteor M. Nice block coming through from Shu. Great play with the shield of the Seraphim. Hardest playing from the other angle. He's able to grab in Nevix, but by himself does not have the damage to take out the monstrous tree themselves. Leaf with the last stand grabs multiple players in, takes them outside of the regeneration domain, and attempts to try and clutch up here with 30 seconds remaining. 5 thinks that they can clutch it out. Strangling Prison grabs in even more. No regeneration domain is available, and whether is the passive of the Wolverine to give more survivability. Team Peps are holding strong.
It's the one area of the map that they had a really solid defense on, but I don't want it to be like map 1 where Peps managed to hold it towards the very end, but in overtime, that's where VP find that momentum and start going. Last stand is available for Fi. He's just able to take a player out in the back alley and just assassinate them for the most part. But Hardest now, their own Kraken's impact, fate of both worlds, keeping people alive, keeping people going, and finally there's an opening. This could actually be a first point hold for Peps.
A double up of Lunar Snow Ultimates right here. Quite the show being put on as Saipe dances in tandem with Natlox. But guess what? Leaf is ready. The last stand is prepared. And it seems like it's one last stand here for Peps, which is going to go well. What was denied from them on Clintar, the symbiotic surface, which slipped from their grasp, is so much more doable here on Spider Islands. This is the most danger we've ever seen Virtus Pro in.
Yeah, it really did feel for Peps for this map in comparison to the last. They were a lot better of just, okay, we can elongate these fights for as long as we possibly want. We just want to make sure that we can get the support out early, because VP were just blasting out ultimates right at the start of fights, even if they had multiple available. And then just being able to wait it out before they come in with Leaf's last stand, before they come in with Hardest, able to just off the back of these big DPS ultimates, just trying to weigh out the storm as much as they possibly can, then using those big DPS burst moments to actually get eliminations, because just getting 1 or 2 isn't enough. And here, it's still not that many eliminations on either side, just because of the low-key Lunar Snow support sustain method, I suppose, that we're in. But the timing of those eliminations that came in for Peps was the main reason why they had such a strong hold here.
Yeah, all about good timing. Actually, that first recontest with the Doctor Strange's portal made sure that there was very little additional room that was gained off the victory on that spawn hold we saw be painstakingly crafted from the side of Virtus Pro, and they had to invest super heavily in that second fight as well.
3, 2.
I'm always down for a spot of tea. You got 2 Brits casting, so more than happy. Whether VP are necessarily, it's not unknown to them to have a defense that would match this and maybe even potentially win, but it's a tall order. Actually seen them stress out a little bit, and this is a team which hasn't lost a map since when, like day?
Ever. The dawn of the universe, the Jurassic period hasn't seen these guys lose a map yet.
So it's not only losing it out here, but against Team Peps, who really went on the radar for doing damage this event in comparison to some of the big orgs that have been signed, right? So it really is a question if Peps have enough about them to finish it out. It's laid in front of them to bring this potentially to a third map, but they also have to get through one of this most annoying backlines, I suppose. But that's a great way for Natlox to find the space and find momentum to get this payload moving.
And this might be where VP regret not going for the spawn hold right at the beginning. Free space given over to Peps means they only need to win one more fight to bring this to the goal.
Now it's just seeing if they can scan out some of these corners, making sure that there's not a sneaky Fi hiding in the corner ready to leap in and isolate these picks, especially onto Teemo. He's been the main brunt of it over on this group. But now this objective, there's 2.5 minutes to hold in this spot for Virtus Pro, and some ultimates needed. The opening yet again found for Peps.
Yeah, Hardest has done it again and again. Might well be the hero that was being looked for, taking to the sky to try and avoid all of this. A strangling prison which grabs in Fincy, but it's for damage enough. A metal bulwark stops it in its tracks. Sparker tries to turn it around, but even with no ultimate going forth, Hardest said, absolutely not, mate. A return from the spawn. It's the thing of all things which has returned. The Eye of Agamotto knocks souls from bodies. Only Nevix is going to be a victim of that one. Last stand grabs away multiple players, and it's going to be Leaf who who's able to separate soul from body via adamantium claws. Yes, there's VP on the point, keeping this one contested for now, but Shu is building up towards the Dark Maelstrom and blasts even further now. Leaf taken off the car, but returns to the loving arms of their strategist in short order. Is this a double up here? Mad Comms coming through. Saipe's moved over on to Dredro's Lunar Snow. Started coming through with the fate of both worlds. Yes, there's plenty of healing here, but it feels like Peps are in control. Natlox is just damage boosting everybody. A strangling prison is adding to the mix. If only Teemo feels the need to use it, but at this point it seems like it's just the cherry on top of the cake. It's Club. Sorry, what? I couldn't hear you over the sound of hardest Rotterdam, bringing it all the way to the back. It is a completion. It's the first map dropped. Virtus Pro, the bear slain here. We're going to a map number 3.
It feels that Peps just on that first part of the map, they're comfortable to be on the back foot because that was an amazing defense and even that attacking side fight going on a long way. Really good portal thrown in to just keep that fight going for Virtus Pro. But losing a first map pretty much since the inception of this team from the likes of Peps shows that this event is pretty much open for any team to do damage. And I think Kenobi might have had a prediction alongside like this, so he must be feeling amazing about the fact that he called the Peps were able to take a map here.
The single believer, and now it's anybody's series. We're not just looking at the first map loss now. We could be looking at the first series loss ever for Virtus Pro. It's a brand new challenge to try and meet. Virtus Pro are, of course, going to be able to choose their own map now to try and really take advantage of their own strengths. Here's a quick look at the overall score lines and statistics. Hardest really was a huge standout over the course of this. 11 final hits, often getting real value out of that Kraken impact.
Yeah, it felt that there was less pressure put onto Leaf as well with some of those leaps to isolate people. Like, we saw really good examples of why that's useful, why both the Winter Soldier and the Wolverine were basically safe picks for both squads. I have to imagine, even in both cases, but certainly for Virtus Pro, you do not want to make sure that those two DPS are available again, especially if we go to like a map type like Domination. You don't want these fights to go the way, because VP have enough experience where they can play multiple styles. But if this is the way the Peps want to play, as a team that fully speaks French, you're maybe going to lose out on those coordination battles. So I think, yeah, this veto for the next map has to be very careful.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't mind seeing a entirely disruptive veto, just allowing something like the Storm through and trying to match it with a player like Sparker or Fi. There's also Lindstrom, who's on the bench particularly, who could come in and be a little bit of an X factor here for the side of VP. But with the Winter Wolverines continuously threatening VP from Peps, it's time that they get frozen out. Check out these highlights and we'll see you on the other side.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do
Smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
For the first time ever in Marvel Rivals, Virtus Pro are in danger. Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. Team PEPS have just taken a map away for the first time. On Spider Islands, it was a first point hold into a reversed capture. And we are heading for our third and final map to Idrisil Path. It's the choice of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, taking it to the same type of game mode. I guess if you're PEPS, you're going to be comfortable here. This feels just because it was in the map of the closed beta way back when that the teams have the most like comfort on it more than anything. But it must be a hell of a boom for PEPS if you've had these moments in the first map that you're like, okay, guys, we played that really well. Let's keep that up. You're able to double down on those things and have a pretty dominant hold on your defense over on Spider Islands. Now you're going into another game mode that's very similar. It's going to be a bit harder to hold that first point, I think, in comparison, just because of how awkward it can be. But it really comes down to, like, VP, how much do you want to mess with these pick bans? Because they have been pretty much monotonous throughout this whole series.
Yeah, I'm expecting a little bit of a lateral move here towards a Wolverine ban. I reckon that we just want to see more survivability from Nevix and Fincy on the side of VP. Going to be getting right into it. Is actually going to be PEPS who get first ban here, and they're going to be banning out the Hello, which is of course a bit of a target onto Phi, because Fires a nasty hit scanner.
there
There
they
it is. Yeah, and maybe a protect on the Winter Soldier here. I'm not sure if they're comfortable going up against hardest on it. Maybe they like to protect Psylocke here and try and force a Sparker Psylocke off angle. But then you are generally going to see Winter Soldier probably protected by yeah, it's a little bit of a weird decision for them. What do they want to get rid of? Luna. Okay, they want to keep the potential for a Namor combo maybe, or even potentially have a bait on a ban of the Namor.
Well, it's something that they went for. I think it was like Fi that was also quite happy to just be like, okay, yeah, I can play some Namor. Switched over to Wolverine in that first map. The Storm actually being protected makes sense. It was the first ban for both teams in these first parts of the map. So it does provide an opportunity for Peps. Sure, they don't have that Wolverine for Leaf to rely on, but they might have something that's just as good, if not better, depending on how VP managed to deal with this.
All right, Solid Bandit as well, trying to keep Sparker from that one. Oh, they're trying to get rid of Natlocks on... You know what? I reckon this might be about Saipe getting some real value out of Mantis or Rocket, because Saipe's got an incredibly wide strategist hero pool, and they may feel that Natlocks could not potentially match that. I'm not entirely sure what Natlocks hero pool is, as you alluded to earlier. Peps wants so much on our radar in terms of individual players in Marvel Rivals prior to the Invitational, so there's still a lot to learn about what Natlocks can get done.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of pressure, right? Just to see how you can do in these instances. So I do quite like the save for the Lunar Snow, but also taking out the Loki, making sure that you do have some flexibility to move to other strategists, like you said, without it just turning into this cookie cutter Lunar Snow copy, Lunar Snow Ultimate over and over again. Might provide enough of a difference for Virtus Pro to sort of take a lead, because it does feel that if they kind of let Peps play in this style, which seems very similar to how they want to approach the game currently, they could be matched out. And right now, the pressure is on the organization. It's just recently been picked up. I think we saw teams like Fnatic look a little bit nervous yesterday. For Virtus Pro, this is a real test of like, do you completely fall apart and lose the first series ever? Or do you show that you have enough about you to deal with these kind of awkward situations?
Should be some real tactical depth here to take advantage of. Already a frozen spawn. Oh, she might actually set up something like a turret here. You can see that Hardest actually lurking on the Punisher right now. We're not over peaking. Could be set up on the off angle. This would be a lot of damage over onto Sparker, who would be a primary target of this incoming damage. Saipe has already moved back over onto the Invisible Woman as well. I think that's going to be the turret. Yep, you can hear it from Hardest just spamming away over there. And that gives a lot of room for Leaf to come over on this off angle and catch these tightly grouped players who moved into cover away from Hardest's angle.
Yeah, it was a nice idea to just get some information as well to see exactly what this comp was, where people were positioned, what kind of flanks that they could potentially go for. These group walls just maybe backing in the defenders in spots where they don't necessarily want to be engaging on it, but the burst damage is enough for Peps to find that opening. Not defending first this time. That's the only difference so far in the other maps that we've seen across Virtus Pro versus Peps. So now Peps need to show that their attacking side can compete when needed.
No BRBs and a resurrection after the fall of Fincy. Nevic's also gone as well. A lot of the meat here that Virtus Pro were hoping to get in the way of that car is already gone. And it seems like Virtus Pro have been scattered fairly quickly to the 4 wins. Hardest swapping over from the Punisher onto the Bucky in the end to just pop out of that portal before it dissipated was critical. In comes a well-timed Kraken impact. Well, I say well-timed, I actually lie. They've already lost the cart getting through. The mission vehicle has moved on to second, and well, there is going to be a slight stagger here onto Dreedrove. This is a lightning fast pace.
I do want to say something that you said in the break to me, like they have like where Virtus Pro are taking these fights, because they are giving a lot of leeway up, giving a lot of space before they go for these major engagements, right? Whereas for Peps, they're not afraid to fight at your spawn doors if they need to. And I feel like that's kind of happening here as well for Virtus Pro, that they are slowly backing off, trying to pick the perfect timing. But in that time, Peps has found a lot of space, and they're finding these first eliminations now and having follow-up. Up until now, apparently, because Virtus Pro, with that invisible boundary, Spark has found those 2 eliminations and actually found a chance for Virtus Pro to hold the payload in a really nice spot on this part of the map.
Okay, but now the question is, can we pay off that point? Are we going to see Virtus.pro actually start to make use of this space and really make it difficult for PEPS to gain any of this for free. If you can force Shu to use this Eye of Agamotto just to move through this first choke, that would be ideal in terms of your overall economy.
Everybody sort of showing themselves on this attacking side, so they know that there's no sort of back flanks that are going to be coming in.
Wow.
Pulled the main tank out of position. He's still able to stay alive for the time being, but it hasn't pressured out the Eye of Agamotto just yet. Fate of both worlds just coming online just at the time that Shu was taken out and put back in the spawn room.
An attempt to grab is going to be blocked out here by the walls. Quite the forest being erected between the pair of groups right here. PEPS just going to call this one. Head back into safer zones to allow Shu some time to return.
Yeah, I think this is the part that I'm a bit worried about PEPS. They struggled to get on that first point of symbiotic surface. When they won that last map, they had control of the payload the whole time. So this is a bit of an alien situation for them. Omega Hurricane's going to be great to clear up some of this space, but right now VP are just holding on to what they have available to them. They've not panicked, they've kept their composure, and they've kept full control of this objective that hasn't moved in the last couple of minutes.
I think Leaf actually put the not sure where Leaf put that Omega Hurricane, actually going after Fire. Maybe found them on an off angle there, took significant damage for it, and it's going to be Switch who actually pops out their own ultimate. This could be critical here going up against Sparker. This could be a huge opening for the Winter Soldier if they can find a cracking impact after this is done. You can see that Fincy exchanging fire when it comes over to the Eye of Agamotto, and this is a brutal alpha strike. Leaf taken down, and even with the invisible boundary drawn out, there's going to be a reset that's available now for Sparker once again going on in. It could be reinforced with Teemo's ultimate. Oh my goodness, for strangling Prison, drags all in and pushes all out. Sparker gets so many final hits.
Yeah, it really does feel like that Shu just been taken out of position just to pretty much where the payload is at the moment. Really has thwarted their chance to really get some good timing, and they had just short of 5 minutes on the clock by the time that they entered this like horseshoe part of the map. Since then, Virtus.pro, they're very comfortable now. They've retaken control over for this main objective. There is still an Eye of Agamotto, but there's not been an opportunity for the Doctor Strange of PEPS really to use it.
Horseshoes might be dangerous, but so are shoes, and still looking for that Eye of Agamotto. As the Omega Hurricane coming in towards the back line. It seems like the cross healing's enough. Look at the target focus there. A huge disengage from VP just to give him some time, some management. Oh, and out of it! Unreal bionic hook there from Sparker. Shu thought he had the Eye of Agamotto, but no. Interrupted midway through the best laid plans of men, and Sorcerer Supremes are stopped by a metal hook.
Just some of these like positions of ultimates as well. Like in the final fight, we've almost got another invisible boundary available on the attack, but it was used on the choke before. You weren't fighting on the actual objective itself, you were fighting just before it, because you can't really find that space, because Sparker is finding so much pressure, so much punish, and with the Kraken's impact, it really is just over and over deja vu for PEPS, and now it's provided some space for Virtus.pro to go in for the flank here.
Oh, the strategists are already gone. No heals are available. I'm kind of surprised that Saipei invested the invisible boundary when there was a full healing deficit here. Are they going to try and portal off for spawn doors here? Oh, it looks like Fincy's cooking. It could be a little bit of cruelty, and indeed, exiting spawn is not currently on the cards for PEPS. They might have been able to actually slide out. It seems like Natlox has managed to escape from prison for but a moment, but this early invisible boundary, the pressure's too much. A Galactic Legend here from Hard to try and turn things around, but Dritro dancing for their life. In comes Leaf on the Spider-Man. We talked about it being a rare pocket pick, but in this case, it's simply the trigger overtime. Switch going to be held in place. What was Bro just Eye of Agamottoing? I'm not sure what Fincy grabbed right there. Maybe catching a strategist in a less than ideal position. All of the squids are going to be easily able to auto-aim onto a Spider-Man and take them out while he was flipping around. He messes with the amazing Spider-Man, and finally, VP get it back together.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it was very comfortable for them. It felt like just once they managed to halt what was moving across the map, they're able to sit up, position themselves really nicely. I don't think the supports got eliminated once when they actually were able to stop the payload. And it was just from, like, again, back to front for Virtus.pro. That's where you feel like there's kind of like fundamentals and protocols have come into place with how people are crossfiring, how people are positioned, what ultimates you're rotating out, and when. Up until then, though, they were kind of getting rolled. So there is so many bright moments for PEPS to keep an eye on. But it does feel like PEPS kind of lose their eye on the birdie. If they lose whatever objective they're fighting over, they find it incredibly hard to find a way back in with those engagements.
Still, I think the place where we've seen PEPS be strongest thus far is in first point defenses. And VP still have to get their way past one of those here on Yggdrasil path. VP kind of evaporated incredibly quickly on their first point defense. Question is, what have PEPS learned from how VP have played that, and how are they going to augment their own? Are they going to be taking some more high frequency fights in the midst of all this, trying to get a little bit less free cart presence, or are they going to go for these more reserved defensive positions and try and set up a fortress?
Whether as well the PEPS try to go for a very close hold on this defense like they did over on Spider Islands. Fighting in this first choke, not afraid again to make some noise, to show their positions, nothing too subtle about it. But it does provide some space for Fire to be able to chip people out. We've seen a lot of eliminations come from this position because the supports haven't really pressured the high ground enough on this defense that you've given it straight over to the attack. And Fire, yeah, he's going wandering.
Fire might actually have access to the BRB as well to stop that from resurrecting anyone who falls early. Actually, Hardest still manages to be resurrected. Great awareness there from Natlox to bring back the Punisher in good time. Still has access to that unlimited ammo team up as well in 30 seconds.
Yeah, turret's been set up too. Feel comfortable with the control that they have. They're not really worried about, especially the Fly, like Namor being able to come around the corner and just keep people from a distance. All of these group walls just making it so Virtus.pro have to go kind of wide with how they want to approach, but they can hold this in a close wall. See, it's being used, and there's the opening for Sparker. This is usually where things go well, but both defensive ultimates being used on this side from PEPS. It hasn't necessarily come down into any form of hold. Virtus.pro, there might be another fight before this next checkpoint.
A metallic bulwark there from Fincy actually blocks out so much damage onto Dredro, so Dredro does not have to use their ultimate, which is critical, because now it can be used to answer a TP'd Punisher ultimate that's going to come through from the left-hand side. Hardest likely going to try for an Alpha Strike here, is using the Judger in the Executioner. I'm not sure if Dredro has heard it yet, but they're not even able to touch. Oh, this is disastrous for Team PEPS. VP are going to have 5 minutes and an ult advantage on second.
Yeah, just resetting people as well for the time being. Means that Leave can't necessarily push up using the Omega Hurricane in the final fight, but they would leave final people alive. They need to be really careful here in Virtus.pro. They don't want to make the same mistake that we just saw from PEPS. They have taken this space preemptively. And now PEPS need to just jump onto the point. They do have a Fate of Both Worlds and a Strangled Prison in order to do that. And actually the Groot is going in behind to try to catch them. He might get isolated, but he has pulled the focus away from Virtus.pro and provided some space for PEPS in order to take it front side.
Momentary focus grab. That's going to be both. Oh my goodness. Horn of Proteus takes out a pair of strategists. They might well have been grabbed in by Nevix, but in the end, Virtus.pro, they have had their throne disrespected for too long. They throw the French from it and retake their seat at the top of EMEA. While they may be bloodied, they are far from broken.
Yeah, it's a really good bounce back from them. You know, you lose your first map. Maybe just getting that first map loss out the way has helped them. Okay, it's happened. We can move on. We just need to win this tournament now. But I still think that the headline from this series is like how competitive this PEPS team is in comparison. Like, this really could be a team that should be maybe pushing like top 4, but maybe potentially top 2. If you're the one team, the first ever team to take a map from this Virtus.pro squad, that's enough of a confidence boost. Maybe this last map, you're looking at it going, oh, we could have done a little bit better. We made some like typical rookie mistakes in some areas perhaps, but the overall thing has got to be, look, we actually achieved history here and we showed that gods can bleed to an extent.
Yeah, I don't think PEPS are going to be incredibly disappointed with how this series went, especially a roster that has been, they haven't been together nearly as long as Virtus.pro have, who previously were competing under the name Team Cats and had remarkable success in all of the European tournaments which were shown in Marvel Rivals in both the release and beforehand. Still, Virtus.pro, they're remaining probably our #1 seed and our favorite for a reason, but I'm very enthused about potentially seeing a rematch of this later on in the bracket and whether VP are going to have to continually ban out that Wolverine now, as it does appear to be a bit of a kryptonite for how much Nevix loves the group.
Yeah, and no doubt, regardless of whether you are in this tournament, whether you're invited or not, whether you're 0-2 or 1-1 or not, people are going to be looking at the series and kind of going, okay, yeah, that's the impact of what Wolverine can bring us. Like, do we want to lean into that? Does that meta, does that playstyle kind of suit us? What would we do if Virtus.pro wanted to play something like that? What are we going to do with Team PEPS in the same way? There's so much food for thought. It wouldn't surprise me if the other 6 teams, regardless if 2 are playing next, will watch this series thinking, okay, I have a couple of ideas on how I want to adjust on what we saw today.
Yeah, like, this is a very informative VOD for everyone else in the scene. Like, how did someone manage to get one over on Virtus.pro? How did Virtus.pro augment their play to turn it around afterwards as well? Because the adaptation that Virtus.pro brought forth is almost as important as how they ended up losing one map to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, in tournaments like this, I think just doing it cleanly, dominantly is only going to last for like all legions must end, right? All empires must fall. And so if that empire falling is just dropping a map, then it's like, okay, whatever. Like, we can still win this tournament, right? Like, you don't want to put too much stock on it. But I think the main thing overall for all of these teams, especially when we have a Swiss stage like this where no teams get eliminated by the end of this week, every team gets what they want, which is reps. Just actual official experience, especially donning a jersey like Virtus.pro's. Like, okay, we've lost. Same with Fnatic yesterday. Okay, we've lost. This is how it feels. We didn't combust, right? Like, we're still here. We're still able to bounce back. We still have a chance. And in other esports or in previous tournaments for Marvel's rivals, teams can always drop a map or drop a series and still come back and actually be the top dogs by the end of it.
I mean, arguably as well, like, there's a world where Virtus.pro maybe hit a peak and weren't improving as much because they hadn't lost yet. Like, losses give you a great insight into what areas of your gameplay you can tighten up, and they may come out of this even stronger for having lost a map. And like you said, the legions don't stand forever. Like, there was always going to be a point in which there was the first map lost, but the series turned around entirely dominantly once they'd identified how to deal with what was countering them as well. Like, I think this is one of the first times we've seen Virtus.pro show off like good augmentation of their banning phase, because rarely they've had to do that because they haven't really been threatened previously, and it's good to know that that's in their wheelhouse.
For sure. I do remember something that Lime Pro was talking about when we had him at the pre-show, I suppose, yesterday. He did say that Virtus.pro are not scrimming Europe. Like, first of all, I'm wondering whether that's just like CIS region, whether he's like they're scrimming NA teams. I highly doubt it, but you never know. But it might be a little bit of a blind spot, right? Like, if you're not actively scrimming some of these teams and you're not too familiar with them, you could get caught out like this. So I don't know. I guess that's a question I would love to ask them. Like, I think we are sort of sitting by for an interview with these guys. Maybe not. But like, I think that's one thing that I would want to ask Virtus.pro of, like, if you're not scrimming Europe, who are you scrimming?
I reckon that PEPS are actually going to get added to the scrim list. I reckon that they've proven quite a bit of value as a Marvel Rivals team here. They're getting added to the list of guys to hang out with next summer, go to the gym with, have a nice scrim, chat a little bit about the game.
Table, yeah.
Yeah, the come to the cool table. I think our interview might well be ready. I think we're bringing in Nevix from Virtus.pro, if I'm correct. Hey, Nevix, nice to see you, bud.
Oh. Hello.
Congratulations on the win. I think this is the first time we've ever seen you guys drop a map, but I want to talk about the amazing comeback on the Yggdrasil path. What was the main choice you guys made to come back into this series strong?
I think our biggest issue was the Wolf on the enemy team. I think he was doing a good job. So we had to ban that out because it was a little bit flippy. I felt like in our front line. Playing against both Bucky and Wolf made it a little bit hard. And also for Yggdrasil, swapping the Magneto to Strange helped a lot with dealing with the Bucky hooks. Because as a Magneto, you only have like 2 cooldowns to deal with them. And a good Bucky will wait out the shield and the barrier, and then hook them. So we dealt with that and it was way better.
I'm curious about, like, because this is the first tournament that you're like as Virtus.pro, right? You've played in previous tournaments before and stuff. Like, going into a tournament like this where you've emphatically not dropped a map once, is that something that held too much stock for you at all? Like, did you care about that you had that sort of record? Did it matter that you were now under an AUG? Like, how did it feel to actually just drop that first map? Were you just like, that sucks, but it happens? Or do you just try to get over it as quickly as possible?
Yeah, I mean, you wanna go as long as you can without just winning, it feels good. But I also think losing that map is like, okay, now it's over. Now we don't need to worry about it. Stay focused. It's gonna happen at some point, so just get it out of the way and get refreshed, and just it's time to win everything else after that.
What's the leadership structure like in Virtus Pro inside the game? Who's doing the positional calls? Who's fight planning, and who is doing your target calls?
It's a little bit of everyone. I think in this game you need input from every player on the team, so everyone has to talk a little bit, mainly about cooldowns and targeting, or if you want to do like a flank. So let's say for Fi, if he's on the more, he usually determines the timing of a lot of stuff because he's on the flank. So when he goes, we need to be putting pressure at the front. I call quite a bit myself as like the frontline tank, but overall I think everyone puts in like a good input.
Sure. I don't know if you heard us talking about it just before, but we spoke to LinePro from Fnatic yesterday, who said that like you guys either you don't scrim Fnatic or that you don't scrim any European team. So I was wondering like who are you scrimming? You don't need to reveal too much, but like what sort of teams are you looking at? And did you have much experience against like Team PEPS before this? Like were they sort of under your radar a little bit?
We haven't looked too much at the EU because we've mainly been scrimming NA teams. Because the NA scene has been a bit more organized prior to this tournament, and we thought they were doing like better, and it felt like good scrims because we scrimmed like a few EU teams in the beginning, and they felt like a bit lost with their lineups and so we stick to NA, and I think it also helps a bit to not prepare them for us for this tournament, so strategically as well. But yeah, that's about it.
What's it been like integrating Fincy into the team after playing with Doge for so long, and you guys were a pretty dominant stack to begin with? Has it been troublesome integrating Fincy at all? I know that you guys have a lot of experience together. Does he fit like a glove?
Yeah, I mean, everyone on our team knows Fincy, like from the past, from Overwatch, and they played on different teams together. And before our team, they were like Fi, Didro, Suppe were on a team with Fincy, playing with Cloudy as well. So it was really easy to get him integrated to our team, and he's been doing really well.
Oh, for sure. Like it's fit like a glove, I think. But yeah, I guess the only other thing I have that I'm wondering about you guys realistically is you missed the sort of last main European tournament. Like you didn't participate in it, the one that that Fnatic team ended up winning. And we're playing in this Swiss stage where I think you're pretty much confirmed to be like in the top bracket at the very least. Like what has this week been for you? Because I imagine it's just getting reps, right? Like you're playing up against the NA teams in scrims, like you mentioned, who are playing in a couple of weeks' time. And there hasn't been that, certainly not of this size, there's not been that many like Marvel Rivals events. So what's your approach going into tomorrow? You'll be playing up either LG or OG. Are you putting too much stock into that game? Do you just want to get some reps, get a feeling of how these teams play? Like, what's your approach going into tomorrow's game?
I think it's a lot about understanding the EU meta and just playing, like feeling them out a bit to get a better idea what they like to play, the difference from NA and EU. But I think we're just gonna go like today, like just play like a scrim, do our best, and we're gonna win. That's what I think.
I think I'd believe it. You guys definitely were favorites. Thank you so much for joining us, Nevitz. Congratulations on the win and the turnaround. We look forward to seeing what else you guys are going to be achieving here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA.
Thank you.
All right, that'll bring us to the end of our interview and the end of our series. Ryan, this one went the distance, surprisingly, and this is a big sign from Team PEPS, championship tier team here.
Oh, for sure. Like, I'm excited to see how they play tomorrow. Like, we could see them go up against Fnatic. I think that's actually kind of likely with, like, how this is working. So, yeah, I mean, for both teams, I'm really excited to see what they can do tomorrow and obviously next week.
yeah, we will throw you to some highlights to show all of the best parts of our 3-map series. We'll be back in 10 minutes for a close one and rounding out our day. Don't go anywhere.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your
support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
Yeah,
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's a
Beautiful.
reset. It cost an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Trixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, take him down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3, absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace is, once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
Where both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Hulking arrows! Gamma shield! Power smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Did you miss us? It's the Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA coming right back at you with another hopefully close game here at the top of our Swiss round. Both of these teams won yesterday, and now we're going to start to once again stratify our teams. Luminosity Gaming going up against OG, and both of these rosters looked incredibly solid yesterday, Ryan.
Yeah, and I guess in different contexts as well, right? Like OG sort of touted as being maybe the second best team behind Virtus Pro, maybe second, third. Absolutely trounced their opponents of Ecstatic yesterday in that first series, whereas LG came in a map down, sort of lost the first one dominantly, but reverse swept Fnatic of all teams to end up in this position. So both squads having tenured players that we're no doubt going to highlight that we've seen before across esports, but also coming into this series in two very different directions. One just snowball in the game that they probably were expected to win. The other one having a really nice sort of upset to start off their careers, donning the Luminosity Gaming jerseys.
Yeah, I think that Luminosity definitely were a real surprise pullout over Fnatic, who a lot of people expected to be either second or third place in this. Obviously, PEPS is now messing with those rankings as well, doing incredibly well against Virtus Pro. OG did pick up a team formerly known as Yoinkanda, who came second in the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 0 here in EMEA. But that was also part of VP's like flawless run. They never got a map off of the champions. They did, however, have a banger lower final, I believe against Team 1, who many of Luminosity Gaming are. So if history repeats itself, actually, they beat out 0%, who became Fnatic. So in theory, OG are our second place team. But Luminosity Gaming, I believe, are playing over their station at the moment and may well have put themselves into that contention for second or first place.
So it feels like it's a bit of a statement series, doesn't it, really? And I wonder if OG are looking at the fact that Virtus Pro dropped a map, considering, yeah, again, they met him in the grand finals of Season 0 MRC. We're like, it should have been us. We should have been the ones to take a map off of them, not this PEPS team. So I do wonder if that's going to be a bit of fuel to the fire in this series, which, again, this is the Swiss stage. It is almost a bit of seeding on who's going to be in the upper and lower bracket next week. But it's European teams, man. These players have egos to feed. There's there's no show match about this tournament, I don't think. All these teams just want to win and appear and be the top dogs over in this part of the world.
Yeah, we're going to be able to head into our first map right away. It's a symbiotic surface of Clintar, where we shall begin once more. An eerie feeling of deja vu as our bands are prepared.
This was a map that we actually saw yesterday from OG. It was the one that sort of debuted this whole tournament. And I think the main thing was to focus on Venom, which, you know, for Enzo, he was the one that was happy to pick him up. A lot of dive potential, even spoke to us about it at the end of their match in the interview. The Hela being banned out just feels almost reminiscent. And Loki, at the very least, is going to make sure that we don't have too many Fate of the Worlds happening all at once.
Yeah, that one's maybe for us casters to reduce low confusion. A protected Star-Lord here. It's going to allow OG to work some periphery poke. And also, Star-Lord is underrated as a bit of a tank buster as well. Does have some significant damage on those larger hitboxes with the element guns.
Yeah, I think it's also, you imagine it's going to be Naga playing it from yesterday. And whilst we didn't see them play on this map in particular, the way he's positioned, he's just in and out, constantly in flux with how he's taking these fights, ready to dive in with his Galactic Legend ultimate as and when needed. But for the most part, just basically a good sort of up in the air option that people need to focus on. The save on Wolverine's an interesting one. Naturally, we know why, with how strong it was just in the last series. But it is going to be interesting to see if we do see a bit of a Wolverine versus Star-Lord, or even a Wolverine and Star-Lord comp used on both sides.
Oh, the Namor gone as well, just trying to get rid of the potential for those squids to harass the Wolverine on the way in. We know that Tanuki loves to play those up-close and personal melee characters, and has been a more recent addition to OG. Wasn't part of their MRC run roster that was your Kanda. It was actually Monk Mother, who I believe ended up on Twisted Minds, who was on the roster for that. That's going to be a ban on Storm, a classic removal, and yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see the Venom here.
I think Cestroid as well was a player that we didn't see that much from LG, but I remember Line Pro saying he touted as maybe the best hit scan player in EMEA. So him having a Star-Lord, well, he's going to be very pleased so far with how this is working. And for OG, well, they're looking to lock in. Obviously, stuff can change. It's the #1 rule of any esports game. Don't talk about hero selection when you're in the spawn doors because it can always change. But I think at least we can look at the defensive side as to what they're doing.
Yes, Destroyed might have actually been part of Line Pro's team, if I remember correctly. I could have a messed up memory here. I know Pixel 1K was on it, no longer on that particular team.
I'm surprised, like, I'm impressed with just how much you managed to go over, like, the history. You know, it's the early days because of this Genesis, right? When it comes to, like, the stage of Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, everyone will have forgotten in a year once we have, like, I don't know, 57 heroes and 50 million teams and orgs. For now, though, trust me, we're just going to be setting up on the high ground to try and get some ambushes on players as they move through that exposed zone. I particularly am going to be looking out for how Tanuki integrates into OG, as I haven't got to cast them yet. And seeing if they can really grab Rajaro here.
I think when it comes to other players to look at, level 1 Crook. They played pretty much the most eclectic group of supports yesterday. You know, some Rocket Raccoons, some Mantis, and especially the Mantis, how much he was able to do to just keep his team alive. This, yet again, Route 1 approach with how these teams want to fight on this part of the map. The dive seems to be an obvious option for the Mantis, but it feels like it's a bit more of a trap play as LG have swiped in on the other side. Nice barrage to clean things up, and it feels that this little positioning play that LG had on this first point worked wonders.
Yeah, it's all about that ambush. Just let Enzo go deep, play the distraction, hit the sedation from the Mantis, and then collapse on those who remain. Actually going to be a swap over now for Etsu on to the Adam Warlock, using that soul bond to survive the initial ambush, I imagine.
Their resurrection as well onto Tanuki and Ken. Really nice and handy to just keep these fights going on the attacking side, but it feels like a lot of time has passed already on this attacking squad. Now they're still able to get into these engagements, into these fights, trying to dive on a particular target, but it does feel that Naga's got so much freedom to find these picks. The resurrections might not necessarily even matter when this fight is going as dominantly in favor for LG.
More resurrections, both for strategists in the back. However, Naga still has some dashes to try and get away. The constant pressure of a Venom Bow needs to be respected here. Dance of Butterflies. Do you want to invest it? Too risky with your health so low. Instead, just trusting in Destroyed and Trust Me to come on through. Tanuki does get a little bit of extra progress here on the mission area, and is going to be able to almost grab that second tick, but first has already fallen over.
You do have Galactic Legend. It's more just finding the perfect opportunity, being stuck in a little hallway. Not the best one. Dance of the Butterflies might be the thing that opens up this fight that has been ever going. Might not even be needed, actually, as the kills going the way for Naga and Crook. The eliminations very nicely and awkwardly put this one. Yeah, you have the Resurrection, Fate of both worlds. You're still a player down, I think, at least for the time being. And Dance of the Butterfly, it's been sat on for quite some time. It's going to take Etsu out. And that's Etsu with a Karmic Revival as well, so no more revivals available for this fight.
Yeah, very much calling it for the side of OG here. Forcible reset as Alex is going to be found on the off angle. Destroyed only with 60 HP has to be a little bit more careful about where they put it. Actually forcing Fate of both worlds here when it seemed like it was already a lost fight for OG is actually a big economic win. This is going to mean Tanuki has essentially a great landing strip for this ultimate.
You can sort of sit tight. Hope at this point it's going to be enough. But the attack inside, 1/3 at least achieved, 62% total, but there's that Galactic Legend that you mentioned, Leg Day, and the chase is going in to just separate Naga from the rest of the team. Meteor M has been thrown out. It hasn't really quite landed, and just getting out that one support ultimate has worked wonders for OG. Not only get more progression on the point, but they're looking to be taking it.
I'm surprised that Rajaro doesn't use the Meteor M more defensively there to eat up a bunch of damage from the element guns during the Galactic Legend. Maybe just takes the Meteor M to its limit and is unable to really get any value out of that fully charged Meteor. Maybe it was blocked out by Snaze off screen. For now, though, Enzo wrapping around the back, trying to take away this defensive high ground. Oh, what a flick on the left clicks. My goodness, a Mechanical Lord.
Star-Lord not quite there when it comes to the ultimate, but the high ground taken and OG building momentum was something that we just saw again yesterday of just how quickly the second point went in their favor against Ecstatic. Now it's just holding on, trying to burst down as much as possible. You do have Comet Revival still in the tank and the Meteor M to just find these picks. And when you're looking at how LG is playing, they are kind of backed up into a room. The barrage is going to do quite a lot of damage, but nobody has gone down, at least just yet. Eternal Bond is going to be used to just keep things going. Meteor M is going to be thrown out to see if they can catch on to the Mantis with the Soul Resurgence in hand. It means that this fight is going on, but there's still that Comet Revival holding on to it. Nobody's been eliminated. Nobody's needed to. Kanuki having a Galactic Legend. You're waiting for that opportunity. Maybe it's going to be after this Dance of the Butterfly. It's going to be at the same time. And for somehow, it's just cockroaches, I think, from Luminosity Gaming. They're able to just scurry around and survive for a good amount of time, but there's only so much time they can hold on to.
Well, finally, the Exterminators were called in the form of OG. That was quite a wild battle back and forth right there, and you can see that Fate is now swapped over onto an Adam Warlock themselves. However, the healing's going to be supremely lacking for Luminosity Gaming. Yeah, they're going to have the additional resurrections for Crook and for Sestroid, but their staying power for Rajara and Trust Me is going to be a little bit limited. At least there's going to be some more sustainability coming through from that Venom Ultimate. Out comes the Galactic Legend already. Tanuki's been found. Etsu going to be the same. Ken next up. All three of them can resurrect themselves, but guess who's waiting in the wings? The Star-Lord should be able to deal with that one fairly easily, and you can see the Star-Lord actually just vetoes out of using their resurrection there. Back to a drawing board.
I think it's also a really good ultimate when you're going up against the Adam Warlock with not only his ultimate, but just with the team up, because you do have these, okay, you get an elimination, they've gone into Nature's Soul, Leader Soul, whichever, they've come back. Your ultimate's still going, so you can just eliminate them again very quickly. But you do have this, like, you can take a long team fight, and these team fights have been long. That's pretty much been the name of the game so far this tournament, this meta. I have Agamotto. I don't think quite catching on to much of Luminosity Gaming, who are very good at just being able to duck undercover as and when needed. Fight's been turned into their favor.
Oh,
You've got
no.
some resurrections coming in, but this is enough damage. The Eternal Bond is just going to make the ground very unpleasant for LG at this time, but they're still going. They're still alive.
Meteor M takes to the skies looking for Crook, manages to find them with a left click thereafter, and it's been a fighting retreat over onto the cart now. The vehicle needs to start moving. Naga super low. Enzo is crazy when it comes to the mechanics of the Magneto. Trust me, though, still brawling out. Resurrections here from Fate and the Soul Bond as well, utilizing both left click and right click in order to maximize the damage potential of the Warlock himself. And again and again, these players are able to come on back. A Galactic Legend to try and clean this up. It's at its most dangerous when the fight gets chaotic because all of your resources are missing. An instant resurrection up high. Ken's going to be on the docket here as for target. Snaze is going to be not long for this world. Knockout after knockout's delivered. Here comes the last chance for a contest. It's actually Crook who's coming back with the defensive portal, and this is a good hold on second.
Yeah, that Karmic Revival, that switch over to the Adam Warlock, like you mentioned, there was a lot of downsides to how this defense could hold, but it saved them right in the end, just being able to bring back, I think, 2 players. The actual combo allowing Sestroid to be brought back, I think, 3 times in total in one engagement, but just having enough about them to have that Galactic Legend in hand to clear everybody out. It was a risk for LG, but it was something that they used against Fnatic yesterday. Again, we had that being mentioned from Naga of just like, yeah, we lent into that a lot because, you know, it's obviously incredibly strong with the Adam Warlock combo. It worked wonders for them here too.
Yeah, Adam Warlock usually seen inside a triple strategist because the healing between Adam Warlock and Mantis is not the most reliable. None of it being bound to a primary fire and all being cooldown focused does mean that catching poke becomes quite a deadly engagement. To see if that's going to be the case once again. I did like the swap over to the Cloak and Dagger. Unfortunately, just poor timing in that final fight of the Eternal Bond meant that Snaze was lost, and they lost Etsu on the Adam as well, where the Karmic Revival would have been super valuable if you could get it going inside the Eternal Bond so that when players came back, they would have been instantly healed up.
Yeah. I mean, it feels that that's just, especially when you're moving away. Both teams had moved off Lunar Snow at that point. I believe that, okay, yeah, you don't have this almost like well-rounded ultimate that seems to be always good in any situation, and the duration of it is a lot longer than, say, for example, Invisible Boundary. So it does feel that, yeah, for the Eternal Bond, especially with it being nerfed, any ultimates like that, the timing becomes even more prevalent. But it's still not completely done and out of it for OG. I think they had a complete hold this chance yesterday, but up against a very different opponent. Trust me, they're the ones playing on the Venom, and so not necessarily playing it in the last part of the map, but it's going to be good here. He's taken so much damage. There's only so much of this burst from Magneto that he's able to deal with, and LG actually looking to make good headway on this point.
Yeah, the Iron Fist thus far hasn't achieved too much. Only 18% ult charge at the moment, potentially biding their time. I'm actually fighting Naga at the top, and yeah, the Iron Fist adventure's over. Rajaro puts that one to bed by force. Etsu tries to turn this around by taking out Naga early with Rod to Stern. And with Enzo coming back, this could be a last-second recontest. Adam Warlock going to be the primary target, already hit by that symbiotic corrosion. And here we go. Etsu just continues to chase on, and this might be too early a play here from level 1 Crook. That's going to be plenty of healing coming through from that inspiration, but there's the finishing blow. Etsu has called it right here. There might be an attempt at a resurrection, but can you make it through the damage of the Rod to Stern? That's going to be a reset given over. The Venom's going to be afflicted now, becoming the new primary target of the Winter Soldier, but actually distracted elsewhere. Fate begins the Karmic Revival, dragging back many players, but a well-charged Meteor M could... I think Naga might have intercepted that in midair, and it instantly gets resurrected again. That's one way to deal with the Magneto ultimate. I'll give that one to you. Places their life on the line. The Dancer of Butterflies returns to prominence as the Eternal Bond coats the point for defending OGs. Tanuki finally gets some value here out of the Iron Fist. Now 70% towards their ultimate, catching up with the rest. Fate is ejected from the point, and it's a long fight and an expensive one, but OG holds strong.
Hit a long fight. It's the time that's going to be the most costly. Ultimates are plenty. It's really hard to put down a gauge. I think Etsu finds a lot of value on the Winter Soldier, just pulling people into the back rooms again, into these hallways when you just want to stay together and group up. Hard to really keep a gauge on what exactly is happening when the fights are just that erratic, I suppose. But OG, I think they were maybe in a 4 versus 6 at a point, was still good enough to have people come back to defend the spawn and survive. Enzo especially, he made a name for himself, I think, on the Venom on this point, on this defense, and it's more of the same. Galactic Legend going to be used on the attack to hopefully find a breakthrough. With a minute left on the clock, you lose your other DPS though at the same time. An Invisible Boundary just providing something for OG to hold on to and actually take a little bit more. Again, Enzo is just not going down.
Yeah, leaving the Invisible Boundary applies a slow effect as well, and the Naga actually got afflicted by that, making them easy pickings for Snaze. So easy pickup right there. Crook's going to have their Mantis ultimate ready for this next fight, but running low on time are LG.
It feels like it's the Karmic Revival timing for Fate that's going to be the one that maybe saves this map for them if they're not careful. You do have Kraken's impact and maybe a bit of an overextension coming in from Trust. He's done well to survive and just to get out of the way. There's that Soul Resurgence. There's the potential push. The Luminosity Gaming to find some spots. Meteor M being used, but they found the opening onto Etsu. He did have the ultimate and never got a chance to use it. And this execute, this entry way of playing for LG manages to grab them the point just in the nick of time.
Rajaro gets the perfect dunk as well, using the Meteor Ram to take out that Eternal Bond. If that healing had been allowed to remain prevalent on the point, it could have been a lot more brawlable for the side of OG. But now it's going to have to be a second point defense. Admittedly, there's a lot of leeway here for OG to try and make this defense work, especially with a tiny time bank of only 2 minutes.
I mean, it's the ultimates, I think, right? You've got that done to the butterflies. If we do see OG overextend, they want to be taking as many fights as possible to not let things just teeter over towards that final checkpoint. There is a living chi, but it's how much you realistically want to be using it. Jumping on the Adam Warlock is a good shout because he does have that Karmic Revival. He's going to be back in the fight, and the Dance of the Butterfly almost uses a reaction to that to just bring the honors back into LG's favor. Kraken's Impact used a little bit later in the fight. Enzo scurrying to try and get out. He's able to get an elimination on his way out. Almost a bit of a door dash there. And for now, OG, it's whether they can reset this fight quickly enough now that they have a player advantage.
Yeah, Etsu didn't get a reset off of that one, though. Trust me, noted. Grabbed. Should be able to get away from this fairly easily with a symbiotic swing. And Etsu can't really stand up to these two Vanguards. Doesn't have the damage to make it happen until you do see the Venom arriving here. Now you're getting real value out of that Dance with the Butterflies. May well have been critical here as they start to work on the peripheries as well. The cart's moving forward by itself. No connection off the Biotic Hook. Means that the squishies are safer for a moment longer. Destroyed for now, thinking about how to get value out of this Galactic Legend. Living Chi finally used. It's been baking for minutes, it feels like, and it might well be burned to a crisp to the core. Ken grabs themselves a pickup onto Destroyed, who should be able to resurrect themselves via the Karmic Revival team up. Indeed, there it is. Tanuki disengages, but the remainder of the team is more than happy to chase on through here. Crook gets the final blow, and Big Eat coming through. Rajaro eats up a bunch of the damage that was coming in towards Destroyed. It's peel and damage all in one, and now it's going to be a mad dash via the Tanuki portal.
They've just got to try and go for it. They at least do have a Kraken's Impact, which in this instance could be useful. It might be an overtime engagement. They've gone for the reverse around, tried and flip the spawns, playing from the high ground. Feast of the Abyss is going to be used in the trust. He's able to eat up two.
Wow.
Might be enough for LG to get this one across the board. The Venom's prevalent on this map in all of the games that we've seen, and we're yet again starting to see why. However, OG haven't quite given this one up. Overtime is looming, and it's really just a couple of players either side on this point to put it to bed.
3 revivals good to go. The second wind here for LG to try and bring it all the way home. Ken can't survive. Tanuki's slowly rolling in. Has the beef of a Vanguard now to try and hold them back from the point. There's no one there to touch with 3 players still respiring. They were unable to plant themselves on the cart. What an engage coming through from Tanuki to claim that high ground. And even with the triple res of Fate, that Feast of the Abyss, it did too much damage to recover from. The cellular corrosion combined with the burst damage just got everything done. Enzo walks away with the MVP, and for that last fight, well deserved.
Oh, for sure. I think it's also just a switch over to having that portal for the Doctor Strange. Also, the position of it just being on the high ground. It's sort of a common position, but just being able to cause enough chaos for LG, who maybe were shaking each other's hands at that point, feeling that they had done enough. Because so many of those fights, they were so good at baiting out some of the big ultimates on the side of OG, then coming out with the Galactic Legend, then being able to start to be more aggressive and in the faces. And especially when you have all of these resurrections from the Adam Warlock ultimate and also the team up, it really did feel like LG had enough about them to get it over the line. But just that last play, Enzo able to get 2 with that ultimate right at the end. Major work to keep OG in that one. And also the damage that they did on that first point, holding it for as long as they did, they really had to make LG sweat for it.
Yeah, I mean, our scorecard is considerable. A lot more final hits there for LG. It felt like they were continually out-fragging OG, but sometimes it's not about getting all of the frags, it's about getting the right frags. And definitely Enzo was the one who managed to get that done. 17 final hits for himself, the highest on the team by a considerable margin. Very impressive Venom play. And this considerable departure in terms of the pace from what we just saw from PEPS and Virtus Pro, where they were a lot more about taking those static front lines with the Groot, with the Magneto, who weren't moving around a huge amount, and instead playing a displacement game rather than an ambush and proactive kind of initiation generation game that we're seeing from things like the Psylocke and Venom in tandem.
For sure. I mean, I think one of the things, again, like the way that OG have been described from various teams as being aggressive and chaotic, and we got plenty of that on this map, but I guess it's a question of whether we see it a little bit more. We have a couple more maps to go in this best of 3 to tap out for today. But before then, we're going to go for a quick break. Soon, we're going to have map 2, but chill. We won't be long. Don't go anywhere.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
By the skin of their teeth, OG take the symbiotic surface of Clintar. Here at Marvel Rivals Invitational EMEA, things are heating up, Ryan, as we are once again tasked with stratifying the top of our Swiss into those who are ready to take on VP and those who may be looking to farm some wins from below her.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of what we've been saying, or at least I've been saying throughout this weekend, of just reps is the main thing. Like, losing any of these maps, any of these series is not going to harm you all too much unless you lose too much that you end up going to the losers bracket straight in for next week. But for these teams, as they were both recently picked up by their representative organizations, it does feel a little bit like, okay, we're playing up against another pretty well-known org. LG, okay, you just managed to kill the giants of Fnatic in your last game. How are you going to do against a team like OG that are also being touted as maybe tournament favorites?
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a new kind of vibe on the bans as well here, given what happened. I feel like both of these teams are probably fairly comfortable running this back on the same bans, given how close that match was. Like, maybe even OG are not as comfortable against this now, with Naga being able to get quite a bit done on the Psylocke. Maybe they look towards banning that instead. We did see that Wolverine Protect as well, which in the end didn't actually get any real playtime. We saw Tanuki play, I believe, for like a minute on the defense before swapping over onto the Iron Fist. Offensively, it was almost immediately taken away as well, and I believe swapped out for a Star-Lord, and we saw that Karmic Revival trio on both teams afterwards.
Yeah, and so, like, for this map, this was the start of LG's reverse sweep against Fnatic yesterday as well, which is where that kind of Karmic Revival, Adam Warlock meta kind of came from, that they continued to use to sort of cap out the rest of that series. So here it's like LG are going to be like, okay, we're used to being behind against a strong team. We're used to playing this style and against this composition. We are happy to play long, elongated fights when we have so many support ultimates, we don't know what to do with them. Here it feels like it's a little bit more of the same. Just get out the Loki, make sure that the support meta, the strategist meta remains quite diverse, because it still suits players like level 1 Croak, and obviously what they've been doing with the Adam Warlock themselves.
Yeah, definitely suits them a bit better to not have access to that, like, double Fate of Both Worlds setup. A lot of these teams do want to lean into the more aggressive supports of Adam Warlock and Mantis, who deal a considerable amount of damage. They can keep up with the duelists, that much is for sure, when it comes to that damage output. It's going to be a Venom ban this time around, which is interesting considering that was one of Trust Me's most well, it was just the character that he was playing in the previous symbiotic setup. That's going to be a hella protect. I believe that was actually the first ban for OG last time around.
Yeah.
I think that Naga, oh no, Sestroid is probably going to be the one to pick that up. I believe Sestroid played that previously in the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Maybe a Star-Lord or a Storm for Naga available, but the Storm has been taken out. So really, it's a case of like, okay, what do OG want to get up for themselves, I guess, at this point. But I think one thing that Enzo did say yesterday, whilst he's sort of well known for his Venom in the games that he's had so far, he said this, like, it's the second, third option for him. Like, he likes his Magneto, he likes stuff like that. And I do like the Adam Warlock ban. It's something that LG really used to their advantage yesterday. OG want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they are turning off the comic. Just twirling the pen too hard, you know? We'll have to see if Tanuki's going to stick with this Wolverine any longer than a minute here on the defense of Shin Shibuya. We'll be able to actually drop down for some considerable high grounds in order to get a bit of a surprise ambush onto any unsuspecting vanguards who could be kidnapped elsewhere.
Yeah, so I think for the defense, I guess it is just going to be more of the same, like how you play these high grounds. Like the Doctor Strange feels like it's necessary on the attacking side. Just there's so many positions that you can run that portal into to try to get in behind, flip the spawns, cause as much chaos as you physically can. For everybody else, yeah, it does look like we're going to be seeing the Hela in play naturally. It is, I think, being the first wave of bans throughout all of the games, at least the ones that we've casted today. Like we've only seen it ourselves this chance. Tanuki going for the Wolverine again early. Curious to see if he'll switch off a bit, but there's so many positions on this high ground that you can dive on that really LG needs to be a little bit careful.
You can see that Tanuki also has that additional rocket boost on the jump that's been given over from that E of the Rocket Raccoon. It's going to allow them to take Vanguard even further if they do manage to connect a Feral Leap.
Common position just at the top of the stairs. of a poking match to get some of these ultimates together, maybe provide a bit of space as there is a flank opportunity. I say a flank, but it is just going through the front doors in this case for LG. Now with the levitation able to get into a more precarious position, but the attackers have lost the high ground to an extent and are now burrowed on the ground, which is where LG seems to like to be.
Yeah, OG are kind of just burrowing out the foundations from under them, and Etsu is found at the worst possible place, destroyed with the accuracy from downtown. Will pick up an elimination onto their counterpart. Tanuki yet to really find too much value off the back of that. Where did level 1 Crook come from? Was possibly invisible. Either way, their soul has now been filled with the energies of the dark dimension as the Sorcerer Supreme pays the price for dark magic with the life of another. Naga grabs Tanuki as well. These tridents are bloody accurate.
Yeah, and it sort of looked a little bit LG taking those fights. They end up slipping onto the low ground. It's a position that OG wanted to try to keep on top of them. Unable to do so, and I think it's a really good work from Rajaro as well to just get high up on the Maelstrom stacks, find where these sort of support strategies are stacked, burn them down, make sure that Etsu as well can't get much on the hell. It's still less than halfway to having the Goddess of Death available to them. And Ultimate's now just coming on board, and it is the fate of both worlds either side that are available at this current time.
Yes, Destroyed can make far more aggressive plays with that ability to save themselves using the Goddess of Death. You can see he's already gone rather low here, and it's going to require some attention from Fate to try and keep themselves set up. Almost 6 ultimates available here for LG. They have a little bit of a power spike if they do move quickly. They will be matched rather soon, though, by OG. So it's all about how much you want to trade time for distance. Etsu once again outplayed by Destroyed. An attempt here to potentially take out that Fate of both worlds, but the shielding is fastidious and well studied from the side of OG. 2 players taken down by the Eye of Agamotto, but they are going to be able to survive this due to the healing that Ken brings to the table. The Meteor M now deployed right on top of Destroyed's head, by the way, decides not to take to the sky in a means of self-peel, and finally Enzo can place himself between the attackers and the mission vehicle in order to try and take this out. Trust me, and Crook, stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. An exchange of the horns of Proteus is going to take down Ken, who strayed a little bit too close to the center, was unable to be healed through that one.
It's just such a long fight. I mean, that Horn of Proteus is still held on to by Tanuki. He's pretty low HP, able to hold down for the shield, but he is being harassed to a point where a big ultimate, I think he was just waiting out the fate of both worlds on this attacking side of Luminosity Gaming, but it just waited too long. There's potential for a bit of stagger here onto OG if they're not careful. 2 big DPS ultimates available, but you also just need to get contesting without losing anybody to these picks. You find the opening against the Hela, that might be enough.
Finally, Etsu makes it happen. A big stack of squids in the back is an absolute mugging onto Alex and Ken as well. Both the strategists once again falling to the name. While the timing from Naga is unreal. Going up using the bubble is a little bit egregious, I'm not going to lie. It's risky, and it is going to be punished as Destroyed's able to grab one over on that. There should be a full completion here as the Magneto puts their life on the line. Heads up to the sky. Can't fly too high as they need to keep this contested. None of those mortars of the Goddess of Death will be absorbed within, and it's going to be matched out here, Goddess of Death versus Goddess of Death. But when it comes to the overall damage being laid down, it feels like Destroyed has already done a touch too much. Snae's super low, and that's going to be a late play here from Alex when it comes to healing everybody up with that Fate of both worlds. Trust me though, overextended. Etsu manages to get a finish on that one. Somehow OG have managed to clutch it up. Alex had a better read on the situation than I did. I managed to clutch it out.
How have they managed that? I was so worried that these defensive ultimates were being wasted. It was started off with the Meteor M to just mitigate a lot of that damage coming in. Then we also saw the likes of a Fate of both worlds. They're still able to contest. And now, like the Goddess of Death, you've not only, even if we saw OG losing the point, they forced out a lot of those attacking ultimates, but they still managed to hold on to it. There's so much for LG to work with here at this point. But it's whether they can find that clean opening and just the damage that's been chipped away from the likes of Etsu. It really is hard for LG to find a way across this line.
They might have to cash in their bank to try and make it happen. Tanuki going for a grab. Brings that Magneto low already. The Bulwark has been burned through. Trust me, barely survives. But Tanuki's going to be traded for this one. Oh, the stun in place. Alex and Ken could not get away from a horde of Proteus. Giganto feasts upon the bodies of strategists as the double knockout comes on through. And surely this is going to be a completion now. A mad dash maybe from the Wolverine. Knocked back by the force physics in midair. Excellent control coming through from the side of level 1. Crook brings LG onto third point.
More time needed than was maybe required, I suppose, for LG. Had to waste a couple of minutes in order to get across the board, but some good combinations of ultimates. It's going to take a while to get some other stuff ramped up, but a Goddess of Death is probably the thing that's going to come online first for LG. So positioning as well for Ancestroid is going to be super impactful, especially when you look at the stuff available for OG now that's coming online. Everything but the support ults.
Yeah, there's plenty of staying power here for the side of OG, but they've already lost Enzo. Like you said, they were missing out on those strategist ults, and it meant that overextending was very thoroughly punished by LG just collapsing onto Enzo. Now they have 5 ultimates to play with, but trust me, frozen out of their ultimate, loses it to the absolute zero. Unreal play there from Alex, tried to eat it on up, was a touch too late. An exchange of Goddesses of Death. Tanuki's gone a little bit too far. The remainder of the team was unwilling to join them in their deep excursion. Asteroid M takes the sky right now. Trust me, feeling a little bit of jealousy. However, not going to be much in the way of results. Instead, going to come down to the raw mechanics. Destroyed being taken away. It's just at the right moment. 2 players knocked from their bodies by the usage of the Eye of Agamotto, but Naga and Fate both survive thanks to level 1 Crook coming in with that invisible boundary. Etsu stunned but shielded up. Great response coming through from the Invisible Woman, and it's a second attempt here from Trust Me to try and get some value out of the Asteroid M. Combines maybe onto Snaze to get the damage that's needed.
It's just long fights, but LG are used to this. Is what they were able to do. Fate of Both Worlds is going to keep this one spinning for just a little bit longer. 40 seconds left on the clock. A Horn of Proteus in the right spot would be a great way to open up some of this space that OG is somehow just able to hold on to for a good amount of time. White Whale not necessarily getting all of the results that are required, but the picks are still coming through left, right, and center for LG. It's whether you can get them in quick succession, you can. And LG, they have been harrowed through that second to third point on this map in both occasions that we've seen them play it, and yet again able to just brush it off aside, carry on, and at least give them another go if they need to attack next.
I felt like every single ultimate came up at the exact wrong moment. Alex falls just as the Fate of Both Worlds becomes available. They could have saved themselves potentially, especially with that overhealth you get when popping it. And it might well have allowed for a longer defense there from OG, potentially a chance to turn it around. We've seen OG clutch before off the back of Alex's Fate of Both Worlds. But there's no question why LG decided to take us to Shin Shibuya. They seem highly proficient when it comes to maneuvering around this map's geometry.
And there was certainly moments where OG just outplayed them, frankly. Like that just before the second checkpoint, how they held, the way that they coordinate some of the ultimates. Pretty much some of them that they were just top decking, right? They come online, you use them. There's not really too much of a plan.
Yeah.
If you get it, use it, throw it down. But man, yeah, like LG looking as if they're just well primed for these situations. Their defense, they had a full hold against Fnatic last time, but Fnatic did kind of get cut out with the staggers for the most part, but there was almost an over-reliance from the Adam Warlock. The LG themselves are taken out. They don't want to deal with it themselves here, so they have to go for a different playbook when it comes to defending this time against OG.
Expecting a pull to come in, Rajaro saving their float for now. Doesn't want to use too many of her ability options. Once again, will be banished down to the low ground from a well-placed right click.
High ground is attempted to be contested from Rajaro. He's a little bit on his own, and at least his shield of Seraphim is held up to a good amount of it, but he's not afraid to get his hands dirty fighting on the point. Maelstrom's built up a good amount, but there's way too many shields, especially with the Invisible Woman, is making things hard to get a good amount of burst damage in. Naga, just the same sort of thing as before, just going for the front door, enough of it to be able to find a take onto the main tank, but the trades coming in on either side, the Namor finding so much impact, again, mostly off of these squids. You have got that combination with Luna Snow that makes it even worse because of the slows. Yet again, you understand why it's one of the most annoying team-ups to deal with.
Okay, finally feeding on to the point. Fate put their body on the line. Crook's actually going to get themselves staggered here. This is amateur hour from Luminosity Gaming. They were going to come back with the portal, but the portal was late for one, and the strategists weren't willing to touch together and cross-heal. Instead, they feed in one by one. Maybe if they'd moved together, they could have healed each other through that, but just being able to break LOS, that's an early cap here for OG.
I really like for OG as well that they've realized that they sort of got a break on tempo and how quickly they rush forward to try and get more picks. Knowing that LG might be out of position, that just the chaos of the comms, the frustration, maybe even a bit of tilt setting in with how poorly that went for them, might lead OG into getting another kill and being able to stagger some picks to make this part of the map a little bit faster than what LG were able to do, especially when you're looking to have 6 ultimates ready for this next team fight and they're still waiting and stuff in the wings for LG.
Going to get mad here. Critical mass is approaching. Enzo's already down, by the way. I feel like we're losing a lot of Vanguards to miscellaneous damage. Fate forced to pop the Fate of both worlds in order to survive that incoming damage from the... Oh, no. Tanuki dunked on by Trust Me. That Horn of Proteus is not going to be available after Fate's ultimate runs out to try and find that last little bastion of burst needed to find a final hit. Instead, it's going to be Etsu who suffers alongside Snaze. Nag's just pushing out so much damage. Enzo's noted on the off angle, but can't take on this bastion alone.
Right now, it just feels like one of the big things is how many shields there are, how much damage has been funneled into these tight choke points. Invisible Woman, Namor being able to shield himself for a good portion of time. There's so much damage to farm up these big ultimates. High Agamotto is the main one, but for both the strangers on either side, it really is a case of can you get past these shields? Can you find good timings? Or are you going to let the DPS find lovely picks like that from Etsu?
Trust me, isolated, controlled, and executed on the off angle. Naga down as well. It feels like they're just dregs at the moment from LG, finding themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Just chipping away. Ultimates held on to before this engagement happens.
Oh, no.
But it feels like there's a little bit of lethargicness setting in for LG. They're waiting to go for the team fight, but in that time they're being punished by how this DPS are just rampaging onto them.
Rajaro, I don't think, hit one person with their ultimate here. At least Trust Me manages to block the incoming damage of the Meteor M. Now these Vanguards just have to put themselves on the point and just stall it out here. They have at least forced back OG well enough to give time for Fate to recontest. And it seems like there's been enough trades of frags in order to gain a semblance of stability.
Etsu having another dance to the butterfly just coming online now. It really is, again, saw the defensive side. Eye of Agamotto used is still available on the attack. LG trying to do a bit of a cosplay of what OG did in the last half by holding on to this position. There's still over 2 minutes on the clock, so you got to hold it for a good amount of time if you want to stop it here. Right now, it's again this almost standoff of the ultimates being used, but now they're coming out in full force from LG. It's a great opening, but kills being traded either side means that there's no clear winner here.
Fate of both worlds deployed for both teams. And here comes the Eye of Agamotto. Nice flick of a shield there from Trust Me. Expertly blocked, denying any real value for Snaze off the back of that ultimate. And now Fate using the Ice Arts is able to do a huge amount of cleaving, heal, and damage. Even finds himself a final blow onto Enzo. And while it is finally a return from the earlier slain Namor, the rest of their team is in pieces. And all they're returning to is a looted battlefield.
Just how much they're able, the pick potential for both sides is incredibly strong. And now invisible boundaries, the main thing that OG are going to have to work with. LG, it is just about where the Sestroid and also Naga can just sit back a little bit more. Goddess of Death just on the precipice being used. Meteor M's being thrown out, but not necessarily landing the eliminations. There's just too much noise, too much going on. And Etsu just trying to see if they can maybe take down the Goddess of Death. It is going to be at least removed for the time being. The elimination coming in off the back of it too. Eye of Agamotto just happening behind the action for Tanuki, who's just throwing down as many bits of health that he can possibly get. It was 2 minutes over that on the clock. We're now just under 1 for OG to try and get the second checkpoint, and it's just ongoing. It's relentless from both sides.
The horn can call forth monsters of the ocean. However, neither finds itself a final hit. Ken is going to be the one to suffer at the hands of the Meteor Image. Trust me, who manages to dunk that down upon the Invisible Woman. There is so much off-angle pressure coming through here from Etsu, and Naga's going to do their best to try and keep it at bay. Survives on 21 HP. Great play from the healers, from the strategists of Luminosity Gaming. They were so much. They were held at gunpoint perilously at the end of second, but they managed to dig in their heels and put up an absolutely artisanal Helm's Deep-esque defense.
The Staggers just making it even worse. Is there going to be anybody available to touch it from OG at this point? It certainly doesn't look like it. And LG, both of these teams, not afraid to make this a little bit of a brawl in the streets before that second checkpoint. But LG just having enough about them to actually put that one to bed there. It does mean that we're going to a third map.
Map number 3, we've lucked out today, Ryan. We've got ourselves some banger series, and honestly, Shin Shibuya seems like such a strong map for LG. Fate going to be walking away with the MVP on that Lunar Snow. 43k healing, a cut above the pack here for our strategists.
Yeah, it's just how much damage, I suppose, is across the board. And like for both these Invisible Woman, Lunar Snow, you don't have to worry about the Anna Warlock. You don't have to worry about the Loki. Feels that they're just the ones that can output their most healing, because when you have Hela available, when you have that Namor that's able to just put down a lot of burst damage himself and also help from his squids, that combination with Lunar Snow as well to just make it very awkward and uncomfortable. Because you get slowed, you can be pulled out of positions. It really is just like who has the battle to keep their cooldowns well timed, that it could survive hell unleashed quite literally, I think, in this game.
A bitterly bad read from me, but it was actually Alex's healing. I was like, oh yeah, the blue team, that's the winners, right?
It's a lot of healing for both, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Like,
survivability is going crazy at the moment. Both the Lunar Snows putting out a huge amount, and Fate actually walks away with a few more final hits as well. I think those ice arts are getting a little bit more value from Fate. A well-grouped up team really can benefit from the cleave of those heals to give some additional survivability to those Vanguards. And I think that's really where the differentiation happened here. Snays fell 11 times compared to Rajaro's 2. The Vanguards are playing so much more conservatively on LG, or at least well within the zones of influence of their strategists, and that made the difference. And you're going to see that in our highlights, so check these out.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen and shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winter's done yet, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind holds.
I'm hulking arrows, camera shield, Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Blessed with bangers here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. We have OG going up against Luminosity Gaming. With the first map claimed on Symbiotic Surface, OG were feeling confident, but coming back on Shin Shibuya, Luminosity Gaming managed to put up quite the defense, Ryan, and absolutely Helm's Deep-esque hold on second.
Yeah, I mean, they're just very good at being able to dig their heels in. So we're actually going to be heading to Midtown. So for the convoy map, we're not going to see any domination, which is an area that was a bit maybe polarizing, I suppose, for LG. Won a game, lost a game against Fnatic. For OG, I'm curious on how this one realistically is going to go. Both teams have got a good feeling of what they want to play, stuff like the Adam Warlock, how much that's sort of been a main focal point of the comps in both teams' history. I'm not too sure where this one's going to go. I think these are two teams that you could probably put in that second, third, fourth spot. And whilst it is the seeding stage of this whole game, this series, I do think both teams are going to be really gunning to take this one to bed.
Yeah, for those of you who are unaware of the history of our teams here, OG picked up a roster called Yoin Kanda, which came second in the Season 0 of Marvel Rivals Championship. They lost out to Team Cats, now known as Virtus Pro, 4-0 in our best of 7 final, but have also been able to augment their roster a little bit by picking up Tanuki, Meanwhile, Luminosity Gaming picked up most of what was called Team 1, who I believe came 4th in the Marvel Rivals Championship, and they've also been able to upgrade their roster considerably, bringing in talents like Naga, who's been a mechanical monster on many of the duelists we've seen so far.
And just well known to be like a flexible DPS player across other hero shooters. So, I mean, there's a lot of names like that. But for this LG team, I think it is like the first look of like Zestroid that we've seen. He was a player that was really hyped up before yesterday's game, but I don't think Zestroid ended up playing in it at all. So for the final one to finish on for like Convoy, the Hella was open last time, and I feel like it got really, it's just desserts. For OG, even though they've been making a name for themselves with playing Venom with Enzo, yet again they've decided to ban it out first. Mostly, I guess, so they could just make sure that Enzo gets the chance to play on Magneto.
Yeah, it's really surprising. More Enzo has been like a bit of a mechanical monster on the Magneto. I'm really surprised about this ban on the Wolverine as well. I felt like Wolverine thus far has been a bit of a trap for OG. When they stick to it, it's not gone amazingly. However, we are going to see that protect on the Hela, which makes sense because Zestroid definitely felt like the more impactful Hela over Etsu during the previous game.
I think you might have the potential to force out a similar pick ban. LG at least being able to force out a similar pick ban against OG than the last map here, because I was going to say like a second ban of the Storm might have been a prevalent option, but instead OG have gone, no, we want to play it ourselves here. So you give the DPS option of Zestroid playing Hela and then Naga on Storm. You might be setting up LG to do some damage here. Here you're just basically going, nah, we're different. We can do better with these kind of heroes.
Okay, Nema off the table here. That's taking away one of Naga's primary picks. But of course, as you alluded to earlier, Naga's an incredibly flexible duelist player. And there goes for Loki. I wonder if maybe we're going to see LG pivot into a group composition here, given their ban of the Wolverine. Definitely a world here where they could even run the triple duelist, the triple strategist to try and get those additional resurrections onto both Naga and level 1 Crook. For now, though, seems like they're playing fairly standard. Obviously, they are just going to be hovering these characters at the moment, and it's unlikely to be permanent runnings. But I am expecting at least to see the Storm come through from Etsu, given the investment of a Protect from OG.
Right, and also the fact that Adam Warlock is available, you would say that LG are going to go back to that, without considering the fact that it worked so well for them. I think every time that they managed to pick it up and play it, they've won. So they do have that option available to them. This should be a really good map to finish on, like because I feel like both teams are leaning into their strengths, what they want to play. It's one of the things that we saw, I think Enzo say in the interview after yesterday's game. No, it would have been Naga saying like, when we lost that first map to Fnatic, it's because we weren't playing the way that we wanted to. So we tried to adjust to what we wanted to go for, and that's how we won. It feels that's what LG is trying to do here again. And it's going to be a real flavorful taste of what these two teams, meta-wise, want to do.
We're going to see one of the first deployments of the Bucky Barnes Winter Soldier in this particular matchup here. We did see a little bit of it on Clintar with a symbiotic surface, but a surprising lack of an unbanned Winter Soldier thus far, given the impact he's had in so many of our other games. It's going to be picked up by Tanuki here, who is, of course, one of the newer additions to OG.
Actually, 4 different DPS. I feel like it's one of the few times that we've seen that in a map. It's mostly been at least one mirror character like a Winter Soldier being available. Right now, we're just watching LG being chipped away at. Maybe trying to like bait this position. They did it a little bit on Symbiotic Surface where they're trying to like make sure that the divers go on to that support. They're able to get out, try to counter engage in other areas of the map, or they're just going to out sustain, out damage, and take out Snaze, who, I mean, died a lot pretty much in that last map.
Big bait coming through. Metallic Bulwark will keep Doctor Strange safe, as trust me, it's just sniping away from the high ground here, able to lay down so much damage from this undeterred position.
Just the high ground too, so it's fairly comfortable. There's not enough that's going to scare them away, and in fact it's going to take a flanking Magneto that's on the high ground alone to try to push back where these supports are playing from. Finally, the Magneto on the defensive side of LG has to drop to the low ground, and Crook died just as the Soul Resurgence was online. That could be a bit of a disaster and an opportunity for OG to take this one forward.
Trade given over, though. Destroyed. Now we're going to be able to play this off angle. Could actually really pressure out that Storm, whiffs a shot, and so he's going to have a quick reset here. Needs their Magneto to actually get healed up by the strategist, and Destroy needs a little bit of TLC as well. Half the time bank gone now, and Etsu's built up to be Omega Hurricane, which is going to be an important bellwether in the forthcoming fight.
Galactic Legend going to be used, and there's so many little bridges of high ground. They're working out where exactly the arrow is going to be a bit more of a challenge. Lots of ultimates, big ones. Meteor M is going to try to find some space for an elimination, and both of them used, both of them not finding all too much. Fate of both worlds allows LG to at least hold on for a little bit longer. They do have a player eliminated, but there is a trade from Zestroid that's now brought out the Goddess of Death. It's going to be fully blocked from Stays, but there's only so much damage that that shield can realistically take, which provides a great opportunity for the Eye of Agamotto to come in.
Why did Ken pull them in? I think Bro may have pressed the wrong button when using that Psionic Force. Wanted to push Rajaro back, but instead invited them into the backline and said, you know what, Alex and I'm going to serve us up on a silver platter. We just look so good on it.
I mean, maybe it was just set up, checkmate. Okay, you win. Let's reset and try and go for another fight, because these ones are just unending, it feels like, for OG. It's just wrestling matches with people constantly running in from the side. It's the same position from LG that's been so impactful for them, just bunkered up on the high ground, but there is the DPS of Zestroid separated a little bit. There is some peel, at least, from the Lunar Stone. The Kraken's impact now for Tanuki. There's so many players. LG, again, they're just so good at hiding in these buildings. It's so hard for OG to play this hide-and-seek game until these defenders are ready to take these fights.
Oh, Naga's on an absolute raid back here. Etsu's going to need to finish this one. Indeed, up close, those projectiles are indeed hard to miss. OG now have all of their members that they need. Damage boosted by the Storm, ready to go down this main area. And this is where the Storm can do so much damage without worrying about that damage drop-off. Fate still has access to the Fate of both worlds if we're going to try and deal with it. And Enzo doesn't get too much off the back of the Meteor M. A double up of ultimates here as Ken decides to try and reinforce the attacking players. Crook's going to be stunned out. This should be a one and done here for Snays as the Dark Maelstrom takes away the Mantis's life. Naga takes to the skies. Big Eats coming through. LG holds strong with a critical mass of ultimates. In overtime, Etsu can't even deploy the Omega Hurricane. They were caught midway through the cast. The weather forecast has been cancelled, and that is going to be quite the mountain to climb here for OG.
I mean, it was LG having a terrific hold in that first main corner. The way that they used that high ground, they got their money's worth out of it. And then just towards the end, both teams kind of making the same mistake of stacking up on their support ultimates. But just the fact that Zestroid had that Goddess of Death available to them as they saw the invisible boundary used from Ken, as that Fate of both worlds had just gone down from Alex, that's when it came out and was just able to clear up everything with the time that they had made. Really astute hold from LG. The attack is all theirs, but we have also seen OG are not afraid to have long, laborious fights and objectives. Maybe there's some stuff themselves that they can prepare on this map. Probably the map that we've seen the least, I think, across all of the MRIs in the region so far.
Yeah, like, sometimes these are the fights that never... Yes, Zestroid as well. Untouched on the Hela. I mean, not for lack of trying. Some significant damage taken off the squishies. Zestroid has taken the most damage. But the care that's been given over here from Crook in particular, who's been continually, like, roaming around those high grounds and giving Zestroid these off angles and baits has been crazy.
Etsu also leading the line when it comes to deaths. You got to imagine, just because you're the Storm, you're in the air, you're sort of in amongst the damage. But Naga has been quite quiet, and I think one of the main reasons is he's trying to put Etsu in his pocket as much as possible. There's been a lot of backline harassing, a lot of just being irritated to make sure that these big sources of DPS can't all do too much. Tanuki switching over as well to the Star-Lord instead of the Winter Soldier might provide some semblance for OG to try and copy exactly what Naga was doing last time around. But it's whether Naga can maybe find the opening on the attacking side of the barrage is perfect.
Oh,
Alex.
Alex. Taken low, I assume, from Zestroid's poke. Yeah, Etsu can trade this one out, but you're relying mostly on the heels of just Ken right now, who's got limited range. Snays can barely survive before all this. Zestroid is just chasing out Etsu in record time. Everyone has to flee for the hills, Ryan.
I mean, I understand why people are scared of him. I would be too if I saw this guy just absolutely running it down.
Oh, no.
disaster for OG because they're being staggered at one at a time. They're still trying to contest for some space, but even behind all of these shields of the Doctor Strange and Magneto, those timings, they're able to just get the headshots in to burst so much damage. Honestly, at this point, Enzo is lucky to be alive, and is anybody going to be able to contest?
Well, it might be Kenough to use the invisible boundary. It's going to be Crook who actually pushes first. It has to be answered. E from Naga does a huge amount of damage and turns that into ultimate charge as well. Crook found outside. That's nice play from Alex for Ice. Puts Crook down, and this might actually be called here for the side of LG. They've already lost one. In fact, they're going to try and reinforce this, try and heal up Rajaro. The fate of both worlds is going to be all that's needed. That's going to be the Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't actually stun anybody. The evasion is good. However, it is reinforced by an Omega, by a Goddess of Death up in the sky. An Omega Hurricane amidst all this was taken on out, and Tanuki is just going to invest in this one as well, feeling that it's do or die on the defense. The Galactic Legend gets nothing except a face full of ice arts, and Rajaro might be forced to back on off.
Yeah, they're just trying to soft reset as much as possible. It was a risk. It didn't quite pay off, but you got some big ultimates out. The problem is they might reset very quickly at this point. Eye of Agamotto available on this defense, not quite on the attack, as Rajaro having to use a lot just to survive the Galactic Legend from Tanuki, who was very low HP, had a lot of healing come in to just keep him alive. Enzo, Meteor M in hand, Eye of Agamotto, so much time has been bought. It's right at the precipice, and the stun is perfect to provide some space for OG to work with.
Nice evasion here from Naga. Takes to the skies to try and avoid the incoming Meteor. M doesn't feed over the damage either. Destroyed, taken down in their prime by Etsu up in the sky. And now it's down to Naga to try and have that backline pressure. Diving on into the invisible barrier to get the healing here. ROG, they're still holding strong. Even sans several members. Etsu, Alex finding final hits and blows. And now only a minute remains for LG. What seems so sure of victory is looking perilous.
Yeah, you've got the big ultimates out again, sure, but you've used the invisible boundary, that's fine, but you've got a fate of both worlds on this defense about to come online, and you're looking over on the side of LG on their attacking side. Some of that stuff might not be available. Soul Resurgence use, not quite finding too much, and the way that LG have been able to take long fights is good, but the fact that they didn't reset means that so much time has been bought for OG. They might be able to hold on just a little bit better. You've got the Omega Hurricane that can buy time. Right now, you just need to make sure that you're not burst down, especially with that Galactic Legend swooping in from the high ground. Is that going to be a bit of a counter push from OG to create some space? The Omega Hurricane certainly thinks so, but it's shut down instantly.
The burst. It was so far away. Alex was trying to just survive, but there's no survival against the storm that Cestroid brings to the surface, breaking the surface of the ocean, and it's a breach of the defense. Unreal push there from LG. It was just too deep for Etsu to go. The Lunar Snow was unwilling to join them in the midst of the enemy backline, and so quickly broken through with 600 HP, and that storm disintegrated.
This is the most worthy MVP I think I've seen for a bit, because Rajaro, towards the end, especially some of the big ultimates that he was able to block, some of the Eye of Agamotto's to stun stuff out, but most importantly, that burst to make sure that, I think it was Etsu that was on the storm, off the Omega Hurricane couldn't get too much, because that could have been game and series winning for OG. It is amazing to see how close it is for both of these squads, but LG yet again 2 days in a row managing to have a good reverse sweep against some of the strongest teams in the EMEA region.
Snaves managed to perform a little bit better in this particular matchup, but Cestroid, we're kind of wondering where Cestroid was yesterday now. Has had a lights out series so far.
Yeah, I mean, it also did feel that there was some really good support from him. Like, not only Fate, just the amount of healing, but we're certainly on that defense, Cestroid up on the high ground, just in those little sort of bits of balcony. He always had, like, Fate near him to peel if he ever got dove on. And OG threw a lot in that position to try and take him out. So really, it was just good play from how they set up their duelists. Naga, we saw it a lot yesterday with how much he was able to do with the spot of his team. That combined with what Cestroid can do as a player, yeah, very scary.
Yeah, just having that double threat where you have like two hypercarry duelist players can mean that it's very difficult to effectively pass out your resources as an enemy strategist line. Alex and Ken, it felt like while they were getting a lot of value out of their strategist ultimates, there was always another factor that needed to be considered from the side of LG, who just had this overwhelming offense. I thought that it could have actually been OG pulling off for defense when we actually saw LG overinvest 6 ultimates and fumble on the second fight of that attack. They actually put so many into Ken's invisible boundary that it could have gone very wrong, but in the end, they just managed to recover an ultimate economy, and Etsu not getting as much value off the Omega Hurricane as we'd expect from a Storm, which was a little bit brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could have gone wrong for LG in that final fight, just because how long those engagements happened, especially when it looked like they weren't winning. They were still dedicated ultimates to try and keep things going. But I think, again, I don't want to keep going over the broken record part of like how LG played the high ground, but it's just a comparison of like how much time LG bought pretty much outside of the spawn doors, how much they were able to just get out time-wise, and then by the time that you get just before the checkpoint, there's only one fight that OG can take. Whereas here, LG kind of breezed past that first main chokehold, that they could take 3 or 4 fights that were like 45 seconds each right at the end of that checkpoint because they had got past that stage. And yeah, it just sort of feels that that's a thing for LG. Like, they're not afraid to have deep, aggressive fights on the defense, which in other hero shooters would have been a cardinal sin, right? That you want to give some space up and play a bit further back more passively because of how much you can be punished. Here it did feel like LG are like, no, we are going to fight your spawn doors because we want as many engagements and fights as we can take, and we're willing to take fights for an eternity if we need to.
Yeah, Naga against Destroyed also kind of masters of that early pressure. When teams playing up on high ground, Destroyed hits like 1 headshot. Naga rushes in using all the fuel, hits the E and starts just cleaving through all the squishy members of the backline. We saw Alex get picked up real early by that as well. And then it was super easy to be able to force Etsu off of those angles because only Ken's healing was available. And the Invisible Woman is a little bit range constrained when it comes to that healing, and that puts Etsu in a bit of a box when considering how to take those duels against these dangerous hit scans.
One thing that I do remember thinking during Shin Shibuya for LG is, whilst again the headlines are going to be Sestroid and how ridiculous he was, I'm severely impressed with what I'm seeing from Naga as well, because like whilst he wasn't nearly like at the top of damage, he was like 6k behind what Sestroid was doing on Hela. The way that he's in and out of fights is so cerebral. He knows exactly where he should be, the timing of when these engagements happen, whether he should be dedicating fully or whether he just wants to be pestering in the backline as much as possible. The fact that you have that and then just a DPS that will destroy anything in their path with Sestroid is a really good duo to have. The brains and the bronze, so to speak, really just opens up so much space for this LG team that should be playing up against Virtus Pro tomorrow for like seeding who's going to be the top seed going into the double elimination bracket. But like, I think there's a good shot that LG can win that series.
Yeah, I want to expand on your point here about what Naga's achieving with this right place, right time mentality. Being able to grab those backline pressures, especially onto players like Etsu, is allowing Sestroid to do as much as Sestroid does, because it means that Sestroid can kind of play on like a mono angle, where whoever they're dueling, they're rarely going to find themselves in an unfair fight where there are players coming from 2 or more angles. And that's where Hela can really be overwhelmed when going up against multiple angles at once, having to alternate between targets instead of just being able to kind of chase one, as we saw consistently happen to Etsu or Tanuki. So Naga's timing there is really opening up paths to Destroyed to get some true value.
Yeah, I guess there's a little bit for like OG to go back to the drawing board with. I'm trying to work out, like, there's a potential that they go up against Fnatic because they're both 1-1. PEPS potentially as well. I don't know, but I mean, this is realistically what they want. Like yesterday, they had such a dominant series that I really don't think that after you finish that series, you can really highlight anything. The coach is not going to bring up any particular part of a VOD and go, okay, we need to do this less. You just stomped your opponent in ecstatic, so you can just, all right, we'll move on. But here, at least OG can look at some of the things that they got wrong in this series, take it into tomorrow's games. I guess most importantly, take it into next week as well, because you've got a full week to prepare with what you've seen from this snapshot of the meta from 8 different teams.
Yeah, the scrims over the next week are going to be very informative, and we might even see additional iterations in the meta, because of course a lot of players not yet comfortable enough to start incorporating the Human Torch and the Thing when there's $100,000 on the line, you know, like, oh, they're pretty good. Human Torch does a lot of damage. Thing is pretty nifty that he can put out a huge amount of damage as well as being essentially displacement immune, but I'm not sure if I want to really risk it on a new character with 100 grand in the prize pool.
Yeah.
So we're just going to play what we know.
Yeah, especially with just early days where, like, I'm no doubt that when we get to season 2 of this Invitational, we might see 2 like completely different teams, completely different players. The meta has shifted so quickly, some players might not be able to keep up.
Yeah, we've actually got an interview ready for you guys. We're going to bring in level 1 Crook, I believe, from Luminosity Gaming after their successful win here. Hello, Mr. Crook. How's it going, bud?
Hello, good evening. It's going good. Everything fine. We win the game, so guess we're happy.
What happened during map number 1? You guys looked like a different beast later in the series, but with a little bit of a shaky beginning on Symbiotic Surface.
Well, that's a good way to put it. We were definitely shaky in the comms, maybe a bit of nerves. And since we had the comms down, right, our coach, big shout out to Suji, he had the bands down, he knew what the team would do. And yeah, we just didn't really play well. We had to get a warm-up game in.
I mean, that makes sense. So, like, you've won 2 really good series over these last couple of days. You've dropped the first map and been able to reverse sweep. So, like, especially now, this being the first tournament as Luminosity Gaming for you guys, are you thinking of this more of a, like, it's a shame that we start off badly potentially in that first map? Or are you going, the fact that we can reverse sweep against Fnatic and OG shows that if we're a little bit cleaner in that first map, we can beat anybody?
I think we have the potential to beat anybody, especially now that VP has also shown a little bit of weakness against Team PEPS, because they are like the untouchable team in Europe, which I kind of agree with. I haven't really played against them, so I'm not sure how to judge that. But yeah, I think we have great chances at maybe taking the whole thing.
I mean, given how our Swiss is working and you guys now being 2-0, you're likely to face VP tomorrow for top seed in our bracket. So I imagine the coach is going to gather around and you're all going to have a look at that VOD where VP dropped a map to try and figure out how it happened. Do you have any plans on how to kind of tighten up the first map nerves for Luminosity Gaming thus far?
Well, honestly, we just got to lock in. We got to stay calm as well and focused. There's no real good fix, right? We just have to play better. Maybe we get a motivational speech going in the Discord, but that's all you can really do.
I think I wanted to talk a little bit about like your strategist role, because I think out of all of the strategists that we've seen so far in the last 2 days, you've probably been the most like flexible in the characters that you've picked up. And especially now when there's so much like Luna Loki in play, how important do you think is it as a strategist to try to be as diverse with your picks? You played Mantis, you played a bit of Rocket Raccoon. Like, how important is that to your success as LG when you could just be playing Luna Snow, Loki over and over again? Even a bit of Adam Warlock as well on your team too.
I think we can definitely play the Loki if we have to, but we see the strengths in Mantis, which I think many teams don't really see yet. I think in the Asia region, way more people have played the Mantis because they know that the damage boost and just the sheer damage output is so good to take an angle and just poke out any tank, any DPS. You have a great sleep to deny a Venom or any other dive like a Psylocke. So just a very flexible support with a great ult because it's good for tempoing. You're very quick, you can run in, run out, and just take these quick trades, enabling you to win fights very easily.
Yeah, I mean, if I could damage boost Sestroid, I would be doing that 100% of the time as well, because he was phenomenal today.
And that kind of came off as like, you know, a quick guide to Mantis being able to really throw out those damage boosts, help create these unfair fights using your angles. I want to ask about your ult usage on Mantis. It seems like your Soul Resurgence is very aggressive. You often seem to want to be the one to punch the enemy team in the face first. Are you a lot more into proactive ults, or am I kind of reading it wrong?
Well, it's kind of that you want to catch them off guard with it. You want to run them over really quickly. I try to usually do it when I think that they don't have a support ult up yet. If they do, then it's kind of a bad play. But even then, since we have the speed boost from the ult, we can often still just get back out and just live, and we take the trade. That's okay. That's usually in our favor, I would say, with the types of compositions that we play.
I think because it is like the early days of Marvel Rivals esports, you're the team I think that just fights the most, like the longest. I think 80-90% of your fight is just engagements happening for long periods of time, support ultimates over and over. Like, what separates a team that is really good like you guys at having these really long duration fights from teams that mess up, right? Is it the supports keeping people alive? Is it all of the damage mitigation? How do you become a great team at just these long sustained support DPS fights?
I think this kind of goes both ways, right? Because if we were better, we would be able to finish them off quicker as well, and then the fights wouldn't be that long. So I think it's actually more on our side that we have fights that take a whole minute. That should not be the case most of the time. Considering if we play a Venom dive comp, we should always get an instant early pick most of the time. Now, of course, if they have both strategist ults, then we can't really deny that, and it's gonna take half a minute or even a whole minute to finish it. But usually that's our issue, I would say, and it's not really a pledge to us being good.
I think you're fantastic anyway, Crook. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. I'm sure you guys have a lot to figure out before tomorrow, where Virtus.pro are going to be waiting at the top of the Swiss. So good luck for the match, mate.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Goodbye.
That was level 1 Crook coming through from Luminosity, recently picked up. It has been quite a run for Luminosity thus far, and I'm pleasantly surprised by how adept they have been with this newer roster that hasn't been together as long, taking on some of the big dogs over here in EMEA.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to have these things, like Crook mentioned, of like, we need to be more efficient in eliminating people as fast as possible. But the fact that you're able to do so much work just off of intuition before you've really got to finalize those things as a team, with such a tight turnaround as well with a tournament like this and a big meta change, it's really impressive with what they've been able to do and like see from them. And I'm really excited to see what they can do to Virtus.pro tomorrow.
Well, I'm excited to see all of that, but I'm also excited to see some highlights, so go ahead and check these out. Welcome back. Wasn't that fun? Quite a collection of maps we've had today. You and I have been very lucky, Ryan, getting 2-3 map series. Absolute bangers so far. It really feels like our top echelons of EMEA at the moment is kind of anybody's game, with even Virtus.pro bleeding.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see at this stage. I think all of the teams will be happy to have some map losses, series losses at this point. But we do get a brief look into tomorrow, sort of working our way up. Dusty versus Ecstatic yet to get a win on the board. But at least, I think both are pretty much confirmed to be losers bracket at this point. Maybe that's up in the air, but at the very least, avoid it as much as you possibly can. And then just working our way up during the day, like OG losing here, going up against PEPS. That's a ridiculous series, if I think about it. Fnatic versus Twisted Minds. And of course, I mean, ending with the heavyweights, I think, what we've seen so far. Virtus.pro versus Luminosity Gaming. Again, it's worth a reminder, none of these 8 teams are going to be eliminated tomorrow. We're not going into a 4-team double bracket next week. All 8 teams will be present in the second week of this tournament, so it is worth adding, just in case you see your favorite team lose. We will still see them next week. It's just going to be a little bit more of a climb to try to get to that top spot, and the main chunk of that 100k prize pool.
Yeah, like the prize pool is undeniably tempting. All of our invitationals here at Marvel Rivals have a 100,000 USD prize pool, with like that's $500,000 across 4 regions essentially. We are starting off here our esports scene with a bang, and well, things that are also coming in with a bang are the new costumes here from Marvel Rivals. The Punk revolution begins. Unleash the chaos with Hulk's Punk Rage and Magic's Punk Shard costumes. Whether you're smashing through the battlefield or bending reality to your will, these punk-inspired looks will make you stand out. Available February 27th at 6 p.m. PST, which is in the past, by the way, so they're available now. Join the rebellion. Fight loud and fight boldly.
It's always fun to see, like, especially in like early games where it's like, okay, what kind of cosmetics can we get? Because you end up getting like the early ones because you're like, these are all cool, and then like cooler ones come along and you're like, I have to get this one as well. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, especially the Hulk one, I really like. I don't play much Psylocke because I don't dislike myself enough to do that to other people, I suppose, to be brutally honest. But yeah, lovely stuff.
Yeah, my favorite costume personally is the Snow Symbiote Venom, which I grabbed at Christmas. It's a really good look, and I'll probably be keeping with that one for a while. From me and Ryan, though, that is going to be the end of the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow, so make sure that you're following the channel so you don't miss a single moment of the action. Moxie and Kenobi will be here too to make sure that everyone is fully entertained. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you next time.